Ladies and gentlemen, how are we doing today? Guess what? They decided to resume trial. It's been a long 4 days off, I think. I think half day on Wednesday was what we had. And then they didn't have court Thursday or Friday. And I wasn't sure they were going to have court today, to be completely honest, but they do. So we're going to stream it. Go sub to... Almost there. Got one other thing. Hello, everybody. Glad you all are here. Say hi to everybody real quick. Got it. All right. John H., what's up, buddy? I know you were asking me earlier if I was going to do the trial, and I didn't know that it was going to be on it today at the time, but I found out, and here we are. S. Renee, hello. Valkyrie, hello, dear. How are you? She's the best. Yamaha, you naughty. Legally live, of course, on camera, looking great, even though she's a little under the weather today. A little bit. Wendy H., hello, love. Glad you're here. Appreciate you. Christine, hello. AP, what's up, buddy? How we doing? All right. Glad y'all are here. I'm sure more will roll in as time goes on, and I think we're a little bit ahead of, or not ahead. I scheduled the stream about the same time MLS is doing his afternoon stream, so there's going to be a little conflict there. Not a big deal. My bad. I probably should have started this a little earlier, but here we are. How was your weekend, McKinley?
Good. How was yours?
Good. We did. Me and Diva did a paint stream yesterday. It was nice and chill. There's the painting.
I saw that.
See,
oh,
looks
nice.
lovely.
You finished it?
Oh yeah, we finished it on stream. Thank you, I appreciate it. I don't know if it looks as good in person, but whatever. I'll take it. I like it. Oh. That being said, let's just get into this because I feel like we haven't done it forever. Quick update on the not update. That's not the right word. Quick recap on the case. This is the Elijah McClain ending trial where 3 police officers and 2 paramedics are being charged criminally for the ending of Elijah McClain. 3 police officers have been tried already. One was found, one was convicted, 2 were acquitted, and now we're on to 2 paramedics. And I don't know. I keep going back and forth with the evidence that gets brought for the day as to whether or not I think it's illegal or legal. So either way, it's all bad. It's all a sad situation and shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, agreed.
All right. Well, let's get to it. I need where's my sheep? There's my sheep. I need that guy. Should volume max there. And I think we'll probably
total recall 21 CR 2800 and 21 CR 2806.
Volume actually sounds good at the moment.
Crazy.
I don't even think I need to turn on my sound booster.
Speaker on.
Outstanding. Hopefully everybody else had a great weekend too.
Trying again.
Hey, Arius. Thank you, love. Appreciate you. Suzanne, how we doing? Glad you're here.
How did you add your sheet? Was it an overlay?
Yeah, it's in branding in overlays. I don't know how it got there, so to speak.
Okay.
Like, I don't know how to make that format. Baker did it for me.
The ghost in the machine.
Yes, y'all, make sure you're subbed to McKinley over at Legally Live. Her link is pinned at chat, I think. Did I pin it? I probably didn't pin it, did I? It will be pinned shortly in chat. Oh, and McKinley, I failed to tell you this, but I figured
Try
out
this
how
again.
to
The court
allow
will, recall
my guests to
21
stream
CR
to their channels. Do
2800
you have that
21
ability
CR
now?
2806.
Oh,
The parties
really?
and counsel are present.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, yeah, it says that up at the top.
Anything from the parties
I
before
figured out what button to
the
press.
jurors hopefully return.
Nice. Thank you.
You're very welcome. There we go. Thank you, Eris. Your link is pinned and your
Okay.
X.
The only thing I want to let council be aware of is what I'm thinking of doing is having our, presuming he's here, our
Oh, I guess I should mention why we've had so many days off, right? For those that didn't catch it or forgot or were unaware, whatever. So Wednesday, it was brought to the judge's attention that a juror had potentially tested positive for the Rona Tuesday night. They brought said juror into trial all Wednesday, well, the first half of Wednesday. At about lunchtime, the clerk finally told the judge, and the judge recessed for the day and took Thursday off, and then all of a sudden Friday was taken off, and now we're finally back on Monday. So whatever medical situation was at play, we're either going to learn about it here in a minute, or it's all said and done and not a big deal anymore. One of those two scenarios is about to play out, I think.
I bet we are not going to learn about it.
I would venture not, because the second that they started talking about it, the attorneys were very quick to get off camera. So that's okay. We're here now. We're here now.
our juror who's in seat number 14. We're just going to move him to seat 15. So just it's a little bit more space over there between he and the other jurors.
So somebody else has.
So we haven't, there's another matter on the court
Well, we
docket.
might be a little quiet.
It's 19 CR 2414.
Oh, me?
It's people of the state
Yeah.
of Colorado v. Anthony
Let me
West.
turn you up a little bit.
I think we have Mr. Laughlin. You're here for that. All right. It looks like on this,
That might be a little better.
3 open cases in Denver.
Hello.
Yeah, that's a little better.
And it looks like competency has been raised.
That is correct. That's
This
what's
is
pending in
actually not
Denver.
our case. I've already watched this part.
What I was going to ask the court to do.
Oh, really?
have we
Yeah,
formally
he's
called
like
the case
taking
into
care
record? I
of
don't know
some
if we want
morning
to wait for Mr.
matters
Rebo
before
or-
trial.
Good to know. Well, I probably shouldn't have done it that way. What's going on here? Any idea how long it was before they got to?
No.
Okay. Let's see what's.
It was not long at all, though.
We're waiting. It looks like we're waiting on a jury to come in. Yeah, that's
All
all
right, the
right.
jurors have returned. Please be seated.
There we go.
The court will recall 21 CR 2800, 21 CR 2806. The parties and counsel are
Hey,
present.
cool gamer. Welcome.
Next
How you doing,
witness
buddy?
for the people.
The people will call Amanda Kelsey.
All right, one moment.
We're guessing on the. Well, I guess we'll wait. Wonder if they're related to Travis and whatever the other one is.
Jason?
There you go.
think.
Could be it. I think that's it.
I never watch football. I know this strictly because of
Taylor
Taylor
Swift.
Swift.
I knew it.
I don't even listen to Taylor Swift, but I do pay attention to pop culture.
You can't get away from it at the moment. She's everywhere.
All right, thank you. If you'll please be seated. Can you state your first and last name and spell your last name for my court reporter, please.
My name is Amanda Kelsey, Kelsey.
Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Kelsey, where are you currently employed?
For the Aurora Police Department.
And what's your role with APD?
I'm a crime scene investigator.
So would your title be Investigator Kelsey?
Sure.
How long have you been with Aurora Police?
I've been with them for 24 years,
And how long as a crime scene investigator?
approximately what? About 20 years.
What sort of education or on-the-job training do you have to receive in order to be a crime scene investigator?
Now we have at least a bachelor's degree in some kind of science or policing. Mine came through photography and a lot of on-the-job experience and classes.
And do you have a bachelor's degree?
I do not.
Do you have an associate's degree?
Yes, I do.
What's your associate degree in?
Associate's degree of applied science.
And with an emphasis in photography?
Yes.
Now, I would like to draw your attention to August 24th of 2019. Were you working that evening?
Yes, I was.
And
Or,
what-
no, I'm sorry. I was not working. I was called in that night.
You were called in. And how did that come about?
I just happened to be the person on call that week, and I was called in about 11:30.
And who called you?
My supervisor, Laverne Amir.
And what did Supervisor Laverne Amir need you to do?
She said we'd had a critical incident and that I needed to come in to process the scene.
Did she give you any additional information about the critical incident that you'd be going to?
She just mentioned.
Hi,
the address,
Jude. How are you
and
doing, babe?
Just where I'd be going.
And where was it that you were directed to go?
To 1768 Billing Street.
Were you sent there by yourself, or was there anyone else that was sent with you?
The supervisor and another crime scene investigator were there when I got there.
And what did you see when you got to the scene?
I'm sure they're going to do at least one or two, right?
It was dark out. The front of the crime scene had been cordoned off. There were police cars.
I think you would have to if you're
around
the
area.
defending attorney in this case.
Yeah, at the end.
Then it was warm out.
Okay. And when you arrive at a scene, what is your process? Kind of, if you could walk the jury through step by step what you do when you first arrive on a scene.
When we first get to the scene, I usually try and either get a hold of the supervisor or somebody in charge to kind of get an idea of what happened. And then we usually try and walk through the scene. And then I'll start with the processing the scene by taking pictures, videotaping the scene. We usually scan it. Sometimes we do a diagram. And then we'll collect the evidence.
And do you do anything to mark where the evidence is found?
Yes, we use yellow numbered or lettered placards.
And do you do that before you take the photos?
Sometimes the officers have already marked it. But yes, eventually it gets marked and then we'll photograph it both. Sometimes with and without. It depends how dark it is outside.
Who gets to decide what is marked as evidence or potential evidence?
Mostly we do, but we're also there working with a detective so that we'll kind of work together to decide what is important, what's not, depending on who they've spoken to and what details they found out.
And does that help inform what you're going to be doing on the scene?
Yes, it does.
Is that the same for taking photographs? Does that help inform what photographs you're going to take?
Yes, it does.
Did you take photographs? And at this point, was it still August 24th or had it gone past midnight? Now we're at the early morning hours of August 25th
Early morning hours of the 25th.
of 2019.
Yes.
Do you recall what kind of camera you were using to take photographs that evening?
I think it was still a Nikon camera at the time.
Do you know how many photos you took?
Both, I believe.
I want to
I
say
need
78.
And what were you taking photographs of while you were there?
Basically the scene and any evidence that we found at the scene.
So first, I would like us to focus on just the scene as a whole. And if I could please show just to the witness exhibits 351, 352, 353, 354, 360, 361, 362, 363, and 364. And if I did my math right, that should be 9 photos.
Lawyer math.
And what I would like to do, Investigator Kelsey, is to go through each of these photos, and then I'll ask you some questions about them as a whole at the end. Okay?
Okay?
So for 351, do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize this?
This is the front of the building at 1768 Billing Street.
And did you take this photo?
Yes, I did.
If we could please move to 352. And do you know what this is?
Basically the same photo of the front of the building.
Okay, is it from a somewhat different perspective?
I really
Yes,
don't
it's
like
more
that
the
they
center
don't
of the
show us
building.
the photos or videos.
And did you
Yeah.
take this photograph?
Yes, I did.
We could please show the witness 353. Do you know what this is?
Yes, a similar photo, but just looking in a northern direction.
And did you take this photo?
Yes,
354. Do you recognize this?
yes, I do.
And did you take this photograph?
Yes, I did.
360. And do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize this photograph?
It's another photograph of the front of the building.
Again, from a different angle.
Yes,
And if we could please show the witness 361. Same question. Do you know what this is?
yes,
And did you take this photograph?
yes, I did.
362. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
And did you take it?
Yes,
363.
I'm not sure who those people are off the top of my
Same
head.
question. Do you recognize this?
yes,
Ew.
And did you take this
Agent
photograph?
Starling
Yes, I
and
did.
Dr. Lecter.
And finally,
No idea.
364.
I'm not sure who those people are, AP.
Do you recognize this?
yes,
And did you take this photograph?
yes, I did.
Ms. Kelsey, all of these photographs, 351 and then all the way up to 364, the 9 that we just looked at, are these fair and accurate depictions of the scene as it looked in the early morning hours of August 25th of 2019?
Yes,
And would it aid in your testimony to be able to use these photographs as we speak about them?
yes,
Your Honor, at this time, I would
Oh,
move to
okay.
omit exhibits 351, 352.
Now I know.
353, 354, 360, 361, 362, 363, and 364.
Board dire or objection?
Please check. Don't let me down.
Yes.
Yep. Dr. Hannibal Lecter.
Good morning, ma'am.
Clarice Starling, right?
Did you use
Hello,
flash
Clarice.
photography to take these photographs?
yes, I did.
And you testified that when you went there the evening of August 24th into the early mornings of August 25th, it was dark outside. Is that right?
Yes,
Did the flash photography that you used basically illuminate
She does kind
the
of sound
things
like
that
her.
you were taking pictures of?
yes, I did.
And so when you testified these are fair and accurate photos, they are fair and accurate, but they are lit up more than one would have seen them with the naked eye. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
With that understanding, I have no objection, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Chichuniec? No objection, Your Honor. All right, 351 through 354, as well as 360 through 364 will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could please publish to the jury 351.
See, they should show us right now. They should have a screen that we can see.
And Ms. Kelsey, can you please explain to the jury kind of where you're standing and what we're looking at in this photograph?
I'm standing on the west side of the building and I'm facing the east. And this is the kind of the northwest corner of the building.
And the street that's kind of running right in front, is that Billings?
Yes.
Hey, Lord Bynum, how
Can
are we
you tell
doing
the jury
today?
about the yellow tape that we see in this photograph?
She does sound like
The
Jodie
yellow crime
Foster.
scene tape is usually something that the officers will put up before I get there to cordon off the crime scene.
And what about these little yellow triangles that we can see?
Those are the placards that we put down to mark the evidence.
Are they numbered?
Yes.
And why is that?
Just to keep track of the evidence so we can say a particular number corresponds with a piece of evidence.
And if we could please publish 352. And can you describe the angle that we're looking at this point?
I'm still standing in the middle of the street and I'm
It's pretty close.
looking east toward the front of the building.
Okay, and is this the same yellow tape that we saw in the last photograph, just from the side?
Yes.
And 353?
Agreed, Eris.
What are we
Agreed.
looking at here?
Oh, yes, Lord Bynum. I
I'm
forgot.
standing
Thank you.
in
I
front of the building and I'm
uploaded
looking
some new
north,
emojis, a
to
bunch
the
of goat
same
emojis.
kind of location that we were just looking at.
Thank you for bringing
Okay,
that to my
over
attention.
on the left, we can kind of see a little traffic light way up in the air.
Got a little leg.
Yes.
Is there
Should
kind
go.
of a retaining wall along that side of the street?
Yes.
And do you know what road that is where that traffic light is?
I believe that's 17th Avenue.
And is it a highway kind of up there?
The highway's on the other side of the building. This is sort of
There's a bunch more
off-ramp to get
slots
onto
available, but I
17th,
didn't want to
or
dump
you
them
can
all
go
on you
straight down
guys.
and get back onto
So we'll spread them out a
225.
little bit.
Okay. If we can now look at 354. And what are we looking at here?
Same picture, still looking north.
And as you were just asked, you were using flash photography on your camera.
Yes.
And is that why it's well lit
Yes.
in this picture? Okay. Now I'd like to show 360. And what can you tell us about this photograph?
This is also looking at the northwest corner of the building.
And that little grassy area that's kind of right in the middle, is that the area that was cordoned off?
Yes.
And if we could look at 361,
What's up, the orc? How you doing, brother, man? Glad you're here.
is this perspective just back further so that we can see the front door?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of taking the photo from this angle?
I always start my photographs by taking all overalls so we kind of see how big the building is and from all the different angles, and then kind of come in mid-range and then close-up pictures.
Okay. And now I'd like to just skip to 364. And can you please describe to the jury what we're looking at here?
This is showing, still standing in the middle of the street, showing kind of the front entrance, which was in the center of the building. And then on the left side is the cordoned off area.
Okay. And is your back kind of to that wall?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, in addition, we can take that down. Thank you. In addition to taking photographs of the scene, do you also videotape what's going on?
Yes, I do.
We were just talking about that.
And when did you take a video of this scene?
Yes, I did.
When did you do that?
I don't know exactly what time it was, but while I was on the scene.
Okay, so it wasn't a different day. It was that same evening as the photographs were taken?
Yes.
Why do you take a video in addition to taking photos?
I guess it kind of gives the jury
When I
a
saw it, I
better
was like, yeah,
perspective
I got to add that to the
of the
emojis.
scene.
Had to.
And did you take multiple videos in this case
Yes, I did.
from different angles?
Yes.
So what I would like to do is talk about one kind of longer video that you took. Do you know what I'm talking about when I reference that?
Yes.
It's about 8 minutes long. And I'm holding here exhibits 135 and 136. If I could approach the witness.
You may.
There's nothing better than listening to two people discuss a video that we can't watch.
True.
Ms. Kelsey, do you recognize these?
Yes, I do.
And what are these?
These are the copies of the videotapes that I took on the night.
And how do you know that that's what they are?
I watched them and then I put my initials and the date on the front of them.
And these videos, when you watched them, were they a fair and accurate copy of the video that you took in the early morning hours of August 25th, 2019?
Yes,
And did they fair and accurately represent the scene as you saw it that evening?
Awesome.
yes, they do.
Your
Hope
Honor,
you
I would
enjoy the
move
week
to
off.
enter into evidence exhibits 135 and 136.
Board objection with respect to those exhibits.
On behalf of Mr. Cooper, I'm going to inject in 403, Your Honor. I think it's cumulative at this point, given all the other videos and still photos that are already in evidence.
All right. All right, response.
Your Honor, the video provides a different perspective as we are able to view the scene as Ms. Kelsey walks through it.
All right, noting the objection that the exhibits would be cumulative, the court will overrule the objections as it does provide a different perspective for the jurors. So those two videos will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And if we could please publish Exhibit 135, but rather than playing the full 8 minutes, I'd really just like to play kind of a short 1.5 minutes of the video. And I might pause it a couple of times and just ask you some clarifying questions so we don't have to replay it.
Okay.
If we could please publish 135 beginning at 2:05. And what are we looking at here, Ms. Kelsey?
That is a close plastic grocery bag with a couple of cans in it.
Okay, continue. Thank you. And there was no audio on this video, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes, y'all. Thank you for hitting the like. I appreciate you. It does help.
And if we could pause here, what are we looking at in the rocks?
That's one of the plastic handles from that plastic bag that we just saw.
Okay, thank you. That's just for a moment. And so, Ms. Kelsey, from this moment, when you start, I believe you're going to begin walking kind of towards the building. If you could count your steps while you're doing that, just so that the jury can get an idea of the distance.
Okay.
Thank you.
They're not even playing the audio to it, huh?
Approximately how many steps did you need to take to move from the plastic handle in the rocks to the marker 3?
Approximately 6 steps.
So were those big steps, baby steps, normal walking steps? How would you describe the distance?
Normal walking steps.
Well, I appreciate
And what
it.
are we looking at here with number 3?
That's another one of the plastic handles.
Okay, we can take that down. Thank you so much. I would now like to show the witness what have been marked as People's Exhibits 355 through 359. And just to the witness, please. Thank you.
It's a double-edged sword, orc.
Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize this?
It's a picture of the plastic bag that we were just looking at.
And did you take this photo?
Yes, I did.
Next photo, please. 356. What are we looking at here?
It's a close-up photograph of the same bag.
Okay. And you see an evidence marker next to that as well?
Yes.
And did you take this photo?
Yes, I did.
Hey, Turkey
357.
MMA, how we doing? Glad you're here.
And what are we looking at here?
The grassy area that was cordoned off.
And did you take this photo?
Yes.
358, please. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is this?
It's the number, or the plastic handle that was marked number 3 up against the building.
Did you take this photo?
Yes.
And 359? And what are we looking at here?
It's a close-up photograph of the same item.
And for all of these photographs, do they fairly and accurately represent the evidence that was still sitting on the scene when you arrived on the early morning hours of August 25th, 2019?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to admit Exhibits 355 through 359.
Again, voir dire or objection.
Judge, on behalf of Mr. Cooper, I'm going to object 355 through 359 show the exact same pictures, the exact same things we just saw in the video. It's cumulative and I'd object to it under 403.
All right. All right, response.
Your Honor, this is not cumulative. These are much better visuals and would aid the jury in understanding the status of the evidence at the time the photographs were taken. The video just does a quick pan.
All right. The court would find that the photographs do have some probative value aside from the video, and it's not substantially outweighed by any undue prejudice, so the court will allow those exhibits to be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So it's just a photograph from the.
If we could please show and publish to the jury 355. And is this the marker 2 that we were talking about? Oh, I'm sorry, it's not up yet. There we go, sorry.
Yes, it is.
And 356. What are we looking at here?
This is a close-up of the same plastic bag.
Did you manipulate the bag or do anything like that in order to take your photograph?
No, I did not.
Okay, so that is how you found it.
Yes.
Was it torn or is the bag just open? Were you able to see?
I think some of both.
And we can actually just skip ahead to 359. And what are we looking at here?
It's the plastic bag handle.
Okay, and was this the one that was closest to the building, the apartment building?
Yes.
Did you need to manipulate it at all to get this photograph?
No, I did not.
Thank you. Do you remember what the weather was like in the early morning hours of August 25th?
It was just a warm summer evening.
Do you remember the temperature?
I believe I'd written it down, but I don't recall.
Would it help refresh your recollection to have a look at one page of your report?
Yes.
August 24th in
Please show
Colorado.
just for the witness,
Warm
the first page of
summer
her
evening.
report, S11063. You don't have it. Okay, just one moment, Your Honor.
I have a copy of my report up here if that would help.
It would help refresh your recollection. Have a look, and then when you're finished, just turn it back over.
Yes. I put in my report as 69 degrees.
Thank you. Now, in addition to responding to the scene just off of Billings, did you have any further involvement in the investigation?
Yes, I did.
What was that involvement?
To attend
Twice
the
as long
autopsy.
without needing it to be sharpened
Do
as
you recall
well.
when that took place?
I was on September 3rd.
And what was your role during this autopsy?
Is to document the body
How are you documenting it?
with photographs.
Were you the only person taking photographs that day?
No, I was not.
Who else was taking photos?
I don't remember her particular name, but there's always somebody there at the coroner's office also taking photographs.
Okay, so it was a staff member of the coroner's office.
Yes.
And were you there while they were taking these photographs
Yes.
and observing what was happening during the autopsy?
Yes.
Do you know who conducted the autopsy?
It was Dr. Sina.
When you first arrived at the autopsy, did you know whose autopsy you were going to be attending?
Yes, I did.
And whose autopsy was it?
It was Elijah McClain.
So what I would like to do next is review some of the photos that were taken during the autopsy. And due to the nature, I do not intend to publish these to the jury, but I would like to show them to you so that we can talk about the photographs, okay?
Okay.
If we could please show the witness what has been marked as People's Exhibit 376. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is this?
It's a picture of Elijah McClain's head.
And is this a fair and accurate depiction of Elijah McClain's head and face on September 3rd, 2019?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the people moved to admit, excuse me, did you take this photograph?
Yes, I did.
The people would move to admit Exhibit 376 into evidence.
Seems like a weird way to do that.
Voir dire or objection.
Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Cooper, I'm going to object and ask to approach.
Okay.
Oh, hello. What happened? Where did our friend go?
I'm here. I'm here. I was
There
moving
he
the
is.
painting. I realized that people can't see the turtles where it is. And people like turtles.
This is true. Okay. I think I just. Oh wait, I forgot to add my thumbnail.
Need to do that?
It doesn't even ask for a thumbnail from here.
You probably have to do it in studio.
Studio.
now. Yeah.
I just spent like 8 hours doing the okay. I'll follow through and actually do the thumbnail.
Cool. So you're streaming?
I'm going to in just a
Okay.
second.
Say it doesn't show it yet.
Okay. Okay. I think it is.
Now we're streaming.
Right, we'll
Welcome
go ahead and continue with the
to
other
Legally
results.
Live.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yay.
If we could please show just to the witness
I'll watch
People's
from my
Exhibit
phone.
375.
For your what?
I'll watch on my phone.
Do you recognize
so I'll
this?
have
There you There you go.
Yes,
And how do you recognize this?
as one of the photographs taken of the internal organs.
And
Well,
is this
make
a
sure
fair
you
and
go
accurate
over to the Caleb
representation
stream
of
and hit the like
this
button.
organ as it appeared on September 3rd of 2019?
Yes,
And now I would like to show to the witness a grouping of photos, 377, 78,
Oh my
79, and
God, I
380.
almost just
So
died.
377 through 380.
What'd you say? I'm sorry.
That was
Do you
so
recognize
loud.
this photo?
yes.
And how do you recognize this?
It almost killed me.
It's the chest
What
of the
is-
deceased.
When I just went and opened my
And is this a
it
fair and
on
accurate
my
representation of
channel,
how
Yeah.
this
It came
part of
through
Elijah McClain's
so
body
loud.
appeared on September 23rd of 2019?
Woo.
Yes,
Got that volume
378,
maxed.
please. And what is this?
a closer up photograph of the one we were just looking at.
And is it a fair and accurate representation of how that area of Mr. McClain's body appeared on that day?
Yes,
379, please. Same question. Do you recognize this?
yes, I do.
And what is this?
Kind of the same close-up photograph, just from a different angle.
And what is the area on Mr. McClain's body that was being
Legally
examined at
Live
this
is
point?
pinned to the top of chat
I believe that was throat area.
for YouTube
And 380,
and
please. Same question.
Twitter.
Do you
or at the
recognize
top of
this?
chat.
Yes,
But I can also.
And is
add
this a close-up
in-
version or photograph of that same
Sure.
area that we were talking about?
yes,
And is this a fair and accurate depiction of what that area looked like on September 3rd of 2019?
yes.
If we could please show the, actually at this time I would move to admit 377, 378, 379, and 380. Subject to the court's direction during our bench conference.
All right, 375 through 380 will be conditionally admitted, subject to further foundation.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could please show just to the witness People's Exhibit 381. And do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is this?
The internal organs of the deceased.
And is this a fair and accurate depiction of what Elijah McClain looked like at this stage of the autopsy on September
Hi,
3rd?
Flash
Yes.
fan. Welcome.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to conditionally admit Exhibit 381 into evidence.
So ordered.
Yeah, I meant to say hi, Flash.
Now we have
fan.
one last grouping. Ms. Kelsey, if we could please show to the witness Exhibits 382 through 390. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is this?
This is the board where the doctor takes his notes.
And what sort of things are maintained on this board? What sort of information?
How am I not a mod
That's
for
kind of
you
like
yet?
I don't know
um,
how to make a mod.
if certain things were in the
You
body.
got to do it in
um,
YouTube chat, but just
what
the
the
three
weights were.
buttons on the side, the three dots.
And is this
like
a
you
fair
would
and
go to
accurate
block
depiction of what
somebody.
the board looked
It's
like?
one of the
Wow.
options.
Looked like on September 3rd of 2019?
Oh.
Yes, it does.
And was it for patient Elijah McClain?
Yes,
It's like,
Well, go
come on.
talk in my chat.
We could please look at 383. What are we looking at here?
it's a picture of the kind of like an ID board that belongs to the
I
coroner's
guess we
office.
should probably give
And
a
do you
quick.
recognize this?
I do.
We should probably give a quick recap for
Yes.
your stream, your chat. Yeah. So this is the Elijah McClain ending trial. I hate that YouTube centered nonsense.
Yeah.
This is day 7. The court has taken a break for several days. They've been off because of some Rona related drama in the courtroom. We're picking back up on day 7. Elijah McClain was walking home from a convenience store. He got somebody called a suspicious person in on him. police showed up, went hands-on very quickly. Paramedics showed up and they injected him with a dose of ketamine to chemically restrain him, essentially. And he stopped breathing and his heart stopped pumping. So 3 cops have been tried. One was convicted, 2 were acquitted, and now 2 paramedics are on trial with charges of manslaughter, negligent homicide, and a slew of assault charges. Anything to add?
No, I'm just over here working on my YouTube studio. Sorry, guys.
You're good.
Trying to get it going. But no, I don't have anything to add. It's been a little bit, it's been a little bit of a boring trial. But we're going to try to make it interesting.
It's a lot of technicality stuff. It's a lot of police officers and doctors, and the camera angles don't help. We can't really read facial expressions or, pick fun at people. But it's an interesting case. The facts of the case are very interesting. And I think, having 2 paramedics on trial for a medical mishap is it's pretty crazy and wild, and may have lasting repercussions. So it's interesting. It's interesting.
Yes.
How do you recognize this?
As it has like the date and the doctor's name on it.
And were you present at the autopsy when this photograph was taken?
That photograph actually doesn't look familiar to me.
This is day 7.
We could please move on to 385. And what are we looking at here? Or excuse me, do you recognize this?
Again, it might have been a photograph that one of the staff members took a picture of.
Were you present at the autopsy when these photographs were taken?
The only thing I question is the date on the placard.
Okay.
The trial, I think they're saying, was supposed to be a month
Could you
long.
please show the witness 384?
So you're still in like the first quarter of it.
Do you recognize this?
And the first 6 days, McKinley was on my channel streaming.
Specimen,
So if you
Yeah.
wanted to go back and catch
And
up, they're
for what patient
available
is this
on my
continuing?
channel.
Elijah
Yeah.
McClain.
I need to put
If
your
we could
channel
please
at
show
the top,
386.
apparently.
Do you recognize this?
I don't know how to do that.
If you
Again,
wanted me,
with the
I
date
could do
on
it.
it.
You just got to pin
Um,
it.
I just question it.
Well, come,
I may have
Say
just one
something
moment,
to
Your
me.
Honor.
You may.
or can I do it from StreamYard?
Not from StreamYard. You have to do it through YouTube.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Maybe I can do it by just. No. Oh, okay. There we go.
Your Honor, just so that I am clear, have the people admitted 381, conditionally admitted 381?
I don't think so. We did 375 through 380.
If the people could move to admit 381, subject to the court's conditional admission.
Copy, delete.
With respect to 381, any objection?
This.
No, Your Honor, with the understanding of the record made at the bench.
All right, 375 through 381 will be conditionally admitted, subject to further foundation.
And Judge, so the record is clear. I have no objection to, same thing with all of these other exhibits, with the understanding of the record that we made at the bench.
So just so I'm clear, may I have just a moment to speak to opposing counsel?
Okay.
Oh, God, I can't fight.
And Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to admit conditionally
did it.
exhibits
It's not
382 through 390.
Yeah, good job. And then there's that.
Okay, again, just so I'm clear, the
Oh, okay.
defense's position with respect to those.
Your Honor, I take the same position that I took at the bench regarding the conditional admission of them at this time.
Same here.
All right, well, so let me make sure I have this correct. 375 through 390 will be admitted conditionally.
That is correct. All right, thank you. I have no further questions for you, Ms. Kelsey.
Cross-examination.
Good morning again, ma'am.
Good morning.
Let me take up where you just left off with questioning. You were present at the autopsy of Elijah McClain on September 3rd of 2019, is that right?
That's right.
And you did observe the complete autopsy, including various organs being removed from Mr. McClain's body, is that true?
Yes.
You were shown some photographs, and actually the date on those was September 11th, but you were present on September 3rd when those same organs were removed from Mr. McClain's body, is that true?
Yes.
So while you were not present, is my understanding, on September 11th, when those photographs were taken, you were present on September 3rd and yourself had documented taking photographs of the heart and the lungs and that type of thing. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
From your testimony being asked of how many steps you approximated from one part of the scene to another, is it fair for me to conclude that you didn't take actual measurements at the scene?
I did actually take measurements.
Do you know how far that distance was that you were asked how many steps you took?
If I could refer to my diagram.
Sure.
So I have the little piece of the bag, the handle. It was 15 feet west of the building, 15 feet 11 inches.
Okay.
From the building.
From there to approximately the middle of the street of buildings, did you take any measurements in that regard from the street to any part of the grassy part of the scene?
Oh, I did the measurement of the sidewalk, the curb, the sidewalk, the curb, and then the grassy area, the building, and then the 2 patio slabs out front, kind of giving an idea how big that area was.
Right. What about actually in the street? Did you do any measurements from in the street? For instance, where an ambulance or a fire engine might have been parked?
No.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Struggling over
You're
here.
good, girl.
On behalf
You're
of
good.
Mr. Junior.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, get some air
Morning.
warning.
Good morning.
I'd like to just add on a little bit to what my colleague just asked you. So you said that you measured from the building to that number 3 or number 2 exhibit that you took a picture of, right?
Yes.
And then did you measure from the building to the edge of the grass that was there?
I have all those all separated out, but yes.
And what was that distance from the building to the edge of the grass along the side?
15 feet 7.
And you said you measured the sidewalk as well?
Yes.
How wide was the sidewalk?
3 foot 8.
And you said you didn't make any measurements in the street, correct?
Correct.
So you didn't measure how long the distance was, say, between the curb and the center line of the street?
No, I did not.
You were presented with a video.
I remember right. She was on the stand for like
I believe there were 2 videos,
19
right? that you
days
took.
or something.
Yes.
Insane.
And did
Crazy.
you take those videos? What
What's
type of
up,
camera
Lefty?
did you
How you
use?
doing, buddy?
I believe at the time that was a
Thanks
Canon
for coming in.
video camera.
Okay. Is it a different camera than the one you took the still photos with?
Yes.
And does the video camera also have a light on it illuminating what you're videotaping?
Yes.
And was that light on when you made these videos?
Yes, it was.
17 days. I knew it was a long time. It was ridiculous.
In photographing the various pieces of evidence where you had put the little A-shaped flags, I guess they're called, did you have to manipulate any of the evidence prior to taking photos of it?
No, I did not.
Okay. Prior to taking the photos, did you touch any of the evidence that you were recording?
No, I did not.
I could have 1 minute, Your Honor.
You may.
Yeah, MLS does Jody Arias with
Thank you. I
Nick
don't have any further
Starov
questions.
every
Redirect
Tuesday and
examination.
Saturday.
Oh, okay.
May the witness
Tuesday
be
and
excused.
Saturday.
Yeah.
Excuse, thank you.
All right.
Yes.
I'm not caught up either, Flash fan, but I just stop in and watch it when I get a chance.
That one, that trial
Yeah.
was so insane.
Your Honor, people
And
call
it's
Mr.
but it's
Gonzalez.
super entertaining. So
Yes.
All right. Right, thank you. If you'll please be seated. I ask that you speak a little bit loudly or close to the microphone and tell us your first and last name and spell your last name, please.
Elisa Gonzalez, Gonzalez.
Your witness.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Gonzalez.
Good morning.
oh,
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and tell them what you do for a living?
I'm Elisa. I'm a paramedic at a correctional facility
And how long have you been doing that job?
since July.
And prior to becoming a paramedic, were you an EMT?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury a little bit about what it means to be an EMT and your training to be an EMT?
Training was about 3 months. We learned about medications, procedures, diagnosing,
Ooh,
those sorts of things.
that one's rough.
And how does an EMT's duties compare with a paramedic's duties?
Paramedics' duties, you're allowed to give more medications, you're allowed to do more procedures, make the final calls on a patient's plan of care.
When were you an EMT as far as your job? What years?
I started in 2018 to the end of 2020.
And do you have a college degree?
I do.
And what is it in?
Health and exercise science, sports medicine.
And before you did your training for EMT and paramedics, did you have any other health-related training or education?
Just from what I did in college, I volunteered and shadowed a lot.
So I'm going to direct your attention to August 24th of 2019. What was your profession then?
I was an EMT basic.
And who did you work for?
Falk Rocky Mountain.
And did you have a partner with Felk?
I did.
And who was it that?
Ryan Walker.
And what was his role when you worked with him?
He was my paramedic partner.
And generally, can you tell the jury a little bit what you did for Felk, Rocky Mountain?
I was an EMT for them, so that included driving the ambulance, assisting fire on calls, assisting my paramedic whenever we didn't need fire, helping PD out.
PD being law enforcement.
Correct.
So on August 24th, 2019, in the late evening hours, were you dispatched to Billings and Evergreen area?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury a little bit about that?
I don't remember where we were prior to being dispatched to the call, but I remember it was late at night. We got called to, I guess, Billings and Evergreen area, and I was the passenger on the way there.
When you
Something
get
about her
dispatched, what does that
voice
mean?
and the
A
microphone.
call comes through Aurora Dispatch as well as
Or, like,
our
getting
Falk
weird.
Rocky Mountain Dispatch. They tell us where to go, what the problem is if they can, or whether to go routine or emergent.
And when you say emergent, what does that mean?
Lights and sirens.
I realize it's been almost 3.5 years, but do you remember at this point if you received any information about the call that you were dispatched to?
I don't remember.
And do you remember how long it took you to get there?
A few minutes about.
How does it work that when you are in your ambulance and you are being dispatched, you said it pops up on your screen? Do you know when a call is going to come in, or are you waiting for a call somewhere?
We wait, whether we are trying to get some food or talking with other crews. We wait and then we hear the tones go off on the radios and our screen turns red and all the information pops up and the dispatchers tell us the information.
So I'm going to direct you, you get there. And did you know at that time whether or not Aurora Fire and Rescue was also on the scene?
We knew they were there or they were going.
And when something comes up on your screen, what information do you receive typically?
The navigation and the address, if they have any information about what's going on, or if PD is going, then that's in like the notes. But sometimes the dispatchers don't have time to type all of that out.
Do you remember at this point whether on the way to the scene you received any additional information?
I don't remember.
And since you were an EMT, was your role to support Mr. Walker's role, who was the paramedic?
Correct.
Once you get to the scene, please explain to the jury what you did.
When we got to the scene, we parked in front of the fire engine, which is what we normally do. And I got out, I got the stretcher out, and I didn't leave the stretcher side until we left the scene. I brought the stretcher up to the area next to the patient and got the restraints ready, the seatbelts off of the bed to make it easier for everybody.
Is that what you do every time you bring out a stretcher?
Yes.
Now, you just testified that you thought you parked in front of the engine.
Hmm.
Do you think that's accurate? Do you think is that, I know that's what you said you do every time, but do you think that you did that on August 24th of 2019?
Possible we didn't.
Okay, so you just don't remember?
Yeah.
All right. At this point, what time is it?
You
Around
should.
10, but
Mhm.
I only know that because of what everybody else has said.
Okay, well, I only want to know what from your memory. Do you remember what time it was that you were dispatched and then arise?
No.
Would watching video from a body worn camera help you pinpoint the time that you got out the stretcher?
Yes.
As you were approaching the scene, what do you see?
I see police officers, I see Aurora Fire, and I see the police officers restraining somebody on the grass.
Approximately how many police officers do you see?
At least 5.
And how about Aurora Fire and Rescue? How many personnel do you see from them?
4.
And do you know them? The personnel that were at the scene?
Not all of them, no.
Who did you know?
I knew the firefighters because I run calls with them before, and then a couple of the police officers. This is for the same reason.
And for the firefighters, do you remember their names?
I remember Cooper and Chichuniec.
And how many calls had you
The
been
two
with them before
defendants.
so that you could recognize them? Approximately.
Multiple. I don't know a number.
And when you arrive on scene and Aurora Fire and Rescue are already there, what is the working relationship between the two of you?
Usually Aurora Fire gets there on scene first because they have more stations scattered throughout Aurora. And they're usually closer. So once they get there, establish kind of what's going on, Falk arrives and they give us a rundown of what's going on if they know more information than us. And we work in conjunction to care for the patient.
Who typically brings out any necessary equipment if Aurora Fire and Rescue arrives before you do?
If Aurora Fire arrives before we do, then they usually bring out their equipment.
And when you say their equipment, what are you talking about?
They have 2 emergency kits. One's black, one's orange. Excuse me. And that has all the medications and equipment that they would need.
So at that point, would vital signs normally have been taken before you arrive? If you know. If you know, based on kind of the common procedure, if Falk ambulance arrives secondary, will vital signs already have been taken?
Depends when we get there and if it's appropriate to do so.
When you arrived, were you given any information that vital signs had been taken?
Me personally, no.
When you arrived, what equipment did you see around the patient?
I didn't see any.
Now, just to be clear, Ms. Gonzalez, you don't wear a body-worn camera, is that correct?
Correct.
I'd like to play Exhibit 116, Sergeant Nunes' camera, and maybe start at 22:57:22 to 22:50. I'm sorry. Absolutely. It's Exhibit 116, and it's 22:57:22 to 22:57:44. And Ms. Gonzalez, I just want you to look at this for just a few moments until we see you, and you can point yourself out to the jury.
I didn't know that about Nate.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. He has Nate the lawyer has, I don't know the words, but it gets worse over time. So he's like gradually losing more and more vision.
Okay. Yeah, and he has a giant channel.
Yeah. There's also a guy called the Blind Surfer who's completely blind now, but he had a condition too where he lost his eyesight over time, and he surfs and he's got a big channel.
Wow.
Yeah.
So cool.
He gets on a skateboard. He's nuts.
No way.
He's inspirational.
Right?
All right, the objection's overruled. The court will allow the brief video clip to be shown.
I'm right there.
So now that we have sort of a still up on the screen, can you point out to the jury who you are?
I am this person right here.
Thank you. And who was the person helping you with the stretcher?
I don't know.
Thank you. You can take that down. Now, when you got up and you had the stretcher out, at that point, were you given any information about why you were called, or did you learn out anything about the patient that you were about to attend to?
No, I just knew that fire asked for ketamine.
When you arrived, did you have any personal concerns for your own safety?
No,
Why not?
because it looked like Aurora PD had the patient restrained and under control.
At that time, could you see the positioning of the patient?
Yes.
Could you describe that to the jury?
He was on his stomach on the grass, being restrained. His head was off to the side. I don't remember which side though.
And when you say that he was down on the grass, we've used or heard the term prone. Do you recognize that term?
Yes.
Could you define that term for the jury?
Prone means you're laying on a surface with the front side of your body.
Was this patient prone on the grass?
Yes.
And were there law enforcement restraining his arms and legs?
Yes.
At that time, as an EMT, did you have any concern with his position?
Yes, because we want to make sure that they are breathing okay. I don't know the amount of pressure that was put on him, but you want to make sure that their breathing is adequate.
Did you see anyone from Aurora Fire and Rescue addressing the fact that the patient was face down or prone on the grass?
From my experience, no.
Did you see Mr. Cooper or Mr. Cichuniec approach the patient and address the fact that he was prone on the grass?
No.
Was there a lot of conversation going on as you were there with the stretcher?
Yes.
Could you hear anything from the patient?
No.
How long do you think that you stood by the stretcher until you saw ketamine being administered?
It felt like a long time. I don't know the exact amount.
During the time that you were waiting there by the stretcher, did you see Mr. Cooper or Mr. Cichuniec interact at all with the patient on the ground?
Not that I can remember.
Did you see anyone from Aurora Fire and Rescue attempt to take a pulse
No.
or get out any equipment and take vital signs?
No.
Do blood pressure?
No.
Did you see anyone from Aurora Fire and Rescue attempt to have a conversation with the patient on the ground?
Not when I was there.
See, that's bad testimony for the defendants, I think.
It's not great.
It's
This
not
hasn't been
great.
This has not been great.
Did anybody do anything
Was
remotely
anyone taking
helpful
pictures?
at all? Nope, didn't see it.
No.
Not when I was there.
During the time that you were waiting, did you see the condition of the patient change?
Not that I can remember.
Did you ever see him get up?
No.
Did you ever see him kneel up?
No.
Was there a time that you started to hear the patient make some sounds?
Yes.
Can you describe those to the jury?
To me, it sounded like he was grunting.
If you know, could you determine from where you were why he was making those sounds?
No.
At some point, do you learn anything about his medical condition while you're waiting there?
No.
Was it your role at all to determine his medical condition as an EMT from Falk?
No.
Whose role was it to determine that?
Aurora Fire.
Yeah.
When they, at some point, did you learn or did you see with your own eyes the fact that the patient was administered a sedative?
Yes.
And what sedative did you learn it was?
Ketamine.
And did you learn that just because you overheard conversation?
I learned that when they asked for it over the radio and then they confirmed it on scene.
And when you say they confirmed it on scene, how does that happen?
Usually where fire talks to the Falck paramedic to confirm the dose, name, it's the right patient, right dose, right expiration, right medication, all of those things.
Did you see that happen?
Yes.
And when you say one person confirms it with another person, and in this scene, who was talking to whom?
It was my partner, Ryan, talking to Cooper.
Now, at the time that, forgive me, let me step back. Who administered ketamine to the patient on the ground?
Cooper.
And when Mr. Cooper did that, what was the patient's position?
His right shoulder was up. He was laying on his left side.
Did they move him into that position in order to administer the medication?
Yes.
So I want you to step back and sort of lead us through that. Until that medication was administered, what position was he still in?
In the prone position.
And then what happened next?
And then PD helped roll him on his left side. And then it was administered in his shoulder, his right shoulder.
And when you say administered, what does that mean?
They put the syringe in his shoulder muscle and
What do you
pushed
think
it
of
down
this
so the
lady?
medication can go in.
Did you see any resistance by the patient when the ketamine was given to him?
Not from my point of view.
Could you see him do anything?
No,
Was he trying to actively get up at all?
no.
If the patient had tried to get up, would you have seen that, do you think?
Yes.
Did you ever see the patient try to get up and walk up sort of the grassy embankment?
No.
After Mr. Cooper gave the ketamine to the patient, how long did you wait until something else happened?
I would be guessing. I'm not sure.
Okay, then don't guess. Did it seem like a little time or a long time?
A little.
As you were waiting for the next step, were you doing anything with the stretcher in order to prepare it for receiving the patient?
Oh, he sounds
The only thing I did
brilliant.
was get the restraints ready and take the seatbelts off of the bed.
He sounds
so
like
that
a
when
guy
they're
I
placed on
want
it, they don't
to
lay
check
on
out
me.
his trial
I
out.
was staying there.
And when you
Right.
say they don't lay on there, are you talking about the patient?
Yes,
So you want to clear the bed so the patient can be put on the pram?
correct.
And why is it that you use soft restraints?
Anytime we sedate somebody, it's possible it doesn't work on them and they can become combative. So we restrain anybody that's sedated for everybody's safety.
So during the short period of time that you're waiting, did you ever see the patient become combative?
No,
Did you see him making any movements?
no,
Did you see Mr. Cooper or Mr. Cichuniec checking the patient at all during this
Yes.
period of time?
I don't remember.
Yes. Yes.
Were they getting
yes,
any kind of vital
yes.
signs?
No,
Oh, yeah.
How about checking for
We're
blood
well
pressure?
acquainted,
No.
Daryl Brooks.
How about determining the patient's heart rate?
no,
Brown.
How about using a pulse oximeter?
no,
Was anyone checking his airway?
no.
Grounds.
After a certain period of time went by, what happened next?
Once he was fully sedated, it was a team effort to lift him up and place him on the stretcher.
When you use the term fully sedated, what does that look like?
The patient's unconscious.
Is unconscious in your observation different than sleepy?
No,
It's the same?
presentation wise, yeah.
When he was placed on the stretcher, was the patient doing anything, any movement?
No,
Was he combative at all?
no.
That's
After
not
the patient
great.
was placed on the stretcher, what happened next?
We sat him up to take his shirt off, I think, and we put the soft restraints on, one on his right wrist, his left wrist, and then both of his legs. And then we put seatbelts on.
And did you notice or make any observation whether or not something came out of the patient at that time?
I saw a red vomit on his face and his upper chest.
And based on your training as an EMT, did you know what that red substance was?
Yes,
And what was it?
vomit.
At the time that the patient was placed on the stretcher,
Oh, that's
did you
hilarious.
see Mr. Cooper or Mr. Cichuniec tend to him in any way?
I know when we lifted him up, they took his shirt off or lifted it up and checked his back for injuries and the front.
Was anyone at that point taking any type of vital signs?
No,
Was there any equipment either on the pram or near the pram that anyone was using to determine how Mr. McClain was doing at that point?
I don't remember.
At that point, after you saw what looked like vomit, did anyone check his airway?
Not that I can recall.
As an EMT, when a person vomits, are there any concerns that you are aware of?
We just want to make sure they're in a position where they don't choke on their vomit.
Did anyone from Aurora Fire and Rescue do anything about that?
No,
He's
How about
multi-talented,
Mr.
Eris.
Cooper or Mr. Cichuniec? Were they checking the patient's airway?
not that I saw.
After Mr. McClain was put on the pram, what happened next?
We made sure he was secure to the bed and we rolled him down to the ambulance and put him in.
Now, when you say you rolled him down, can you kind of explain to the jury what that means in your memory?
Because we were up on a little bit of a hill on the grass, we rolled him down the grass to the sidewalk and then in the street and in the ambulance.
At some point, did you realize that there was something medically distressing occurring with Mr. McClain?
On the way to the ambulance?
Yes.
No,
Did anyone say anything about whether or not he could breathe?
no,
Was anyone doing any type of medical intervention at that point to determine whether or not he could breathe?
no,
Had anyone at that point determined what his vital signs were?
Oh, that's
No.
crazy.
Do you remember whether or not Mr. Cooper wiped away
mean,
any
she
of
would
the
have
vomit
to,
that was
though,
on
right?
Mr. McClain's face?
He has to.
I don't know.
I
She
know.
has-
Anyone else bring out any sort of airway equipment in order to make sure that he could still breathe at that point?
Not before we got to the ambulance, no.
What happened once you were in the ambulance?
We got him in the ambulance. Most of us got in. I went to the CPR chair side, which is to the right of the patient. The patient goes in head first, so I'm at the right side. Then we're getting the vital signs equipment out and putting those on him. And I remember somebody asking if he had a pulse. I don't remember who it was.
Is it unusual to check for a patient's pulse at this stage?
No,
Is it something that could have been done earlier in your observation?
yes.
Once that person realized that Mr. McClain did not have a pulse, what happened next?
We started CPR.
And who initiated CPR?
I did.
Could you just explain to the jury a little bit about what that means?
CPR, we're pumping their heart from the outside, so doing compressions. Our protocol is we do it for 2 minutes straight, check a pulse, and then we switch compressors.
Soon after that, was there a decision made to get Mr. McClain to the hospital?
Yes,
And where did you go?
we went to University Hospital in Aurora.
Nobody noticed
No further questions at
that he
this time.
wasn't breathing and had no heartbeat.
Nobody even checked.
Good morning.
But what's weird is they say at first he was snoring, remember?
Okay, we
So
took our break.
I was just going to look at the
he
clock. and
was
ask you.
still breathing
All right.
for a while.
Yeah, I
at
think we're
least.
going to go ahead and take our mid-morning recess at this time. It's 10 minutes after 10 by the clock on the wall. Please be back at roughly 25 minutes after 10 o'clock. Don't form or express any opinions or discuss the case. Do no independent research. Avoid any press coverage. We'll see you back in 15 or 20 minutes.
Alice, I want to just pick up with you and ask some questions. If at any time you don't understand, will you let me know?
Magic of
Okay.
YouTube.
So you didn't recall where you were coming from when you responded to this scene this night, is that correct?
I just remember the direction, not exactly where.
And were you, is it your testimony you were driving or you were the passenger on the way from wherever to this scene?
I remember it was the passenger.
So Mr. Walker was driving?
Correct.
Do you remember if you were coming emergent?
We were, but we did not have our sirens on because we were driving through a neighborhood and just courtesy.
We're still on the
Certainly.
state's
Okay.
case.
So you were coming lights on, no
Yeah.
sirens?
Correct.
And when you got to the scene, is it fair to say it was a bit of a chaotic scene? There was a lot of people around
Yes,
and there were a lot of police presence. There was a significant police presence.
yes.
And
But
when
this is
you
cross.
arrived on scene, as you came out,
Yeah,
you knew
now we're on
that
cross.
ketamine and soft restraints had been called for, correct?
I just remember the ketamine.
Okay. And yet you knew to have soft restraints.
Correct.
Okay. So if there was a dispatch asking for ketamine and soft restraints, that makes sense.
Correct.
Okay. Because those two would go together.
Yes.
Okay. And your job when you got there was to unload the gurney or the pram, correct?
Correct.
One and the same, gurney, pram,
Yes.
stretcher.
Yes.
Okay. And to bring it over closer to the patient, correct?
Yes.
You didn't know Mr. McClain, did you?
No.
Okay. And meanwhile, it was your paramedic's job to drop the ketamine, correct?
Yes.
And when you got out, a member from Aurora Fire met you and helped you bring the pram closer to the patient.
Yes.
And the patient was at all times on the ground restrained by law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And several law enforcement at all times were on him. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
We heard in that little clip when you identified yourself, well, let me back up. That little clip you watched, the 22 seconds, you identified yourself on the video. That is the first time you're coming over to the scene, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you could hear law enforcement saying, stop doing that, stop moving. Do you remember that? I'm asking if she remembers.
You can ask her if she remembers anything the police officers were expressing.
Do you remember law enforcement calling out towards the patient to stop doing that, stop moving?
I wasn't paying attention.
Fair enough. You were focused on bringing the pram over.
Yes.
Okay.
MG
And
Law, what's up,
do
buddy?
you recall seeing,
So far you've
law
missed
enforcement doing a
very,
pat
very
down
little.
or moving the patient around to
Who
try and
was,
pat him down? Do you remember that?
Who was the last
Would
witness?
that make sense that they would do that?
The crime
Mistake.
scene tech.
The crime scene tech who
Do you recall
they got a
what law
bunch of
enforcement
photos and
was doing
videos
while
for
they were,
evidence in,
with the patient?
and now this is
when
a
you were walking
paramedic
up?
that was on scene
They were holding
with
it and
the
walking around.
ambulance.
Okay.
She was
And you said
basically
you
in
heard
charge
some
of
sounds, some grunting noises and things of
gurney
that
or
nature.
whatever.
Yes.
And would you agree with
From-
me that if you're looking
From the vehicle that had
at
from
a
the
patient
vehicle
and
that
you're
had the
seeing the
ketamine.
side, like the side of their
Yeah,
belly,
the
and you can
ambulance.
see grass underneath it, that would not be the prone
And of
position. Is
course,
that fair to say?
McKinley is streaming on her own channel.
Your recollection is that when you came up, that at times you saw the patient in the prone position. That's what your recollection is, correct?
Correct.
And you don't have access to the body-worn cameras, do you?
No.
You don't wear body-worn cameras, do you?
No.
And has anybody in the intervening 4 years shown you the body-worn cameras? At times?
For this?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So you've seen pieces, maybe meeting with the Attorney General's office, getting ready to testify?
Correct.
Okay. So other than that, you have not had the ability to view the body-worn cameras, correct?
Correct.
Okay. When you were asked questions about what you bring to the scene versus what's in the ambulance, do you remember those series of questions?
Yes.
Okay. So if you know that ketamine has been called for in the soft restraints in the pram, and you can see a patient's very close to the ambulance, does it make sense that you might just bring that patient right back to the ambulance after they're sedated? Does that make sense to you?
The question makes sense if the patient is going to continue to be combative. It's not the best scenario.
Right. So you don't necessarily introduce other things into the scene in a situation like that.
Correct.
And we're asking you back in 2019. 2019, you were the EMT. You were just doing what you were told, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So I want you as much as you can to rely on that memory from 2019. Okay. If anybody had asked you to go get stuff, would you have gone and gotten it?
Yes.
Response.
She can testify from her memory and her perceiving as a perceiving fact witness what she would have done if she had been asked.
No, she's opining now. So sustain.
When you were present on the scene, at any point in time, did you hear fire call out, go ahead and have end tidal ready and suction ready? Do you remember that?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember when Mr. McClain was sedated, was after the injection was given and while the medication was waiting to take effect? Do you remember listening to paramedic Cooper explain to paramedic Walker exactly why they asked for the ketamine, what had been going on? Do you remember that? Kind of a pass off?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember while you were on scene, as Mr. McClain was lifted to the gurney, hearing Mr. Cooper call out, well, let me back up. If somebody calls out, have end tidal ready, what are they referring to? Judge, this is asking her memory and from her information what that would have meant on this night at the scene.
I'll overrule that objection.
So if somebody had called out, have end tidal ready, what would that have meant?
End tidal CO2 is to measure the amount of carbon dioxide you're breathing out. If you're breathing out a number in a certain range, then we know your breathing is adequate.
So on the ambulance that night in 2019, if they're saying have end tidal
Me
CO2
too,
ready, was that something
Flash.
that
Me
hooked to kind of
too.
the cannula and the oxygen?
It is a cannula, yes.
Okay. And there's a wall mount one right in the ambulance there, right? A house one.
The end tidal plugs into our monitor.
And if somebody says have suction ready, similar, that's referring
Yeah,
to something that would be
giggity.
in the ambulance right there.
Yes.
Okay. When you are concerned about somebody vomiting or aspirating, suction's what you're going to do. Fair to say?
Correct.
Sustained is beyond the scope.
So when you were next to the gurney, and I just want to back up, your memory was that the ambulance had parked right in front of the fire engine. That's what your memory is. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And your memory is that when Mr. McClain was lifted to the gurney, that his shirt was taken off, right? That's what you testified to?
It was taken off or lifted up.
Okay. And your memory was that you had observed some emesis or vomit on his
So
face
your memory
area,
sucks.
right? Okay. But as you walked
Her memory is
alongside
only good enough
Mr.
to not
McClain
get her friends in
from
trouble.
the gurney
That's,
to the
that's
ambulance,
as far as it's going to go.
is it fair to say that was maybe about 30 feet from the gurney to get to the ambulance?
Yes.
And as you're walking alongside, at no point in time did you see Mr. McClain stop breathing. Isn't that true?
I was not paying attention.
And isn't it also true at no point in time did you see him vomiting while he was on the gurney?
Correct.
And you never saw him vomiting as you were lifting the gurney into the ambulance, right?
Correct.
And if you had, those would be things you would have said something about, right?
I don't know what that means.
And at no
but-
point in time while you were walking with Mr. McClain to the ambulance, did you hear your paramedic walker say he saw Mr. McClain stop breathing? Did you? You never heard him say that,
I
right?
don't remember.
Right. If he had said, oh my gosh, he's not breathing, that'd stand out to you, right?
Did you see
Sustained.
all of the new goat
At no
emojis
point in
though?
time
That
as you were
work?
walking to the ambulance, did you hear anyone else
And
saying
a Lego Man
that they
soldier?
saw Mr. McClain stop
Oh
breathing? Did
yeah,
you?
that's what Fluffy is, right?
Yeah, it's a mountain
But you
goat.
did hear, as he was loaded into the ambulance, there was a
Oh,
call for a
yeah.
pulse check, right?
That was once we were already in the ambulance. Yes.
It's about how
And
long
it's
it
your
should be,
memory that
AP.
at that time,
It's about
you
how
and
long it
somebody else
should
did a
be.
pulse check. Is that right?
Correct.
And there was no pulse.
Right.
And then CPR started.
Yes.
And your memory is you did the first round and then tagged out so you could drive.
Correct.
Except
At
here
no
they
point
were
in
the
time
cops
while
now.
you were on scene, let me ask it this way. While you were on scene with Aurora Fire, at any point in time, did you see anyone from Aurora Fire doing something you considered assaultive towards Elijah McClain? Judge, this is a fact witness, her perceptions of what she saw that night.
Overrule the objection.
Go ahead.
No.
At any point in time, did you see anyone from Aurora Fire do administer any medication for anything other than a medical treatment?
No.
Did you ever hear anyone from Aurora Fire joking or laughing or thinking this was funny?
No.
Did you ever see anybody that seemed to you like they wanted to harm Elijah McClain from Aurora Fire?
I'm not sure you have to find it funny to still be criminally liable.
When you were on scene, from your perspective, was Aurora Fire acting in a capacity to provide medical treatment?
I'll allow the witness to answer that question.
Go ahead.
Can you ask the question again?
Sure. While you were on scene
vacuum.
in August of 2019, was it your perception that Aurora Fire was there to was providing medical treatment?
Yes.
Back it up just a moment.
Yes.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
On behalf of Mr. Cichuniec.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
At the time that you responded to the call for Elijah McClain, how long had you been an EMT?
Not even a year.
And you were not a medic at that time, correct?
Correct.
When you first arrived on the scene, in addition to the individuals that you observed while you were there, it was also very noisy, wasn't it?
Yes.
And there were multiple police cars with their overhead lights on, right?
Yes.
So lights were blinking on and off, and they were different colors, right?
Correct.
And on top of that, it was also dark, wasn't it?
Yes.
And so would it be fair to say that the scene when you arrived was potentially confusing?
I can't say.
Okay. would it have been difficult to assess someone in those circumstances where it's noisy and there's lights flashing and there's distractions going on and it's dark?
Response?
She can testify to her own observations of the scene that night.
Well, she can, but also sustain that objection. Rephrase.
When you first arrived on the scene, you had previously been informed that the AFR members on the scene were going to require ketamine, right?
Yes,
And you knew that prior to the time that you got to the scene.
correct.
And you testified that you observed a conversation between your partner, Ryan Walker, and Mr. Cooper, correct?
Correct.
Where did that conversation take place?
From where I was standing, it was across from me on the opposite side of the patient on the floor. It was on the grass behind the officers.
So that conversation did not occur until you were near the patient with the pram, right?
Correct. I don't remember if they spoke any other time.
Okay. So you did not observe either Mr. Cichuniec or Mr. Cooper approach the ambulance and request the ketamine.
Correct.
And you didn't watch your partner, Mr. Walker, draw that ketamine on.
No, I did not watch him.
And you didn't watch your partner, Ryan Walker, deliver the ketamine to Mr. Cooper.
I saw him deliver it.
You did?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever see Mr. Cichuniec approach the ambulance when
Hey,
you
to Orc.
Not that I remember.
And
made you
did
something.
Mr. Cichuniec assist you in getting the pram ready to bring over to the patient?
It's possible. I don't remember
Ex-Tomer
who it was.
Okay.
for 20
And so
North
you
Korean
recall,
dollary dues says goat.
Being shown a short video. And you
What's
were
going
asked
on,
to
buddy?
identify
Glad you're
yourself
here.
in the video.
Yes.
And then you were
An
also asked to
Ex-Tomer for
identify
another
the AFR
20
firefighter in the other
North
room,
Korean dollary
correct?
dues
Yes.
And you
says
could not
Valhalla.
identify that firefighter.
I
Correct.
love it.
But you testified that you
I love it.
recognized
Ex-Tomer, I'm glad
both
you're here, buddy.
Firefighter Cooper and Firefighter Cichuniec on the scene because you had
I
been on
didn't
many
know
calls
that you
with them
could
before.
get North
Correct.
Korean money.
But you could not
on
identify
there.
Mr. Cichuniec in that
It's
video.
not North Korean. It's
With the still frame, I saw it was the back
Norwegian
of somebody's
krona.
head. So,
Kroner.
Okay.
Okay. You could not identify it.
correct.
I was so confused.
It's an inside joke
I don't have
from a
any
while
questions.
ago.
I was
Redirect.
like, huh.
Gonzalez, we played that video a little longer and it wasn't blurry. Do you believe that you could identify that individual?
Objection, speculation.
Response?
Because I think it's based on the video blurriness, not on her memory. And she's already testified she knows these individuals from other calls.
All right. The court will sustain that objection to that question.
Yes, I need all the help.
Counsel asked you about CO2 and the end title equipment that can be brought out. Do you remember that line of questions?
Yes.
Did you ever see that medical equipment out by the patient?
No.
Do you ever see that medical equipment while on the pram?
No.
Did you ever see that medical equipment in the ambulance?
Yes.
She also asked you about suction. Did you ever see suction or the device in order to suction out a person's airway out by the patient when he was on the grass?
No.
Did you ever see any type of suctioning equipment when he was
Like
on
where
the
this is
pram?
going. Giggity, giggity,
Did you see any suction equipment from the
giggity.
pram
I like where
to
this is.
the ambulance?
No.
When did you finally see suction equipment?
When we were in the ambulance.
Counsel asked you about overhearing the conversation between Mr. Walker and
did
Mr.
that
Cooper.
leak?
Do you remember that line of
Oh,
questions?
that's
Yes.
why. Okay.
He also asked you if it was a noisy scene. You tell us, was it clear enough for you to hear that conversation or was the scene too noisy?
It was not clear enough for me to hear the conversation.
It's
Then how
not
did you know
victory.
what was going on?
Not sure what it
Just
is.
from past experience.
Also, what were you
I
trying
know
to say that they
what
blocked you
was
from
supposed to be
saying?
extra medications. We're supposed to consider those 5 things I mentioned earlier.
So you did, so it's clear that you saw the conversation, but you didn't hear it.
To Orc
Okay.
just joined the goat herders. Welcome to Orc. Thanks, brother. I appreciate you. Welcome to the club. Now you have a fluffy
In the
emoji.
video, if you could see a person that you
I did that
recognize
for you.
as
I
Mr.
did that for you.
Cichuniec, could you then ID him?
Not
Yes.
Barn either.
Your Honor, people would ask for permission to
barn
play
either.
Exhibit 16 for a few seconds after the last video we played.
All right. What kind of time frame are we talking about?
Giggity.
10 seconds, Judge.
Giggity.
All right.
May we please play Exhibit 116? And let's just start with 22:57:35 to 22:57:45. From that brief clip, could you determine who was assisting you with the stretcher?
Yes.
And who was it?
Chichuniec.
Thank you. I
I
have
wish the
nothing further.
emojis showed up on StreamYard.
Huh?
May the witness be excused.
I wish the emojis showed up on StreamYard.
All right. You may step down.
Oh,
You're
right.
excused.
You don't have it open elsewhere? Oh, I see.
Yeah.
For the
I don't
people.
ever talk over here.
Well, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Just the emojis won't like show up on screen. It just shows up as like their code
Yeah, I
for
see
whatever
that.
reason. Yeah.
It looks crazy.
What's up, Vol? How you doing, buddy? Glad you're here. Glad you're here. I'm the king of subtlety, Dork.
Once you're comfortably seated, I'll ask that you speak a little bit loudly or close to the microphone. And if you could please tell us your first and last name and spell your last.
Yep. It's Madison Freeman, last name spelled Freeman.
Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Freeman.
I
Please
can't
introduce
see it.
yourself to the
It's too
jury and
little.
tell the jury how you knew Elijah McClain.
Hi, I'm Maddie. I worked with Elijah McClain at Massage Envy for about 2 years.
And what were those 2 years?
Well, this might be
I'm sorry.
interesting.
What were the dates approximately?
Probably 2017 to around 2019.
And did you work with Mr. McClain up till his death on August 24th of 2019?
Yes,
What were your duties? at
Really?
Massage Envy?
I was a front desk sales associate,
And generally speaking, what are those duties?
selling memberships, booking the massages.
How would you interact with Mr. McClain?
Elijah and I used
That's
to
bizarre.
hang out almost every single one of our breaks together. Him and I worked Thursday through Sundays together.
And what was his duties?
Elijah was a licensed massage therapist.
And so throughout the day, you said you worked Thursday through Sunday, is that right?
That's correct.
So throughout the day, how often would you interact?
Elijah and I would hang out. I had a 30-minute break. He had an hour break throughout the day. So we would normally hang out every lunch.
And in between appointments, would Mr. McClain come out with his customer and would you have some interaction then also?
Objection leading.
Elijah,
All overrule the objection. It's foundational.
Elijah and I would hang out during our lunch breaks, like I said, and him and I would normally go over to, there was a pet store next to us, and we would just play with these baby kittens. They would circle them through. So that was our favorite thing to do during our lunch breaks.
And what location of Massage Envy did you work at?
Elijah and I worked at the Greenwood Village location in the Cherry Hills Marketplace.
Doxed.
Now, did you work the Thursday through Sunday the entire time of those 2 years with Elijah?
From what I remember, yeah,
And how long would your shifts be?
10 hours.
What time would you start?
Some nights we were opening, some nights we were closing together. I think Sundays we closed together. And so that would last, until 10 p.m. or we would open the clinic at, around 7:30, 8 a.m.
And then during those shifts, how often during the day would you interact with Mr. McClain?
If he didn't have a massage, he was hanging out at the front talking to me. We just joked around and talked philosophy and just life.
During those 2 years, did you get a sense or did you ever observe any of Mr. McClain's exercise habits?
Yeah.
Was it a
if we
pet
weren't
store
hanging
or a
out
massage
if,
parlor?
he was going to and from work.
She worked
He was
at the
either biking
massage
or
parlor on
running
their
from
breaks.
the
They
bus
went to
stop,
the pet
which
store.
was around
Got
3
it.
miles.
Got it.
Or he was just running during his break. So he was a very active, fit individual.
What's up, Darth? How you doing, buddy?
During the same 2-year period of time, did you have occasion to see what Mr. McClain would wear running?
Yeah, it wasn't uncommon for Elijah to come to work wearing a leather jacket during an 89-degree summer day, or
Well, that's crazy.
wear super warm clothes regularly coming to his shifts.
Anything about his running shoes? Were they particular?
Yeah, he wore toe shoes, running shoes. It was just he felt more grounded.
And are toe shoes the type of running shoes that have the individual toes separated out?
That's correct.
I've got a pair of toe shoes.
Would you consider Mr. McClain an active person?
Yeah, he would do handstands in the middle of the lobby, walk handstand down the hallway of the massage studio. He was one of the most active people that I've known and inspired me to do the same.
Were you aware, based on your interaction over those 2 years, whether or not he ever called in sick?
Judge, I'm going to object. I don't believe this is relevant.
I didn't ignore it.
I'd argue people veto.
I pulled it on screen.
Response.
Based on some of the expert reports we've received, Judge, it could become relevant.
All right.
It
Well,
could, but it's not.
if it does, I'll
so
like to ask it.
there you go.
Did he ever miss work?
But I've got the same objection for the.
How
same
dare
reason.
you, MG Law?
Sustain.
So we're going to show you two exhibits, exhibits 1 and 3, just for the witness, please.
0 and 0 is always not enough.
Do you recognize People's Exhibit 1?
There you go.
Yes, ma'am.
And what do you recognize it as just generally?
Elijah entering our break room.
And how about People's Exhibit 3? What do you recognize it as just generally?
Elijah dancing in our break room.
And are these still photographs from a video that
Yeah.
you took?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell the jury the timing of these photographs?
This was approximately 2 weeks before his death in August of 2019.
And are these still photographs from the video that you took? Are they fair and accurate from the video that you yourself took?
Yes, ma'am.
People would ask for admission of People's Exhibit 1 and 3.
More dire or objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Check on all this.
Your Honor, does the court want me to respond?
No, the court will allow, as they're relevant to a number of things, including his usual clothing as well as identification. So the objection's overruled.
Ms. Madison, we're going to show you People's Exhibit 1. And if you could just describe to the jury whether or not in this picture, the clothes that you're seeing are the typical clothes that he would wear.
Judge, I'm going to object. The jury can see.
They're just
well
trying to make
themselves.
the mask and the
heard Ms.
jacket
Freeman's testimony.
normalized.
The court will overrule the objection.
That means you can answer.
Okay. This was, beginning of August, like on an 80, 90 degree day, midday. And this is what he would wear during the summer.
Let's show you People's Exhibit 3. And once again, this was a picture taken 2 weeks before his death.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
They should tread lightly here.
Yeah.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Ms. Freeman, is it fair to say that you did not go out and exercise with Mr. McClain when he would exercise?
I would say that's correct. Yes, sir.
Are you yourself a runner?
No, sir.
So you didn't accompany Mr. McClain when he would run. Is that fair to say?
Not running.
In this case, I think
And
it's very
so you aren't really
unlikely
able to tell
that
us
they'll testify.
how good of a runner,
I
or
hope
how
they
often
don't.
he
That
ran.
would be
Is
a
that
bad
right? You
idea.
can say
Yeah, I don't think they will.
he showed up at work and Mr. McClain would tell you he had run there. Is that right?
No, sir. We had large windows outside or at the front of our massage envy. And I sat up at the front and I could see him running in the parking lot, working out.
Just running in circles or what?
Sometimes running like Naruto, the anime character.
Not familiar with Naruto.
It's an anime that he was a huge fan of.
Do you know whether Mr. McClain ever did races?
I have no idea.
Well, that wasn't the answer he was looking for. That wasn't the answer he was looking for at all.
In your conversations with
okay.
Mr. McClain, did he ever tell you why
Yes,
he
she
dressed
did.
so
Harris.
warmly, or did you ever ask
Yeah,
him?
she did.
Yes, he said that he was freezing cold.
What about when he would do a massage?
He would still wear his hoodie.
The entire time he was doing a massage?
Yes, sir.
But he didn't go into particularly why he felt cold with you?
He may have mentioned that he was anemic during the time that him and I worked together because he was vegan.
Okay. So you think he might have discussed having anemia with you?
Yes, sir.
Did he ever talk to you about having asthma?
No, sir.
Did he ever express any of his issues with the lung, having a collapsed lung previously?
Not that I know of. Not that I can remember.
It sounds like he was a good friend of yours.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry for your loss. Thank you. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Oh, that's good.
On behalf of Mr. Cichuniec, any redirect based upon the questions?
Yeah, I didn't have Naruto on my bingo card either.
I don't
That
even
one-
know what that
Based
is.
on your observation.
That's that
through the
run
window,
where
you
they
see him
put their
running.
arms straight back.
Did you
and
ever see him have any
It's
difficulty
an anime thing.
running?
No, ma'am.
Defense counsel
Nerds.
asked you about a collapsed lung, and you said you didn't know anything about that.
No, ma'am.
Did you ever hear him talk about any health problems that he was experiencing?
Other than being cold, no.
Thank you. I have nothing else.
And possibly
May the witness
anemia.
be excused?
Yeah.
All right. You may step down. Thank you.
We're just zooming through witnesses today.
Thank goodness.
Oop. Why did we go off camera? I don't know why they shut the camera off for like 2 seconds at a time. It's like
very
just
annoying.
enough,
We're
just
gonna take
enough to
early
not
votes today.
fast forward.
If you could try to be back at 12:30-ish. So once again, no inform or express any opinions or discuss the case. Do no independent research. Avoid any press coverage. We'll see you at approximately 12:30.
All right, already on lunch break.
Woohoo.
Right?
Ooh, I wonder if my food's here yet.
Did you order food?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes, she said.
I ordered soup and I am so excited.
I had ramen right before we started.
I feel like it's going to help my throat.
Oh, yeah.
The jurors have stepped out. You may be seated. Anything before we take our lunch break? Okay. All right. See everybody at roughly 12:30.
All right. Through the magic of YouTube. Nice.
Isn't it
Those are
cute?
cool. They are. You making Christmas ornaments out of them? Is that what you're doing?
Jury's return, please be seated.
Yeah.
The court will recall 21 CR 2800 and 2806. The parties and
not
counsel are
flash
present.
fan.
Next witness for the people.
Thank you, Your Honor. The
I'll be
people's
right
next
back.
witness is Travis Chambers.
Right hand, please. You solemnly swear or affirm testimony about to give the truth and nothing but the truth. Thank you very much. You'll be seated. Once you're comfortably seated, I'll ask you to speak somewhat loudly or close to the microphone. If you could state your name and then spell your last name for the record.
Travis Chambers, Chambers.
Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Chambers, to start with, could you just explain to the jury a little bit where you work and what your job is?
Currently, I'm employed at North Metro Fire Rescue District as a firefighter paramedic, as well as a field training officer.
Back in 2018, where were you employed?
I was employed by Falk Rocky Mountain.
What was your role there?
Throughout my time at Falk, I worked in numerous different capacities, and up to including street paramedics working on the ambulance transporting and responding to 911 calls, as well as field training individuals and new hires, as well as students, and then also helping to develop and deliver education to both Falk Rocky Mountain and Aurora Fire Rescue.
Speaking of
Hey,
that
Wolf
training, back
Kinder,
in
how you
2018,
doing?
did you help
Glad you're here.
build and deliver a training
Glad you're
for
here.
Aurora on pre-hospital ketamine to all the Aurora Fire Paramedics?
I did.
And were
Store
you
bought,
testifying today under subpoena, sir?
but
Yes.
I jazzed it up a lot.
Can you just tell the jury a little bit about
Little
your
onion, little
background that prepared
mushroom,
you for this
little
role
green
as both
pepper,
a paramedic
an
and
egg.
as a trainer?
Some
So I've
crushed red
at
pepper
the time
flake.
I had worked in
You know,
at a fairly busy 911 system.
it's garbage
I
when you
also
start,
utilized
but you get
ketamine,
better as it goes.
for the similar indications under the same wavering process that was used for the city of Aurora. I also spent some time training there, and then spent over the time in Aurora developing training skills by both delivering internal and external education, both with internal students, external students, and then delivering and developing education. I guess if you want more specific information, we could dive into that. But
Well, in addition to the training that we're talking about here, the ketamine and excited delirium training, have you also provided training on other topics?
yes,
Can you summarize just briefly what some of those are?
the list is not meant to be all inclusive because there may be some that I've missed, but there were some about bleeding control, shock management, waveform and tidal capnography, which is a monitoring device that we can use, as well as MCI and trauma management in the scene of MCIs. So how emergency standards of care affect our treatment plans in emergencies, as well as some other specifically requested topics that people could tailor or request specifically.
Okay. Now, back in 2018, when you were working with Falk, were they contracted to provide ambulance services in Aurora?
That's correct.
Did they operate at Falk under the same set of paramedic protocols that the Aurora Fire and Rescue Department functioned under?
Yes,
Was Dr. Eric Hill the medical director for both Falk and Aurora Fire when you were there?
he was.
Now, if we could, I would like to show just the witness, please.
I asked a Japanese girl one
Exhibit
time how to make
250.
noodles. She said, you go to the store and buy them. So I didn't ask her a follow-up question. Fair enough. Fair enough.
I think that's the second half of it.
Oh, that sounds good.
Now, Mr. Chambers, taking a look sort of here at
Good
Exhibit
Lord,
250, do you remember
Bynum
reviewing the
playing with the
pre-hospital
new
ketamine
emojis.
PowerPoint that you prepared and gave to AFR and Falk back in 2018 prior to testifying today?
Yes.
I
Does
did
this appear to be
upload
a
a
fair and accurate
different
copy of that PowerPoint?
fluffy. But
Now,
I think
after
you
Dr.
probably have to
Hill
close out of this.
obtained the waiver from
back
the
up
state to
get it.
use ketamine in Aurora, did you work with him to prepare this training?
I did.
And would that have been given in about June of 2018?
To the best of my knowledge.
Does this training relate to as well to the excited delirium protocol?
Yes,
Did you actually teach the training in the classroom?
I did.
Were all members of the fire department and Falk that were potentially going to use
Dorks
ketamine in
got
the
it.
field required to go through your training?
That was the intention, yes.
Or at this point in time, we would move for admission of people's 250.
Questions and objections? Please.
Good afternoon. Mr. Chambers, can you tell us, do you remember when you gave the trainings?
I would have given the trainings at the times requested by the fire department. I can't specifically state on which ones.
Okay.
It's been a while.
So, because I think previously you said spring of 2018, and now I heard council just say June of 2018, but you don't remember when you gave the training. Fair to say?
I cannot give a specific date as to when those were delivered.
And do you recall with specificity who attended the trainings and as to individuals?
The fire department was responsible for furnishing their own training records, so that was not something that I was directly responsible for.
Okay. And do you have any way of verifying exactly,
I wish
like,
I knew
connecting
how.
the dot of this person went to this training and saw this exhibit?
I do not personally have that.
Okay. And then with respect to this exhibit, is this the exact exhibit that you would have used in trainings? In other words, did you keep this on your personal computer? Was there speaker notes, things of that nature?
So I believe the copy that is sent here was confirmed from what I had as my personal copy.
Okay.
There were no speaker notes attached to it.
Okay. And so when you give a training, I will show my age, but do you teach just reading this PowerPoint, or do you teach with the PowerPoint and then talk about it?
The intention of the PowerPoint is to provide critical information to be viewed and then allow for expansion and elaboration based on an input from the people receiving the education.
Okay. So how you taught was not restricted to just what's in the PowerPoint. It was beyond that. That was kind of the guide.
Everything that's on there had to be covered,
Right.
and then there were additional information provided.
And do you have memory right now independently of everything you covered in the training on every given day?
I don't think it'd be realistic to have an accurate memory of everything I've said in the training, and certainly not from 5 years ago.
Okay. Do you remember how many trainings you did?
I don't specifically remember. It was a standard scheduling, so it would have, to the best of my memory, it followed this standard in-service education scheduling.
I don't have any further questions on voir dire, Your Honor. I do have an objection, and we can approach the council may not.
I do have some additional order.
Go ahead. You can do it now.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chambers.
Good afternoon.
It's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, but this was not the only ketamine training that was delivered to AFR and Falk as part of the ketamine training. Is that right?
Could you expand on that question a little bit?
Sure. So you did some in-service trainings on the introduction of ketamine and the use of ketamine, but weren't there also other in-service trainings that were provided by other professionals, either of Falk or AFR during this time?
I provided the initial in-service. Any additional education provided outside of that was not conducted nor reviewed by myself.
Okay. So you can speak to your training, but you can't speak to all the training that was provided on this topic. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. And you don't know what materials would have been used in those other trainings that would have been presented, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you don't know who would have presented those trainings?
Correct.
Okay. Is it fair to say, based on your trainings, do you have a specific recollection as to whether or not Paramedic Cooper or Lieutenant Chichuniec ever attended one of your trainings?
I would have to refer to the training records to speak definitively on that. I cannot specifically nor accurately recall explicitly seeing either one of them at one of the trainings.
So just to be clear, you don't have any specific recollection of either one of them being in one of your trainings?
That's what I said.
Okay.
Well, I would like at any one of them might be overly broad.
Let me, you know what? I
It
really
drives me
appreciate that
nuts,
clarification.
AP.
Thank you. you don't have a specific recollection of Paramedic Cooper or Lieutenant Chichuniec, excuse me, attending your pre-hospital ketamine training.
That is correct.
Okay, that's all I have, Your Honor. We can approach.
All right, I guess you can approach.
Oh no, we're almost caught up.
Oh no, how fast are
Right.
you going?
We're gonna have to go into like normal speed here pretty soon.
Don't do it. Slow it down. What? How fast are we?
1.25. We're barely fast.
Man. Yeah.
All right, there's an objection made to the admission of Exhibit 250. The court will overrule the objection, find that the objections, I should say, go to weight versus admissibility.
Are you okay for a minute or two?
Mr. Chambers, how are you familiar more
All right,
generally
I'll be right back.
with the paramedic protocols and procedures that Falk and the AFR operate under?
It has been some time since I've operated under them, but I understand the general overview of them. The nuances may be a little lost.
And how many years did you practice underneath those protocols?
I believe it would have been roughly 3 years, or roughly 3, I believe.
Now, with regards to this particular protocol that we're talking about here, the excited delirium ketamine protocol, have you spent a fair amount of time over the last few years reviewing that, talking to people about it, interviews and testimony related to it?
I could say yes. I could say so, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would tender Mr. Chambers an expert in the areas of paramedic roles, protocols, and training.
I have 1 year. That's the foundation.
Fine.
I thought we just voir-dired.
Hello again. Mr. Chambers, you graduated paramedic school, I think out of Denver Health. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that in 2016?
Would have graduated in 15.
15. Okay, so 15. And then when did you shift to Falk?
That we'll never
2016.
see.
Okay, so you were Denver Health through their program, and did you ever work independently with Denver Health, or was it just through their program and that you did ride-alongs with them and did the program through them?
I did both my education and I spent a time of employment with them as well.
Okay, and then you were at Falk from 16 to August of 19-ish?
Yes,
Okay, and then you left pre-hospital care for a bit?
that's correct.
Okay. And as relevant to this conversation, you referred to the ketamine and the agitated delirium protocol that you've been asked to review as part of this investigation. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. So you had to look at it several times in the course of being asked questions about it related to this investigation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Outside of this, though, you're not studying AFR, Aurora Fire Rescue protocols, are you?
No, ma'am.
And since you've left Falk, you haven't been studying Falk's protocols, have you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And neither of those are relevant to anything you're doing today with respect to protocols you work under today, correct? That's probably too broad. You're under a different set of protocols today that are set forth by North Metro. Is that where you're at, North Metro?
That's correct. The protocols that we operate under are Denver Metro protocols, which would be a similar protocol base as Falcon Aurora.
Sure. And with respect to any training you did with Falk, it was during that window of the 3-year period of 16 to 19, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then any training you did at AFR was kind of just those limited trainings you were just discussing. And again, it was in that same time frame. Is that fair to say?
I believe so, yes.
Do you remember if you did any other trainings at Aurora Fire outside of the ketamine / excited delirium training to Aurora Fire? Do you remember how many other trainings you did to Aurora Fire?
I can't remember the specific total number of in-service educations, but I did deliver. The agreement was to assist in the delivery of quarterly in-service trainings, with the primary focus of those in-service trainings being with Aurora Fire.
Okay. I don't have any further questions yet, and I'm just going to confer with counsel a second. Judge, to the extent that the request is to just have Mr. Chambers qualified with respect to this training, I don't have an objection, but anything beyond this training, I would have an objection.
Okay. For Mr. Chichuniec.
Y'all, my throat is killing me. I think it's the cedar fever. Austin has awful amounts of cedar.
Yes.
Mr. Chambers, when did you leave AFR? I mean, I'm sorry, when did you leave Falk Ambulance?
The
Falk Rocky
summer
Mountain?
of 2019.
Oh, good to
Okay,
know, Eric.
so
Thank
the
you.
protocols that you would have operated under at Falk Rocky Mountain that are the shared protocols with AFR, would you have been under the 2019 protocols then?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay. I know protocols sometimes get updated. Do you know when like, for example, do you know when the 2018 protocols got updated to become the 2019 protocols?
I can't speak specifically. Generally speaking, the protocols are reviewed twice a year, typically summer and fall, or, you know, like there's usually a summer update and then like an end of year update. So for example, the last update for this year rolled out like a week or so ago.
Okay. And do you recall, were you still employed with Falk Rocky Mountain when the summer 2019 update came out?
I don't know specifically.
Okay. And I think you've testified here today that you have familiarity generally with the protocols in 2019 of AFR and Falk, but may not be familiar with the specifics. Is that fair?
I have not had a chance to review those specifics of the active protocols at the time. So I could not speak with 100% certainty to specific nuances that may have occurred. Does that make sense?
Sure. So you wouldn't be able to testify without actually seeing the protocol?
It would be my best guess. I couldn't. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Now, I think you were tendered as an expert in paramedic roles, protocols, and training. Is that your understanding?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay. And you have previously testified and rendered opinions in this case. Is that right?
Is Goat Daddy Valhalla?
The extension of this broader case. Yes.
Correct. Yes. And that would have been sometime in 2021, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And during that time, you've rendered, during your I guess, course of review of this case, you've rendered certain opinions about paramedic roles and medications that paramedics were allowed to give under the AFR and Falk Rocky Mountain protocols, correct?
Yes.
To include ketamine?
Correct.
Okay. And I think you've also rendered some opinions comparing ketamine to other sedatives that paramedics were able to give in 2019 with AFR and Falk. Is that correct?
Yes, kind of. Yeah. I think the discussion of comparison came, I think, as an expansive, or trying to, like, someone trying to. Yeah, I'll say yes.
Okay. Specifically, you rendered some opinions comparing ketamine to Versed.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Judge, thank you. I actually don't have a question to these
All right. Based upon the testimony, at least at this time, the court will, because the court would find that it's specialized knowledge, find that he's an expert on agitated patient and ketamine protocols and training for Falk and AFR in 2019.
All right, could we please publish to the jury Exhibit 250? Mr. Chambers, this slideshow that we're about to walk through with the jury here, was this the slideshow that you presented to all the Falk and AFR folks?
That's my knowledge, yes.
Okay. The pre-hospital ketamine that you're talking about here, was that to be given under the excited delirium protocol?
Well, as it was referred to at the time, yes.
Okay. Was that the only time, or was that the only protocol that ketamine was authorized to be given under at the time?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So I guess it's kind of complicated. There will be what was formerly known as an excited delirium protocol that will reference the agitated combative patient protocols. So those will kind of go interchangeably amongst each other. So the agitated combative patient would.
Look at you getting your Texas on.
Specific excited delirium protocol.
Okay. That protocol that we're
To
referring
Orc.
to that authorized the
Love
use
you,
of
buddy.
ketamine, is that given under
You're
what's called
good.
medical direction of a physician or medical director?
Yes.
So maybe let me phrase that a little bit better. Can you just tell the jury how that authorization goes into place?
Specifically for ketamine?
Yes.
Okay. So there are medications that require specific waivers. So waivered medications require a special process of application and review. These medications are intended to be controlled because their intent or their usage can be broad or restricted to the point that it's not common in pre-hospital practice to encounter these situations, and therefore need specific stipulations and controls surrounding them. Broadly speaking, some of them may have tighter controls like from the governmental standpoint, and otherwise there just might be only
Anybody
specific
catch this
applications to us
witness's name?
that the protocols that we normally operate under.
Or is it still Travis Chambers?
Response.
It's
This
still
is
the
the
paramedic
process that had to
trainer.
go through for
Okay.
this ketamine process. I can ask the witness.
Ex-Comer
He clearly knows what he's talking
for
about.
50
so
North
it is within
Korean
his
dollar
knowledge and
reduce
is
says
within
no
his
goat cam
designation
yet and no
within
auto
the
scrubber.
area
I
that
hope
the
you
court
have not
has
forgotten
permitted
about the
direct
auto
testimony.
goat scrubber.
All
Sure,
right,
have some
court
really
will,
nice goat scrubbers.
allow the witness to answer that
Some really
question.
nice
Overrule
goat
the
auto
objection.
scrubbers. What is an auto scrubber?
So can you talk a little bit about how the waivering process authorizes the use of ketamine for paramedics in the field?
I can't speak
Also,
to
you have a
the
goat with
specifics
the
beyond
headphones?
process.
No, for
so
your,
an application
that's
has to be
awesome.
submitted,
That's
reviewed
awesome.
by the state's medical director board, and
I work slow.
once
man.
that's reviewed, then it's approved and it can be passed down for usage and ultimately in servicing for the district or the agency.
So was the use of ketamine approved in one of these protocols?
shit.
Yes.
That protocol, is that sometimes referred to as a standing order?
Standing order protocols are ones that do not require specific consults with a physician in order to act under.
Okay.
Yes.
What's the difference between a standing order protocol and something that's not a standing order protocol?
So standing order protocols don't require contact with what we refer to as online medical direction, which would be calling a physician who is typically loosely associated with the agency and consulting with them, providing a clinical picture, and then ensuring that the indication and dose are accurate.
Was ketamine to be administered pursuant to one of these standing protocols, or did you have to call it?
It was a standing order.
I don't have an auto one.
Now,
but I do have
if you do
like
have
a
to
push
call in,
broom
if you're
nailed to a
deviating from the
fence
protocol or
post that
something,
they like to
how do you,
scrub themselves
how do you actually
on.
do that? What does it look like?
I'm poor.
You can, there's a number that you can call.
Goat cam's
the
coming.
biophone.
It's just, you know.
Different agencies may have different names for it. Essentially, it's calling the hospital. The hospital will answer that phone, and then the attending provider on scene will then request to speak to a physician for a consult or for a med order, however they choose to phrase it. And then you will be connected with the physician, and then you will communicate what you're seeing and then what your desire is. And then the physician will either approve or deny the request.
Now, with regards to figuring out whether this ketamine protocol is the appropriate protocol to be used, how are paramedics trained to determine which protocol they should be using?
Either they've been trained through their schooling, also through internal field trainings, or for new novel or expanding things, there's required continuing education for providers. And then also most agencies would provide additional education in times of like novel or new indications.
You mentioned they get some training way back in paramedic school about how to determine which protocol to go under. Is that right?
So when training for school, you'll kind of operate, well, I guess it depends on the educational institution. Some focus on local protocols if you're associated with an agency that has its own internal paramedic school. Other educational institutions will rely on national standards. So protocols in general may vary slightly, but typically have similar indications, pathophysiology for the disease process.
And I'm not meaning to ask, the details of all the different protocols, but is there just sort of like a fundamental paramedic 101 way to assess or figure out?
On the agitated and delirium protocol, that was the approved expertise.
And judges, determining how to get into that protocol is certainly a crucial component of understanding the protocol itself.
All right. The court's going to sustain that objection.
So how are paramedics trained to decide whether the ketamine protocol is the appropriate one versus using a different protocol?
In terms of training for those specific indications, they would utilize the protocol, which will outline the indications for that. And then when training for that, you would include signs and symptoms of those indications.
When you say you're looking for signs and symptoms, do you do some sort of assessment to figure out whether there are signs and symptoms that would put you into that protocol?
Yes.
And generally speaking, what does that involve?
Assessments typically involve both visual and physical assessments. So, and attempting to communicate with your patient. So that involves looking at them. If they have a specific complaint to an area of their body, then you can visualize that area, ensure there's no abnormalities, or just a look of their general appearance, their work of breathing, for example, the color of their skin, other physical signs, and then obtaining vital signs and so on.
So let's kind of break those down. You mentioned obtaining vital signs, like what?
Typical vital signs include blood pressure, pulse, or heart rate, respiratory rate, pulse oximetry reading, be kind of standard.
Is the term ABC often used?
ABCs? In terms of what, sir?
In terms of vital signs and what to be examining.
In terms of an assessment tool, yes.
Okay, can you explain that to me, please?
So ABCs, it's a mnemonic to assist people to remember critical areas of like patient's wellness. So like we have A, which stands for airway. So obviously,
What's your objection?
Specific to a specific protocol, people have stated that they were going to only be inquiring into this protocol, and now we're just backdooring in a much broader to the narrow scope the court has approved, and that foundation is made.
All right, response.
Judge, the ABCs are mentioned in that protocol, and how you choose whether this is the appropriate protocol or not is obviously foundational and required to be able to talk about the protocol. The protocol literally says reassess ABCs.
All right, I'll allow the witness to testify in general about that.
So, Mr. Chambers, you said that ABCs is a mnemonic device to assist with assessment of the patient's wellness. Can you describe what those mnemonics are, what they stand for?
So A stands for airway. Obviously, if there's something that's blocking our airway,
Haven't got there yet.
From breathing. So we need to make sure that their airways are open and what we refer to as patent, so well established and not in danger of imminently collapsing. B stands for breathing. So obviously we need to breathe in order to live. So we can assess the quality, the rate, depth of those breathing or respirations. And then C stands for circulation, so our pulse or our heart rate. We can assess whether it's fast, slow, strong, weak.
Now, you mentioned gathering information about the behaviors. If you're talking about a potential excited delirium case, is it important to get a good report or idea of what was happening before you were on the scene?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury why that's important?
Obviously, we have to rely on what people tell us before we arrive to help us frame a good clinical picture to compare against what we currently see. We need to make sure that if there's any changes, that we're trending those changes against what was provided to us and what we're currently seeing.
You said you want to analyze whether there's any trends or changes in what the report is versus what you're seeing. Why is that important?
It can help us identify a change in patient condition from what was initially discovered, which can indicate whether improvement or decompensation for a patient. And it can also help us better have a better idea of what interventions might be necessary and how quickly we might need to intervene upon them.
Okay. If you see a change in somebody's condition, can that change the potential treatment you should be considering?
It can.
Where's Yamaha?
You mentioned some of the behaviors that you're trying to get
He was in
information
chat
about.
earlier.
Is part of that trying to talk to the patient?
He would be loving this.
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury why it's important to try and talk to a patient in the context of potential excited delirium?
He was right.
I'm assuming that we will be eventually
He
going
usually is.
through the PowerPoint. So we'll be an aspect of excited delirium would be that last word, delirium. So we need to determine if a person is oriented in order to determine whether or not they are delirious.
Now, let's go to the slide number 2 here. First substantive slide in the presentation. And I'd like to start with that first bullet point. Can you explain to the jury what this means, that ketamine is a non-competitive MDMA receptor and is dissociative and amnestic?
Yeah, so ketamine is a non-competitive NMDA receptor antagonist, as well as a dissociative, amnestic, and analgesic anesthetic agent. Outlines the different mechanisms of action that the medication elicits within the patient's or within the human body. So the NMDA receptor antagonism is the primary tool or the primary mechanism, like biochemical mechanism, that elicits dissociation, amnesia, analgesia, which would be like pain relief, and then anesthetic would be like a loss of feeling.
Okay. Then the red section down below, what is that information that's in red?
So it says 500, the mg stands for milligrams, and the that is meant to be over within 5 milliliters. So ml is milliliters. That is how the dosage was supplied. So when the medication comes in a vial, it comes in what we refer to as a concentration. So the concentration of that agent that was being supplied was 500 milligrams in 5 liters, which led to a per milliliter concentration of 100 milligrams.
Okay, so the bottle that ketamine comes in, how big is it?
That would vary based on manufacturer.
Okay, the ones that
Later
at the
to
time
org.
Falk was using.
Appreciate you.
How many milliliters were contained in one vial?
5.
Okay, and just can you give the jury a rough approximation of how big that is?
That would be roughly 1 2/3 tablespoons.
Okay, 1 2/3 tablespoons. So is 1/5 of that, or 1 milliliter, how much ketamine in milligrams would that contain?
100 milligrams.
Now, the information right below says dose. What were you teaching the students and the paramedics about the dosing of ketamine here?
So the approved dosing was 5 milligrams per kilogram, given IM, which stands for intramuscularly. So you would give it with a needle into the body of a muscle. So the 5 milligrams per kilogram would mean that we take the weight of the patient, convert it to, if it's in pounds, into kilograms, and then correlate 5 milligrams of that per kilogram.
Now, next it says that the onset is 1 to 5 minutes IM. That seems fast to me. Is that fast?
Bioavailability of medications will vary greatly dependent on the medication itself, like the actual manufacturing of it, as well as comorbidities or other things that could be other medical problems with the patient can affect uptake, as well as circulation, blood pressure. Numerous other things can affect uptake, which explains why it's a broad, especially when given intramuscularly as opposed to like in a vein.
Okay, and you mentioned a couple of words there. I want to make sure we're understanding them. You said the bioavailability of it can vary significantly. What does that mean?
I apologize. So bioavailability would be the amount of a medication that your body can absorb, like a percentage of a medication that your body can absorb and utilize. So something could be 100% bioavailable. So the amount that was given, 100% of that can be absorbed. Otherwise, it can be somewhat inefficient, or it can become inert by the time that it's fully utilized. So something could have like 80% bioavailability. So if we were to give 10 milligrams of something, only 8 milligrams of that would be bioavailable, for a non-specific example.
Is part of the point of this section here training folks that somebody's condition can change pretty quickly after you give them ketamine?
It gives a time frame of anticipated effect of the medication.
Okay. And is part of that range to communicate that different people may respond differently to the medication?
That is one of the intentions, yes.
Let's take a look at the next slide. Now, what is being communicated to the paramedics in this slide?
So do I need to read the slides, or?
Go ahead, read this one and let me know what's being communicated there.
So this slide says, with patients presenting with signs and symptoms of excited delirium that present a considerable threat to the safety of the patient or members of public safety, is answering the above question of when we are using it. So this is meant to be an introductory statement into the indication for the utilization of ketamine.
Now, the slide talks here about a considerable threat to the safety of the patient or members of public safety. Is there a difference between that and somebody who is just agitated or has been in a scuffle with police?
In terms of considering threats, obviously it's a subjective experience to the person interpreting the threat. So the intention of this is to provide people with the breadth to make a decision on what they consider a threat to themselves or members of the public. I can't speak to definitions of imminent or considerable threats. That's a personal and subjective experience.
Okay. Now I assume that paramedics encounter people in various states of agitation all the time. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So what are you training them about how to recognize the difference between somebody who may be agitated for some reason versus someone who has excited delirium?
There will be some examples provided. Again, I think the primary emphasis of this is to ensure that we're protecting ourselves as well as the public, and that this is, there are patients who have medical emergencies that can present threats, and this is a tool to help manage that patient.
Okay, let's take a look at some of the examples then on the next slide. It's kind of hard to see this photo from my perspective. What is this photo of?
So this is an older photo, but this is a photo of a unclothed individual who is presenting in an aggressive stance against the vehicle placed in front of him or them. I apologize.
And just so I can understand it, this area here, is this the naked individual that you're referring to?
It is.
What sort of posture is he in?
My interpretation of that posture would be aggressive.
Is he crouched down close to the ground?
Yes.
Sustained.
Now, what are you training the paramedics on about the difference between delirium versus psychosis in that third to last line there?
Okay, so in terms of delirium versus psychosis, the idea is try to present a difference in underlying medical problem that's leading to their altered behavior. So psychosis typically comes from a mental health problem, whereas delirium is typically a medical. There's a slight, in terms of medicine, we somewhat differentiate between mental health or psychological underlying conditions as well as medical. So when I refer to medical or psych, that would be that there is a disease process that is not considered a mental health or psychological process that is then affecting their behavior. So part of that is taking patient history to help determine, is this a psychosis or a delirium, if that makes sense.
What does it mean to take patient history in the field to determine whether it's some other problem versus excited delirium?
And typically that would involve gathering information either from the patient or family members or bystanders familiar with the patient in terms of their medical history.
Okay. What if somebody is no longer exhibiting any signs of excited delirium? What are they supposed to do?
That's a difficult question to answer, I suppose.
So, I mean, if somebody is exhibiting some signs that you think might be excited delirium, and 5 minutes later they're not, what are they supposed to do?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Response.
Your Honor, based upon his experience both with the training and the protocols and the last 8 years as a paramedic, if he knows how they're supposed to deal with that, then he can answer the question. I wouldn't be speculating.
Well, I'll allow him to testify about the training, but not other hypotheticals. Sustain.
Sure. So with regards to the training and the protocol, that sort of flow chart, if somebody is exhibiting signs of excited delirium, if they aren't anymore, should you leave that protocol?
Typically, you would try to find the protocol that best fits the patient's presentation.
Okay. And would that potentially involve leaving that protocol and proceeding to other treatments?
Same objection, speculation.
He has an answer.
Same ruling.
What did you mean by that statement that you would try and find the treatment that best fits the patient?
We would assess the patient and then identify what protocol that patient would best fit to determine the course of treatment.
Okay. So am I understanding you correctly that you are allowed to move from one protocol to the other if you think it's not appropriate anymore?
Objection, leading, speculation.
Response.
Judge, it's not a leading question, as it did not imply an answer. I'm asking whether you're allowed to or not. As to speculation, he is an expert in this particular protocol at this particular symptomology and its treatments. And so it is certainly within his province to say, if you don't think this is the appropriate protocol anymore, whether you're allowed to deviate from it.
All right. Well, the court would find that based upon the form of the question, the court will sustain the objection.
So what do you do if you have signs that the excited delirium protocol isn't the appropriate one anymore?
I object. If he wants to ask, what did you train him to do that? I have no objection, but just these broad-based.
Right. Once again, the court sustains the objection.
What did you train the paramedics to do if they found signs that this was no longer the appropriate protocol?
Later in the presentation, we'll discuss mimics, so conditions that could elicit similar behaviors that might be confused for the above thing, and it stresses considering those and evaluating the patients for those.
Okay. And if somebody had another medical condition that's not excited delirium, would that be covered under a different protocol, or is that all under excited delirium?
That would be covered under a different protocol.
Let's go to the next slide. What is this slide?
This slide is a video meant to provide an example of a patient that could potentially meet the expectations of a patient, how a patient would present with excited delirium.
And did you review the video, a copy of these videos prior to your testimony today?
I did.
To make sure that they were fair and accurate copies of what you included in this presentation?
That's correct.
Now, as we discuss these videos and how it relates to the training that you gave, would it assist you in giving your testimony to the jury to have them be able to see the videos so they know what you're talking about?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move to publish as a demonstrative exhibit 250A.
Judge, without waiving any prior objections, I don't have a different objection.
Yeah, y'all, this trial does not need
All
to be
right,
this boring.
the court will admit 250A for demonstrative purposes only.
Let's publish 250A to the jury.
Why can't we see it?
So bad.
There he is right there. Hey, get on the ground. Hey, get on the ground.
Sit down, man.
Right now, control traffic for Clark. Right now, Court Avenue.
Come on, man. Sit down.
Lay down. Lay down. Lay down. Lay down.
He's running, play with you.
Start calling.
Okay. Turn over. Look over so I get a roll. Come over. Turn him.
It actually sounds worse from this perspective.
Get the cuffs on.
Like more of a struggle.
Right.
Use the cuffs.
Grab my cuffs. I got it.
What do you train the paramedics is important to learn from that example of excited delirium?
So the important things that we're looking
Oh.
out
That was a
for
different
are,
example.
as we
That was
mentioned
a
before,
different
posing a
one.
threat to themselves as well as potentially to the
That would be
public
why.
or to other members of public safety.
I was like,
Additionally,
sure.
this person is unclothed, which was a kind
Okay.
of stereotypical sign
Naked.
of this, and we'll kind of later get into why
I was
they
like,
become
whoa,
unclothed.
from this radio, it sounds
Additionally, this
like he was
individual
way
is not
worse.
following commands, so they are either altered or choosing to not follow commands. They don't seem to interact logically with
Hey,
the
Melissa.
police
How are you,
officers who are
doll?
on scene. Something that is significant is that this individual attacks an inanimate object and then becomes briefly fixated on that object, which can be a symptom of delirium, specifically for this physiologic process. Additionally, this person requires a large number of individuals to help successfully restrain them. At the end of this video, it's also helpful. It reinforces that positioning is important for the patient as well.
Liz, can we go to the next slide? Now, what are you training people about in this slide, that case number 1 slide?
So good.
This is the intention is to provide more examples of patients who exhibit signs and or potentially exhibit
I'm a
signs and
little
symptoms
sick,
of
but good.
excited delirium.
And what is where is this particular case number 1 from?
This is a call that I attended on at a previous organization.
Okay. And would this call have been proceeded under that same agitated patient excited delirium protocol?
It would have been under the organization's approved excited delirium waiver protocol.
Okay. Now, in this particular situation, can you tell the jury what you would train the paramedics in this class about why this situation was relevant?
The first part of this is to stresses that this person is uncooperative with police officers who are on scene. It also begins to introduce the idea that illicit substances play a part in the physiology of this disease process. And then we dive
Yes,
into
Flash.
some staple signs and symptoms. So nonsensical, the patient in this case was babbling, yelling incoherently, what we would refer to as responding to internal stimuli, which would be another way of referring to hallucinations, whether auditory or visual. Diaphoretic, which is just a term for it's basically excessive sweatiness, and hyperthermic. So they're hot to the touch, they're warm to the touch. They feel like they have a fever.
Now, here when it says a friend on scene reports all that heavy acid use, how did you find out that information?
When we arrived on scene, one of the police officers said that this was his friend. While attempting to get what information we could from the police officers, the friends just kept repeating this statement to us.
Okay. And when we have this thing on here that says nonsensical, how did you determine that this particular patient was nonsensical?
We attempted to interact with the patient, so ask him like, "Hey, what's going on? What's your name? What's going on?" I can't specifically recall if the friend told us his name at where, which part, but attempting to get that patient to interact with us in some way that would be like cogent and expected of someone who's in an appropriate mental state.
Let's go to the next slide. Is this referring to that same case example from your own personal experience?
It is.
We've got a list of abbreviations and numbers here. Can you just explain at a very high level to the jury what information is contained in that first line?
I'll go just down the line. BP, blood pressure, the numbers that follow it, heart rate, the correlated number, or is HR, RR is respiratory rate, which has a number associated, and then BGL, which stands for blood glucose level, the correlated level.
Okay. Now, how do you measure blood pressure as a paramedic in the field?
We'll utilize a blood pressure cuff, and we have a process of cycling that up to determine both the top and bottom numbers.
Okay. Is that similar to that Velcro thing that the doctor puts on my arm when I go in for my checkup?
Same thing you guys get at the doctor's office or at Walgreens.
How about heart rate? How does a paramedic measure heart rate in the field?
We can do that by utilizing our fingers. So if you place your two fingers, you can place them on the thumb side of your wrist and identify a heart rate there. You can also listen to it with a stethoscope. We can get that number by placing electrodes that monitor electrical activity in their heart as well.
Okay. You mentioned using a couple of fingers and putting them on your wrist. Is that sometimes referred to as checking for a pulse?
Yes.
Okay. Are there other places you can check for?
There are.
Where?
Anywhere that there's an artery.
Okay.
So that could be in your neck, in your armpit, in your elbow. You can check it in your pelvis. You can check it in the back of your knee, on the back of your leg. It all kind of varies person to person and how their anatomy and that vasculature runs throughout their body.
You mentioned checking it with two fingers and you used your index and middle finger. Is there a reason to use those two fingers instead of, say, your thumb?
You do have a termination of an artery that runs through your thumb. So if you were to place enough pressure on your thumb for a long enough period of time, you can start to feel your own pulse in your thumb.
So is it much more accurate to use the index and middle finger instead of the thumb?
Yes.
How about RR respiratory rate? How do paramedics measure that in the field?
Each person will have their own way that they choose to go about that. And the intention is to monitor a number of how many respirations how many times somebody breathes over the course of a minute. So this value is intended to be 30 times in 1 minute. You can do that either by counting every respiration for a minute. You can count the number of respirations within 30 seconds and times it by 2, same expansion to 15 seconds.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I forgot to ask you this on the previous slide. You mentioned that this patient was hyperthermic. Can you explain to the jury what that is?
Work out really hard, get really hot outside for a hot day, get really hot when you touch, like if you've ever touched somebody who's been doing that, they feel really warm on your hand. So you can define that clinically by obtaining a temperature using various different temperature probes, or what is commonly done in the pre-hospital environment is comparing that to what the average person's skin would feel like. So if we touch somebody else who has a normal temperature, that will feel like the perception is room temperature-ish because it's the same as your own, so it doesn't feel drastically different. Excessive high or low will obviously feel cold or hot.
In this particular case study, what was this patient doing in the cop car?
They were actively engaged in a physical altercation with the police officers.
Okay. And can you describe a little bit more what you mean by actively and the altercation?
So I can't give specifics on what their specific activity, as this was many years ago. They were fighting with the cops. The cops were trying to get them into a secure position, and the patient continued to kick, bite, spit, yell, scream, carry on.
Now, you mentioned that you found that this patient was hyperthermic. Does that mean that you actually physically touched him?
I did.
Can you explain to the jury how you physically touched this patient to evaluate despite him kicking and screaming and spitting in the back of the cop car?
It would be difficult for me to give a detailed description of the step-by-step assessment process at this point. I mean, I helped to touch the patient in order to try to get them into a reasonably safe position. When we first arrived, the patient was hanging partially in the patrol car and partially out. So we went to assist them in getting that patient fully out of the patrol car in order to safely navigate the patient care.
Okay. Now, the next two lines we've got on here talk about the weight, 150 pounds. Are you trying to train them to turn pounds into kilograms in that line?
Yes.
And how do you do that?
The rough estimate is taking the patient's weight and dividing it by 2.2. There's 2.2 kilograms or there's 2.2 pounds in 1 kilogram.
And so then what's the point of the last line on the slide here in the training?
It's meant to elicit a discussion about determining the kilograms and then discussing, utilizing the protocol stated above, what the milligram dosage of that would be, and then what the milliliter, correlative milliliter volume of that would be.
All right, let's take a look at the next slide. What are you communicating to the paramedics about that case in this slide?
In this case, my partner and I elected to give the patient 300 milligrams of ketamine. So it's just discussing what our treatment plan, what we decided for our treatment plan. The hypersalivation piece begins to introduce the discussion around potential side effects surrounding the administration of ketamine. One of those, and one of the more common ones, is hypersalivation, which would be excessively drooling. This is a condition that can potentially lead to airway obstruction. And it's also something that we can easily treat. And then also that we placed the patient on a 12-lead ECG, which is an echocardiogram. Electrocardiogram, echocardiogram, the ultrasound, showed ST, which would be a common abbreviation for sinus tachycardia, and then somewhat confusingly with no ST changes. So as we map out the electrical conduction through our hearts, there's different waves. One of those is an ST segment measuring an S wave and a T wave. So we look for this for different unrelated problems, or ectopy, which would be an irregularly conducted or attempted conduction of a heartbeat.
How you doing?
And then entitled the ETCO2 stands for entitled capnography. So you can monitor the amount of expired CO2 that somebody breathes off per breath utilizing this tool, and that's measured in 55 millimeters of mercury.
Okay. I'd like to talk a little bit about some of these individual things. This first one, hypersalivation. Can you describe to the jury what hypersalivation is?
So this patient will begin to produce copious amounts of saliva.
You're in the wrong chat.
To the point that, especially when someone is sedated, so when we administer medication to control their behavior, that can pose a risk for obstructing their airway.
It'll only go to yours unless
you behind it is not.
You can turn it on, I think. Go to both.
So this can lead to either the patient breathing in that saliva, which can move into their lungs and cause infection, or impair the body's ability to exchange oxygen and carbon dioxide, and also provides, in large enough amounts, it can fully occlude their mouth.
You mentioned that the hypersalivation presents the risk of that amount of saliva getting down into the lungs. Is that sometimes referred to as aspiration?
It is.
You mentioned sort of two different parts of it. One, that if a little bit gets in there, it can impair breathing. The second one was it can potentially cause a total occlusion of the lungs. Can you describe how that can happen?
I would hesitate, just a small technical correction. It wouldn't, well, most likely in a volume wouldn't fully include the lungs. If the patient isn't able to control their airway and fill their mouth, which then would prevent air from moving in, you could have, in theory, enough saliva into your lungs that there's little bubbles that we breathe into that inflate these little sacs. You can get air fluid into those, which then it's difficult for the CO2 in our blood to move out, and also for the oxygen that we breathe in to pass back through, because gases don't like to move through water terribly well.
This scenario that you were just talking about, where somebody's mouth is full of a liquid, you mentioned that this can be particularly dangerous if somebody's been sedated. Why is that?
In some cases of being sedated, a part of that sedation is
Judge, I can lay a couple foundation questions, but this is like EMT basic level stuff to protect airways from fluids.
We can ask questions in that form, but we're starting to get into some technical areas. So
starting to
sustained in part.
Do you specifically train the paramedics about the dangers of obstructed airway or aspiration when somebody is under sedation?
So I'm going to object unless it's relevant to this training.
In this training?
Controlling an airway would be a broad consideration that was covered in
I
this
have
training.
been following that slightly.
Now, the next thing on here is the electrocardiogram, the ECG. Is that a specific machine that you use to measure that?
Yes.
Okay. And then how about the final thing, the ETCO2? Did you say that was measured on a capnography machine?
It's measured, the cardiac monitor that we have has an outlet that can sample expired air for carbon dioxide, utilizing a specific monitoring device placed on the patient.
So is the capnography measurement attached to the cardiac monitor device?
It is. Typically.
Now, what do you teach them about this measurement? Like, why is 55 millimeters per, what is that, gram of helium?
Millimeters of mercury.
Millimeters of mercury, thank you. Oh, my periodic table is real rough these
Very
days.
confusing. It's illogical. So we have a standard range of what the average person should meet, which would be 35 to 45. So this is high, which means that they're expiring off more CO2 than they would be normally. So we can utilize that to help as another point in our clinical picture.
Okay. And why is that potentially relevant that the EtCO2 is high when you measure it with the capnography machine?
All of the information that we get from a patient has to be correlated to the patient's presentation. We can use a high number to potentially consider that they have an increased metabolic rate. So they're utilizing more calories. And when we utilize more calories, we create more energy. More energy creates more waste, and we expire that waste off by breathing.
Is that sometimes referred to as acidosis?
Yes, and it depends. So determining utilizing end-tidal capnography to determine acidosis is different because of the underlying metabolisms of acids into CO2. So it's difficult for I can't say that a high end-tidal directly correlates to acidosis. Sure. It has to be framed in a clinical picture, and acidosis is typically definitively confirmed through blood testing.
Okay. In the absence of blood testing, if you're out in the field, is it a potential sign of acidosis?
Depending on
Response.
The judge, he testified that he can't make a definitive determination, but it's part of the clinical picture, and I'm trying to explore what part of the clinical picture it is.
Well, if it relates to how he trained, I'll allow it.
In terms of training on excited delirium, is acidosis an important part of that training?
it is mentioned as a one of the factors that ultimately leads to the patient dying.
Okay. And are paramedics trained that this capnography or high CO2 levels can be a sign of that? Doesn't suggest an answer.
Overall.
The information, again, it has to correlate to the patient condition. An increased expired CO2 is a part of the process that can lead to acidosis, but not every high end-tidal value is acidotic.
I appreciate the distinction you're making here, because I'm using words like sign and you're using words like correlate versus, definitely we know what that is. Can you explain the difference between a sign or a correlation with something versus the ability to say this is for sure it? I'm asking him to explain his own testimony and what he means by correlation.
All right. Why don't you re-ask the question in a more succinct form so I could understand it even?
What do you mean by correlation?
A high number can lead us to believe that the patient could be acidotic, or any information we get can lead us either to a negative or positive value.
Let's take a look at the next slide. Now, we've got some discussion here of drug use and excited delirium. What are you training the paramedics about how this particular kinds of drug use are related to excited delirium?
I'm going to mostly focus on, all of them are stimulants. So things that make your body act like it needs to work harder and make you excited, or that elicit your sympathetic nervous system, what some people might have heard of the fight or flight response. Anything that increases our heart rates, blood pressure, things like that, is heavily associated with the development of this disorder or this disease process. The next one discusses that cocaine and crack are believed to be the most likely to cause excited delirium. We go into this a little bit more. The cocaine specifically, and then even more specifically, cocaine that has been processed into what can be referred to as crack cocaine, has an increasing likelihood of developing into what was formerly known as excited delirium due to the effects, the effects of that illicit substance affect the body. And then also recognizing that patients who have underlying psychiatric disorders, are at a higher risk globally of abusing what I've referred to as sympathomimetics. Same thing as stimulants. It's something that mimics our sympathetic nervous system. So sympathomimetics, they commonly abuse them. And then also that if they have an underlying psychiatric disorder, without making my own description of what causes those, there are some theories surrounding why some people have different psych disorders that may, as we will eventually discuss, are some of the pathology behind the development of this disorder.
Okay, let's take a look at the next slide. Did you also have an opportunity to review a copy of this video to make sure it's the same one that was initially given in the presentation?
Yes.
And did it appear to be a fair and accurate copy of that one?
Yes.
Would it
We're
assist you
gonna
in
go
giving
over
your testimony to the jury to
pathology
show them the
of
video so they know what you're talking about?
Mental health.
Yes.
Move to publish
Dangerous.
People's 250B as demonstrative.
Doesn't seem like he's getting off the stand anytime soon.
How long is it?
Oh, sorry, did you?
How long is it?
2 minutes, maybe? 3?
All right, the court will allow the 250B to be published for demonstrative purposes only.
Evansville, Louisiana. Deputy James Porter responds to the call of a drug-crazed man in the middle of the
Oh,
road
come on.
and gets the shock of his life.
Are they really playing this?
Porter pulls back while the deranged man aimlessly roams the road. The attic is so high, he ignores the pair of pants his friends tossed to him.
This shouldn't be allowed in the court.
No. No.
This is his training deal, right? This is the same thing that he shows all the paramedics to train them. This shouldn't be part of this court case.
Six, 7, out with the signal 2600 block of 45th Street. What's up, buddy? Lay down, lay down. What's going on, bro? Who? How much coke you smoke, man? I don't do nothing. Hey, do me a favor. Relax. Please. Okay, I'll help you. Hey, relax. Relax. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Stay there. Hey, stop like that. Come here, dude. Hold on, the cars are gonna. Come here, dude. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Hey, you need to chill out. Sit up. Sit up on your butt,
This
man.
is so bad for the
We're
defense.
police trying to help you. I'm Officer Shaw. We've reached the state of consciousness here. Yeah.
Well, but also,
So let's get you back up on. Yeah, but heck yeah.
it doesn't sound like
Yeah.
the Elijah McClain video,
That's
right?
why it's so bad for the defense.
Get the bag. I'm telling you right now. Get the bag. 93 response, start the medics here. 3, 4, 5, 3.
Thanks, excited utterance.
Now, Mr. Chambers, before I ask you about what you were teaching the paramedics about what's important from that video, I think it might be a good time to take a quick stretch break, Your Honor, and
That means we're gonna go like the
move
rest
around. I
of the
know the
afternoon.
videos.
Yeah. I would expect so. They've had
All right, yeah,
2.5 days off
Have a
plus a
stretch.
weekend.
I'm going to have counsel approach while we're stretching.
No, I mean with this witness.
Oh, yeah, probably.
Good afternoon break.
Now, Mr. Chambers, what were you training the paramedics is important about those 3 different examples of excited delirium in the video?
So each individual exhibits different things that could be indicative of excited delirium. One of those, again, is kind of an emphasis on inanimate object fixation. So you saw in the first one, there were some studies that suggested that people in delirious states fixate on glass, with a variety of different suppositions as to why. But so you notice that in a couple of these, the individuals see a vehicle and then rush towards that vehicle. So it was to provide another reference point of a potential symptom of this disease. Also, in there, you note that one of the individuals It takes the weight of the patrol car off of the chassis. So it gives two different patrol car views of it. So one of the symptoms is what was described as superhuman strength, or just excessive strength beyond what people would normally be capable of. So if you think about the strength that it would take to take the weight of a vehicle off of its chassis, so like to, take the weight that sits on the suspension.
That's crazy.
And then that last one, pardon me. That last one is a fairly famous example of an individual who ended up suffering a cardiac arrest secondary to
depends on the vehicle, I guess.
What was believed to be excited delirium. So this was a case where positioning the patient is important, ensuring that they do not remain prone or face down, and that also delaying the intervention from medical staff can be detrimental to the outcome of the patient or individual.
I'd like to ask you a couple questions about slide 19 now, which has the patient's skin first bullet point. And the second bullet point here, you talk about prolonged increased sympathetic response can lead to a more acidic pH. Can you explain what that means to the jury?
Yes, so obviously as our bodies increase their metabolism, that increases the required fuel that we use to continue to move our body and maintain our basic functions. The more of it we use and the harder our body has to work, that engine becomes less efficient. Less efficiency, as we said before, leads to more waste. That waste product is acidic. So if the patient is not able to get rid of that acid, it sits in our blood and then changes the actual pH of the blood.
Okay. Is that circumstance of too much acid changing the pH the acidosis you were referring to earlier?
Yes. Well, we can have different types of acidosis, but that is a type of acidosis, yes.
Now, are you teaching them that the ketamine fixes acidosis, or what's the relationship with the ketamine here?
The ketamine is intended to decrease the sympathetic response to help decrease the production of waste. We typically do not directly intervene upon, paramedics in the pre-hospital environment operate under a wide variety of scope of practice or ability to intervene. And so at the time, we typically, in the protocols that we were operating under, did not directly intervene upon pH because we couldn't directly monitor it to intervene upon it.
You said that the ketamine's goal is to reduce the sympathetic response. Can you sort of explain it like I'm 5, what it means to reduce the sympathetic response?
Make it work less hard.
Yeah.
Okay, so just stop them being so active.
The chassis or whatever, lifting the weight off.
How does that relate then to fixing the acidosis?
That's a big deal. Like
again, it won't
right now
reverse the acidosis. It will just help decrease the production of acid, so preventing it from getting worse. There's other strategies that we can use to help.
That's fair.
Assist the patient in supporting what they were doing before to attempt to regulate that themselves.
Getting the wheels off the ground by yourself. That's an
we don't want these victims or these patients to be lying prone or on their face down or on their chest. Their primary way that the body compensates initially for acidosis is by increasing our respiratory rates as well as increasing respiratory depth, so that we can expire off that excess CO2 there's a complicated process behind it, but yes. So if we restrict the movement of their chest, they can't take as deep and effective breaths. And so we can support that by patient positioning, assisting with ventilations.
Nope.
So is the way to actually then
on the bachelor stream.
fix the acidosis
Thank you,
just
though.
lots of good breathing?
Thank you.
We can help support what they were doing. Just because we provide adequate ventilation does not guarantee that the acidosis will be corrected.
Okay. But is that the intervention step you take to try and get them breathing better?
As long as that was we would assume that that's something they were doing before. So again, we can use that end-tidal capnography value from before as an initial to help correlate our respiratory intervention to an appropriate level.
Sorry, when you say you assume that's what they were doing before, do you mean you assume they were breathing before?
That they were using their breath to compensate to help expire off that CO2. I apologize.
Gotcha. All right, let's go to slide 21, please. Is this the final video that you showed the paramedics in the training?
I believe so, yes.
And did you confirm that this is a fair and accurate copy of the training or the training video you showed?
Yes.
And would it help you giving your testimony to show that to the jury?
Yes.
Would move to publish demonstrative 250C.
You'll see another objections as previously.
Dr. I'm going to add to the previous objection. I think.
How long is it?
you check real quick, Liz? 1 minute and 38 seconds.
All right.
Why is he so concerned with the
It's
length?
starting to get cumulative, but apparently it was part of the training, so the court will allow 250C to be published.
Look at the fancy wine.
Look on camera.
Big boy.
The big boy. Remember? Take a picture. The big boy. I'm right here. Sweet. Mama right here.
All right, there we go.
Y'all.
Okay. Perfect, perfect. We're dating the wound back.
Yeah, this is gonna get in your way, but. What times?
I need a challenge.
Yes. Good challenge.
What in the hell are we listening to right now?
I don't know. I'm confused.
Mr. Chambers, what are you teaching the paramedics is important to be learning from this video example?
The primary goal of this was to provide an example of what a patient would look like fully dissociated on ketamine.
Okay. And what aspects of this person's demeanor or what they're exhibiting are you referring to by that?
Was this to a little
You
baby?
notice that what you could refer to as this is the nobody's home look. The patient's eyes are open, but they're not tracking or looking at the specific people interacting with them. You can see that this poor little kiddo has a pretty good laceration to his lip, and they're working on irrigating or cleaning that out with a liquid, and that patient's not responding to that, what would normally be a painful stimulus. It also demonstrates that they place this patient on end-tidal capnography, which is another point of reference for that, and also that for this particular patient, one of the features that is beneficial for ketamine is that it can potentially help protect respiratory reflexes based on how it affects our brains. So the body still breathes, but you don't necessarily feel pain. So they can breathe on their own, which makes the physician in this video more easily accessible to managing this patient's injury.
What is the long clear tube that's being used there?
That's a suction device.
Okay. Is that the kind of device that we would expect when we hear like getting suction or using suction?
There's numerous different tools that you can utilize to suction. This is a common tool used that's called a Yankauer tip, a rigid Yankauer suction. So,
okay, let's take a look at the next slide. Is this another case study that you taught them?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury briefly about this case study and what you taught related to it?
So this describes a 32-year-old male who was found in the back of a patrol car, so a police officer vehicle. They were able to obtain information from the police officer were able to obtain information from the girlfriend, who provides a history for the patient and says that they've been abusing cocaine regularly.
I'll be right back.
Which the point of this is to reinforce the idea that sympathetic drugs overall and specific drugs such as cocaine can exacerbate into this condition. That he broke down the steel door to their apartment complex, reinforcing this idea of excessive strength as well as potentially agitated behavior. The police department arrived soon enough to get him handcuffed and placed into the back of the patrol car. Since then, the patient has now kicked out the window of the patrol car and broken 2 of the steel bars of the actual cage of the back of a patrol car. So like the back of police officer vehicles have rigid cages to help protect the safety of the vehicle.
Was this an excited delirium case from your own personal experience?
I did not attend on this patient, but this was a patient that my partner had interacted with.
Okay. Let's take a look at the next slide. Now, we've got here another hypothetical of patient is approximately 285 pounds. Do you walk them through the calculation of what an appropriate ketamine dose would be here for this patient?
Yes, the intention of this patient, why this patient was important, and specifically for this weight, is that the max dose for a single patient was 500 milligrams. So that translates to 100 kilograms, which is roughly 220 pounds. So for a patient who exceeds that amount, we would defer to the maximum, which would be 500 milligrams.
Okay. So any patient 220 pounds or above would get that maximum dosage of 500 milligrams?
Yes.
Let's take a look at the next slide. Now we've got the repeated description of what ketamine is here, but the second line says, so what does that mean? Are you asking the participants as a quiz, or what's that?
The idea is so since we started with the information, provided like the substantive support to it. So the idea is then to reinforce that by engaging in a discussion, reinforcing what the medication actually does, and now to focus a little bit more on the actual medication as opposed to the disease process.
I know sometimes repeating things can get tiresome, but is that actually a deliberate technique you're using in here?
It is.
Sorry, what was that?
It is, sorry.
And why is that repetition important when you're teaching a technique to a class of paramedics?
We like repetition. It's helpful to
We like repetition.
when learning a large amount of new information. It is helpful to provide reinforcement to critical areas because it helps our brains recognize what is most important to help us sift out what should be retained the most.
Let's take a look at the next slide. You mentioned it's important to repeat or reinforce critical areas. We see here for a second time the dose of 5 milligrams a kilogram. Is that why it's duplicated here?
Yes. So we're focusing on the medications. So the idea was to restate the protocol, reinforce it, and then expand.
Let's take a look at the next. Actually, could you just walk the jury quickly through here what you teach the paramedics about what the main side effects are of appropriate doses of ketamine?
So these 5 are the common side effects for ketamine. Emergence reactions, I'm going to try not to go too in depth with this. As they become unsedated, right? So they get sedated as the sedation wears off. Since they've become dissociate, they have to reassociate. So some patients receiving this medication, when they describe it as an out-of-body experience, when they re-enter their body, in air quotes, that can be disorienting and cause people to act out. At this point, the medication has decreased its effectiveness for controlling the patient's physical capability, so then they can become uncooperative and start to yell and behave erratically as they reassociate to themselves. Hypersalivation we discussed earlier. A mild increase in heart rate secondary to adrenergic response. This is just another fancy medical way of just saying that because of how this medication works, you can have a mild increase in a heart rate because of blocking NMDA receptors can cause a mild increase in heart rate. It's somewhat good for the patient, but something to consider in someone who's profoundly tachycardic or has a high heart rate that you might initially see an uptick before they become sedated and then decrease. Laryngospasm, our voice box is called our larynx. It has muscles, and sometimes the side effect of that is a spasm. So those muscles lock up and close, which can prevent air from successfully passing through into their lungs, and then nausea and vomiting. It's a side effect for pretty much everything you can think of.
Right. Are these all potential side effects from the appropriate regular 5 milligram per kilogram dose?
These can happen in any dosing range, and the likelihood increases with increasing dosages per body weight, okay, or per kilogram.
Let's take a look at the next slide, please. What are you teaching the paramedics about the importance of this monitoring after ketamine administration?
The waiver specifically, the protocol and the waiver specifically states that the patient should be placed when reasonable on cardiac monitoring. So take a picture of their heart using the cardiac monitor. End-tidal waveform capnography, which we've discussed, pulse oximetry, so how much of your hemoglobin or your red blood cells are bound, a blood glucose, and an IV established and placed in physical restraints, even if the patient is sedated appropriately. So because of the potential for emergence reactions and that the half-life of this medication is not permanent, that for the safety of the patient as well as the crew during transport, the patient is placed into restraints so that if they do have one of these side effects, that they can be safe and we can be safe as well while rendering care.
So is this monitoring after administration of ketamine required by the state?
It is an expectation of the state, yes.
As part of getting that waiver and protocol approved to use?
Yes.
That would.
Now, the first term on here is cardiac monitoring. Is the cardiac monitor a specific device?
In the pre-hospital environment, we utilize cardiac monitors, which has the capacity up to and including panic blood pressure, pulse oximetry monitoring, end-tidal capnography monitoring, and ECGs. They have capabilities.
I was wondering where you went, bud.
That's like the standard kind of complement for the typical
technical
pre-hospital cardiac monitor.
Okay, so the cardiac monitor, would that include the first 3 things there? Cardiac monitoring, end-tidal capnography, and pulse oximetry?
Correct.
Now, what is the purpose of this monitoring post-ketamine administration?
We want, we can obtain a lot of information on what could be going on with the patient through all these different things. We want to make sure that we can see their heart rate. We can see, again, I don't want to get too deep into the weeds. We can look at what their heart rate looks like. That electrical activity can change based off of different electrolyte disturbances or our pH or all sorts of other things. It's very expansive. The end-tidal capnography we've touched on. Pulse oximetry, we want to make sure that they're adequately, it's a non-specific monitoring tool. Hemoglobin can be bound with other things other than oxygen. It's just very typically bound with oxygen. So we typically use that as a reasonable estimation of how much oxygen is in someone's blood.
Okay. Does this monitoring potentially provide an early warning if something's going wrong?
It can, yes.
Let's take a look at the next slide. We don't need to get into the details of all these, but does this just describe what the standard treatment is for if you have some of these common side effects?
It does.
Let's take a look at the next slide. Now I want to talk about that first bullet point. The word appropriate is all in caps lock. Can you explain why that word is in caps lock?
There's an increased risk of adverse side effects when dosing ranges exceed or higher dosages per pound of, or per kilogram of body weight.
And specifically, what side effect has that increased risk that you're talking about in this slide?
Very sensitive hypersalivation and laryngospasm. And that laryngospasm, and also that the respiratory protective aspect of the medication can be overwhelmed in higher dosing ranges.
What does that mean, that the airway protective aspect of ketamine can be overwhelmed?
Judge, I'm going to object if we're going to give him such as an expertise in this area. He can explain what's on the slide, but I haven't heard any foundation for his ability to speak to specifics of these.
Judge, I'm just asking him to define the words he was using, which were medical terms, the respiratory protective aspects of ketamine. I'm trying to get him to explain what that means. And it clearly talks on the slide, and he taught about what effects it has on the patient's respiratory drive.
All right. To the extent that it goes to what are you trained as students on, I'll allow it.
So what do those words mean? That an increased dose can overwhelm the respiratory protective aspects of ketamine?
As we mentioned earlier, this medication was preferred because it can decrease the patient's activity while not decreasing their respiratory drive, like their unconscious ability to breathe. In higher dosages, the effect of the sedation can overwhelm the protective part of it, so it can exceed what the medication is attempting to do, right? Like two separate efforts. Part A is what we intend, part B hangs out in the background. If we get in higher doses, part B can become overwhelmed by part A. That makes sense.
And do you teach the paramedics in this class giving too much of the medication can detrimentally affect somebody's respiratory drive?
And I would object to donation. Maybe approach.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. This is terrible for my case. Objection.
The one thing that I did notice there, though, was that their training protocol calls for them to set up a heart monitor when given the drug, right?
Yeah.
So they failed to do that.
I mean, they failed to do all of it. Like, all of it.
Yeah.
And it clearly, from their training protocol,
Let me
this was
put that
not
question a little bit differently to
situation
you,
which
sir.
called for it.
Do you teach the paramedics that inappropriate dosing of ketamine can negatively affect the patient's respiratory drive?
Yes.
Seems pretty obvious.
And when we say
That-
inappropriate
he was slow to
dosing
answer that, though.
negatively affects the respiratory drive, what do you teach them about what inappropriate dosing means?
The appropriate dosing will be what the protocol stipulates. So anything that is outside of what the protocol states would be inappropriate. I'll just reinforce the second one that just says large doses increase the likelihood of harmful side effects.
Okay. And what is the largest dose that you can give?
The protocol said 500 milligrams.
Okay. What's this closing point that you're making to the trainees in this training here?
At the time of development of this, there were rumors of other agencies, and this was not something specific to me, but that was requested to be put in, that other agencies who utilize ketamine, either openly or culturally, had a practice of giving any patient they believed to have excited delirium 500 milligrams. We wanted to emphasize that the intention of the protocol was
Hello,
to give it as a
Aaron.
weight-based dose, not as a blanket dose for each individual.
Yeah, he's a
And why are
paramedic
you training
trainer.
them that just
He's
giving
bad
everybody
at that.
500 is not good practice?
To re-emphasize the large doses increase the likelihood of harmful side effects. So we want to try to give the safest dosing for the patient.
Issues like respiratory depression, are
So
those
he does all the
potentially
training.
life-threatening conditions?
Yes.
Do you specifically teach the paramedics that these, if you do inappropriate dosing,
Oh no.
When you shop Wayfair, you can't help but show off.
But you know what that means? I think that means that they're done for the day.
Reinforce the second one that just says large doses increase the likelihood of harmful side effects.
okay. What is the largest dose that you can give?
The protocol said 500 milligrams.
Okay.
Yeah, it sure looks
What's
like
this closing point that you're making to the trainees in this training here?
At the time of development of this, there were rumors
It's only like
of other
248 there, right?
agencies. And this was not something specific to me, but that was requested to be put in, that other agencies who utilize ketamine, either openly or culturally, had a practice of giving any patient they believed to have excited delirium 500 milligrams. We wanted to emphasize that the intention of the protocol was to give it as a weight-based dose, not as a blanket dose for each individual.
And why are you training them that just giving everybody 500 is not good practice?
To re-emphasize the large doses increase the likelihood of harmful side effects. So we want to try to give the safest dosing for the patient.
Okay. Issues like respiratory depression, are those potentially life-threatening conditions?
Yes.
Do you specifically teach the paramedics that these, if you do inappropriate dosing, that can endanger the life of the patient?
I mean, I would have to say that those words weren't specifically used, but that these are things that need to be managed. I mean, I can't say that I specifically stated that if, yeah, I mean, the idea is to identify the potential for side effects and how to recognize and intervene upon them.
Okay. Now I'd like to take a look at the last slide, please. The second to last slide, sorry. Now here in the second bullet point, it talks about patients never being kept or transmitted in the prone or hobbled position. Can you explain to the jury what you're training paramedics about that?
As we discussed earlier, it's important for those patients to be able to take advantage of their full chest wall movement to breathe effectively and exchange carbon dioxide and oxygen effectively. Prone, we've discussed. Hobbled is a specific, the less professional term would be like hogtied. So we just don't want to maintain those people in that position where they can't breathe effectively.
Okay. In the third paragraph, you mentioned that chest wall expansion is critical for expiring off CO2. Why is that critical?
Again, if we retain that CO2, it's inherently acidotic or inherently acidic, which can lead to continuing acidosis, which can be detrimental to patient outcomes.
Now, if police have moved somebody into this prone position for control, do the paramedics get trained they need to get that person out of prone when as soon as they can?
Judge, I mean, object unless it's based on this opinion.
All right, if it's based upon the training he gave, I'll have a question in that area. So I'll sustain the objection in part.
If it's part of the training, are paramedics trained that if the police put somebody in the prone position, that they should get them out of the prone position as soon as they safely can?
It's hard to say that that is the explicit statement of that. The training should be to recognize the importance of appropriate positioning and getting that patient into the appropriate position for the most ideal outcome.
Okay. Now let's take a look at the next slide. You've mentioned earlier some mimics. Can you explain to the jury not what each of these is, but why it's important that you're training them to be aware of these other conditions?
There's a lot of them. You can see up there. Some of the things that we can do as a part of that post-administration monitoring can help us identify a potential for one of these mimics. It's also to stress the importance of patient history and our patient presentation. So if we need that patient history in order to create a good patient, a good differential diagnosis for our patient. So these are options. These are different These are different ailments that can present similarly, and that we either should consider as a part utilizing the patient's history, or can intervene upon directly, such as hypoglycemia or heat stroke. We can, provide someone with dextrose to help reverse that. We can keep someone cool so that they can recover.
So are some of these reversible medical conditions that could be treated without ketamine?
Yes.
Sorry, I couldn't.
Yes.
Why is it important that you teach the paramedics to be on the lookout for these other reversible medical problems?
If we identify them, we can intervene upon them directly. If we then can reverse the problem, then we can improve the patient outcome. We can also then identify that we had an incorrect initial differential diagnosis and then proceed from there.
And sorry, I don't know that the jury has been introduced to that term differential diagnosis before. Can you explain what that means?
I apologize. This is just in the pre-hospital environment. We don't diagnose people with anything. That's what doctors do. But we can, utilizing a comprehensive assessment in physical and patient history and vital signs, have different ideas of what could be causing the patient's illness, right? So the easy example to utilize is somebody who is behaving confused may be a diabetic who doesn't have enough sugar to fuel their brain. But we could also consider that they are having a stroke as well. So we operate under those two things to drive our assessment and care and ultimately determine our treatments.
Is that a constant process of assessing and reassessing to decide what the right differential diagnosis is?
Judge, again, I'm going to object unless this is part of this training.
Sustained.
Is it part of the training that part of that differential diagnosis is assessing and reassessing?
The intention of this slide is to provide people with other potential causes of the patient's presentation.
Now, I just have a couple more questions for you, Mr. Chambers. We've talked a little bit about the two different slides on dosing there, saying 5 milligrams per kilogram of body weight. At any point in time, did you train the paramedics that they should calculate a dose based on weight, but then adjust it up based on someone's agitated state or signs and symptoms of excited delirium?
My training states 5 milligrams per kilogram.
So is that a no? You never trained them to calculate the weight and then adjust it up based on someone's agitated state or signs and symptoms of excited delirium?
It was answered.
Would it be appropriate under the training you gave for somebody to adjust a dose up based upon what they perceive as somebody's agitated state?
Sustained.
Did you train that the paramedics are ever allowed to deviate from that 5 milligrams per kilogram dosage?
Not to my knowledge.
That's all I have for you, Mr. Chambers. Thank you.
He's pounding on that because
All right, we're going to take our
something they said
afternoon
in their
recess at this
interview.
time. I'd like to have the jury back in 15 to 20 minutes. Don't form or express any opinions. Please do not discuss the case even amongst yourselves. Do no independent research. Avoid any press coverage, and we'll see you back in a little bit.
He's going to dismiss him for 15 minutes and then bring him back in to dismiss him for the day.
Yeah.
What a
I
dick.
guess he didn't know how long Cross was going to go.
You have to know that this cross is going to be excruciatingly long, right?
But it wasn't, right?
That was direct.
And how long is the cross?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's got it. They had him on the stand half the day. It's going to have to be a long cross.
You can be back
I
in
think.
15 or so minutes. The court will be in recess.
So I wonder why they let him go then.
All right, court's in
I mean,
recess.
he's not super helpful for them, so maybe it's not going to be a long cross.
That could be.
2023, the court will
Sometimes
recall
it's better to just
21
not
CR
draw
2800,
attention to
21
the
CR
harmful
2806.
witnesses.
Right.
Okay, just wanted to make sure we had everybody here. Okay, ready to bring our jurors back in?
Not looking good for these guys after
Oh, okay.
the last couple days.
No.
Due to the incident we were discussing, some of the elevators are shut down. So it's
Yeah.
going to take us a little bit longer to get the jurors up this time.
Sure.
Incident they were discussing. The hell is going on in this courthouse?
What did he say? The incident we were discussing? What?
Due to the incident we were discussing, some of the elevators aren't working, so it's going to take a little bit longer to get the jury up to the courtroom,
Yeah, that's weird.
especially after last week's craziness.
And by the way, I did find one of my colleagues got a verdict, so he'll be covering my morning docket tomorrow. So hopefully we can get started around 8:30.
Okay.
All right. Well,
Oh.
my experience with this group of jurors so far is it's really not one
That would
juror.
be
It
crazy
just
if there was if
seems
it
like
was
one
like
of them
because the courthouse
a little tardy
partially
by about 10 or
collapsed
15
and they
minutes.
still
So I'm just
made
going to tell them 8:30.
the jurors coming to the other side. That'd be nutty.
It's like, well, that was only the first floor. You're on the third. Get your asses
Yeah,
up here.
right.
Like, really, this seems like an extremely painful way to dismiss the jurors for the day. Like, why didn't you do this 15 minutes ago, man?
Oh, does he dismiss them right away?
It's over after this. I mean, we've only got like 5 minutes left of the video.
That's weird. Maybe they couldn't. Maybe because of the incident, they had to dismiss everybody.
Oh, that could be because it is a short day. Like right now, it's only 3 o'clock for them.
Oh, no. No, we didn't decide. I was just thinking, what was that green folder?
Don't tell me there's more shenanigans.
Probably something like a escape prisoner or something crazy. I'm totally speculating. I have no idea what it was. Neo Dark Matter, how you doing, bud? This is in Aurora, Colorado.
They've been having some struggles.
Struggles.
Hard time staying on track.
Well, they said they were ahead Wednesday too. They said they were ahead of schedule before they took 2.5 days off. So who knows where they're at now, right? I'm sure this is going to be nothing. I'm sure they're just going to call them and dismiss them and not give us anything else. But, you know,
Oh yeah, they're not going to tell us anything.
just in case, I want to watch the rest of the video.
The jurors have returned. Please be seated. Court will formally recall 21 CR 2800, 21 CR 2806. The jury's returned. The parties are present. The witnesses on the witness stand still under oath. Folks, I just want to, I really didn't mention this earlier, but I think what I mentioned early on in the trial was that if you see the attorneys or the parties wandering around outside the courtroom, you should avoid conversations with them. To the extent that you can remember, perhaps better than I can, they do have their staff here. They're mostly seated either behind them or next to them. If you could avoid conversations with them too, it would certainly be appreciated. All right, cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm going to try and go back over your testimony, and so it might seem like I'm jumping around. If I lose you, just let me know, okay?
The jurors were
I
talking
know
to,
we
like,
talked
the
about your
interns
training
from
and
the
experience, and I really want to drill back to
I don't understand what's
2018
happening.
because that's when this training occurred, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So at that time, you had 1 year at Denver Health where you got your paramedic licensure and then did some work. You were there a total about a year, correct? Denver Health.
Oh.
About
As an employee.
okay. And then you shifted to Falk in 2016.
Correct.
And so shortly after
It's
getting
not
to Falk, you
over. We
started
just
doing
are
some
almost caught
trainings.
up.
Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
And then this
man.
occurred the summer or
Appears
spring
that
of
it is
2018.
still live.
Yes.
Okay. So when I'm
I just I'm gonna ask that you speak up
What
a little
terrible
closer. I'm
news.
sorry. Go ahead.
certainly. So when I'm asking you questions, it's hard because it's no longer 2018. I'm not going to pretend to do the math, but it's been several years. When I'm asking questions, I'm asking as of this training in 2018. Okay. Deal?
Yes.
Okay. So back in 2018, is it fair to say that when you talk about adults protocol, you have pediatrics and that ends at 12, correct?
Yes, as discussed, the nuance of that specific definition sometimes includes less than 13 or 12 or greater.
I was very
So I don't recall how it was specifically listed in 2018.
Okay, so this ketamine that was wavered in and subject to the new protocol was for whether it was 12 and above or 13 and above. It's that age range up till somebody passes away. There's not a top level.
That's correct.
Okay. And when you were talking about things, and I'm not going to ask you about the waiver, I do want to clarify, you didn't have anything to do with the waiver, correct?
Correct. That was not a part of
It's
the
not
waiver
late for
application.
them. It still should be
Then
in session.
when you were, we watched some videos.
I got confused,
We
that's
watched
all.
2 videos, and I, after the videos ended, it shifted back to questioning, but I want to make very clear to this jury in both video 1 and video 2, so not the child video, both those individuals died right there, right? In video 1, I believe at the end of the video, it said that the individual went into cardiac arrest and died. And in video 2, you said he suffered a cardiac arrest. I don't know if he died, actually. I know he suffered a cardiac arrest.
Yes, I don't recall. I don't want to specifically commit to confusing particular cases.
Plot
Either it was
twist.
an example of a very similar case or the same case.
So, wait, I'm confused. So the videos we watched were the videos that you used in your training, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So in those, what I was saying is at the end of video 1, it said that individual died. That was the still shot in the video, right?
Yes.
Video 2, you testified that he went into cardiac arrest, and you were talking about the positioning.
Correct.
All right, if we could try to be a little more specific, that'd be great.
Okay. I think there was a law enforcement officers, and they had the gentleman on the ground, and they were saying, get him on his side. And then that's the individual, I believe you said, went into cardiac arrest, correct?
Yes, you can witness in the video that they're performing CPR.
Correct.
Seems slightly
So
counterintuitive.
you're showing these videos because this new medication
Yeah,
that is being
exactly.
rolled out
Why-
for Aurora Fire and Falk is meant to deal with medical emergencies, correct?
Yes.
Excited delirium was understood and trained by you to be a life-threatening medical emergency, correct?
Yes.
And it needs rapid intervention, as we saw in the video, or you could have somebody die, correct?
Yes.
You never trained anybody on
She's good.
if they get to that position, abandon the
She
protocol,
is.
reassess. That wasn't part of your training, was it? If you get to the end and you, on the video where you see the gentleman is going into cardiac arrest, that wasn't part of your training. You never told anybody during training.
That's why I keep
that
getting
if
so
they
back
get
and
too
forth in
severely
this trial.
acidotic, you
Yeah.
abandon the protocol. That wasn't part of the training, was it? And Judge, I think he was processing the question, and I would ask not to look over here. You understood the question, didn't you?
He looked at the state.
Trying,
You didn't let me roll.
Sure, certainly, Your Honor. I apologize.
Yeah, why don't you clarify just a little bit?
Sure. So let's take, for example, video 1, where the person dies, right?
yes.
The one where he punched through the fence and the officers then kind of tackle him and then he dies right there. You know which video I'm talking about, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when you showed that video, you didn't then talk about with your class, okay, if you get to this point, abandon the protocol. Abandon the protocol, go to some other protocol. That wasn't part of your training, was it?
I don't believe that specifically was addressed. And I'm trying to figure out the best way to answer your question.
Sure.
I'm sorry.
Well, it's fair to say
By
excited
looking at the
delirium was
state.
trained as a life-threatening situation, right? Did you train?
I'll allow for foundation for the next question. Go ahead.
Go ahead, you can answer. You trained people that it's a life-threatening situation.
Yes.
And so the whole point is rapid intervention, correct?
Yes.
And the whole point is you assess the situation, and if you're in excited delirium, you do the rapid intervention, correct?
Correct.
And the rapid intervention that was being unrolled was ketamine administration, correct?
Yes.
And, you know, we talked a lot
You okay for a minute?
about this. I think it's referred to as case number 1, but it was the case you had where the person was in the police car. You know which one I'm talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
What you didn't tell this jury was you actually did, with the exception of getting a heart check, all those vitals in the ambulance. Isn't that correct?
Well, I would have assessed the patient's respiratory rate and as well as heart rate.
Okay, but that wasn't my question. So my question was, and if I need to direct you back to prior times you've given information, I can. But isn't it true from your memory, you reached into the police car and you assessed a heart rate? And then once the sedative was administered and the patient calmed down and was safe enough to be able to be moved, he was moved to the ambulance where he was monitored.
Yes, ma'am.
That's what occurred in your situation, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Because there's
That's
not
insane.
a time frame on when you had to do the monitoring. You didn't teach a time frame, did you?
No, ma'am.
Right. It was sedate, safely move them to the ambulance, get the monitoring, get them to the hospital, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Because you're not doctors in the field, are you? You want to get them to the doctors, don't you?
Yes.
So another thing that we didn't talk about, in your trainings, when you were teaching about this drug dosage administration, you didn't do any training on how to assess weights individually. Like you didn't have a breakdown on this is how you should assess weight, did you? As part of the training.
No, ma'am.
But what you did do was talk about 300, 400, 500, didn't you?
This was discussed as the practice that other people had utilized to provide a frame of reference in difficult situations. Yes.
Right. So you said you taught your class, you discussed with your class that 300, 400, 500. 300 refers to kind of somebody small, 400 to somebody medium sized, and 500 is everybody else. And that way it's easy for them in these high stress situations to have a guidepost, right? We don't have to. Judge Mike.
Hold on. If that's what his answer is, then I'll allow it.
Isn't that accurate?
Providing that information was to help them provide a starting point to guide in from.
Right. So in a high stress situation, they can look and have a guide, something to guide them to the right place, correct?
Yes.
But you taught that 300, 400, 500, correct?
As a guide, yes, ma'am.
You also taught them that when you take somebody kind of your build, generally an average size man, large man, 500 is going to be what it is and it'd be safe. Isn't that what you taught them?
I taught them that someone roughly my size would be 220 pounds or greater and therefore would meet the max dose.
You taught them 500 would be safe, correct? Judge, I wasn't asking about monitoring and circumstances.
Again, I'll allow the witness to answer if that's what was taught.
Do you remember teaching that?
If that's the specific verbiage that I've used previously, I can't state that I did not say that.
Okay. So as we sit here today, and fair enough, this is many years ago, and you don't remember what you said at every single training, right?
No, ma'am.
That'd be asking probably the impossible, wouldn't it?
Yes.
So when you teach these paramedics what they're going out to encounter, you talk to them about the ability to rely on other people on the scene, correct?
Yes. Sorry, yes.
And oftentimes it's law enforcement that you're relying on, correct?
Yes.
And they're telling you the information and you're relying on that as you're trying to assess your patient, correct?
Yes, it's a part of our information gathering process.
Sure enough, yeah. And if the person if it's being reported that the person has superhuman strength, that's a sign or a symptom of excited delirium, correct?
Could be, yes.
If it's being reported that the person is clearly on something, that's a sign or a symptom of excited delirium, correct? At that time, as it was understood.
The clearly on something is maybe a broad term that I don't know if I feel comfortable committing that completely to just a sign and symptom of excited delirium. I mean, there can be a lot of definitions of being on something that could not apply to excited delirium.
Okay. So when you taught your paramedics that people who were under the influence of certain substances, that was a sign or a symptom, right?
Could be a part of the underlying pathology, the physiology, yes.
Right. But when you taught them, when you listed several different potential signs or symptoms, that was one of them, correct?
And I'm just going to clarify just signs and symptoms. Signs and symptoms would be specifically either a physical finding of a patient, so a vital sign, or a symptom would be a stated complaint from someone. So this is just to clarify a sign and symptom. That drug use can be a part of it. It can't be a sign and symptom just because it's not a physical finding, if that makes sense.
So in your case, when the bystanders told you that the person had done a blank ton of acid, was it something you factored into your assessment?
Yes.
Okay. So perhaps it's better phrased as somebody being on something could be factored into the assessment.
Yes, ma'am.
Somebody who is continuously, law enforcement is yelling to stay in place and is resisting their commands, that would be, again, something you would factor into your assessment, correct?
Yes.
Somebody who's reported to have gone for somebody's gun would be something that could be factored into your assessment, correct?
Yes.
And at no point in the training did you talk about this need to constantly reassess and reassess, did you?
It is not explicitly mentioned, no.
So when
she's doing
somebody
a great
has
job.
these different identifications, I believe is there a set number you need to have to be under this protocol? Did you teach a set number?
No, ma'am.
In fact, what you taught was you gave them a broad field for a subjective determination, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So back in 2018, did you do anything in your training to even walk through? We looked at the PowerPoint. The protocol wasn't even in there, was it?
Protocol was distributed at each training.
It didn't make it into your PowerPoint?
No, ma'am. There was a physical printout of the protocol that was available to each person during the training.
Available to each. And so you have given multiple statements, and this is the first time we're hearing that, isn't it?
To the best of my knowledge.
Hey,
So
Eric.
as we sit here in 2023, do you recall for the first time that the protocol was distributed at each and every single one of your trainings?
I'm not trying to say that I specifically delivered that to each individual person at every training, but to the best of my memory, the protocol was available in a printed form.
So in February 2021, when you spoke to the Attorney General's office, you never mentioned that, did you?
I don't specifically recall that being mentioned, but
In the summer of 2021, when you testified under oath before another jury, you didn't mention that, did you?
not to the best of my knowledge, ma'am.
And even last
State
month, when you
looks shady
testified, you never said
here.
anything about that, did you?
It's because they're all buddies.
Not to the best of my knowledge, ma'am.
Okay.
It's just so weird though, because it's like the state's prosecuting the state, but you
Mr. Chambers,
so it's just
when you taught your class, were there a lot of informal conversations that occurred as part of the teaching?
By nature of education, there are discussions that expand that are different between each class, yes.
Sure. And you're 3 years a paramedic and working with a fellow agency and talking with the guys, fair enough?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it fair to say perhaps it was also a little loose at times
By loose,
in terms of interaction and talking?
I would describe the conversation as personal and, at the personal level, if that's what you mean by loose.
And you were trying to provide your fellow fighter fighters with tools to use when they encounter somebody facing this life-threatening emergency, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, when you were talking about ketamine, it was talked about from the standpoint of it was much safer and more effective than the other drugs that have been being used up to that point. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And when you did your trainings, at no point in time did you test your fellow paramedics, did you?
That was not within my scope of practice with the teaching arrangement.
Fair enough, but there was no test. There was no, here, watch this video, write down what you would do, right?
Not delivered by me.
Right. None in any of your trainings.
Correct. And at no point did you say, here, I'm going to put this up. Tell me, let's go around the room. Everybody estimate what this person weighs. You never did that, did you?
No, ma'am.
And at no point did you go around and say, you have this situation, this situation, this situation, these
A little bit of shitty training.
observations. What protocol are you under? That wasn't discussed, was it?
No, ma'am.
What was discussed was recognize that this is a medical life-threatening emergency. Act quickly to save your patient's life, correct?
It has been.
I'll rephrase. What your focus was on helping your fellow paramedics identify something that was critical and you wanted to end these kind of deaths. Is that fair to say?
The intention was to recognize a life threat and how to intervene upon it based on the protocol.
Okay. If I could have just a moment. Mr. Chambers, thank you very much. I don't have any other questions for you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
On behalf of Mr. Cichuniec.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chambers.
Okay.
Give me a second here to get organized. So I want to try and go through some of your testimony that you gave on direct and probably a little bit that you just gave answering questions from my colleague, Ms. Bagan. I may jump around a little bit too. I'm going to try not to, because I know it's easier for you if I don't, but forgive me if I do. And I'm going to try not to be repetitive, so we'll see how successful I am with that. I want to start by talking about the training that you provided in, I think you testified it was the summer of 2018, is that right? Or in 2018, I don't know when.
Yes, I'm trying my best to clarify that I believe it was in the summer of 2018. There have been, sometimes the spring is thrown out. To the best of my recollection, the intention was the summer of 2018.
Fair enough. And I promise when asking, it's not a trick question. I'm just trying to get a baseline of kind of when certain things happen. And I appreciate you doing your best to let us know that. So, and I think it's been covered a little bit, but I want to make sure we're clear. The PowerPoint that was admitted as People's Exhibit 250, that represents the PowerPoint presentation that you presented during your trainings, correct?
Yes.
It doesn't represent the complete training that was provided because, as some of the slides say, some of the slides are meant to spur discussion between yourself and the people attending the training. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And so those discussions and the information exchanged isn't going to be reflected on the PowerPoint, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So for example, this 300, 400, 500 guideline that you provided, that's nowhere in the PowerPoint presentation, correct?
Correct.
But it is something that was discussed as a starting point in the guideline for dosing during your trainings, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I know it's been a long time, and so I'm not asking for an exact time, but if you can ballpark it for the jury, these trainings, the individual training sessions that you gave on the pre-hospital ketamine administration, about how long did those trainings last? Was it an hour? Was it like over lunch? Was it a full day training? Was it a half day training? What's your best recollection as to how long that training was?
The training was multiple sessions throughout a day. I don't remember the specific number, and I believe the training was intended to last an hour and a half to 2 hours per session.
Okay, and so if it's an hour and a half to 2 hours per session, you think there were two sessions, because I think the PowerPoint is divided up into two sections, is that right?
The PowerPoint was separated only in terms of submitting it due to file restriction sizes.
Oh, fair enough.
So there were 2 morning sessions and then 1 to 2 evening sessions or afternoon sessions.
Okay, so just let me clarify. When you say a session, would one group, like would one battalion come in and do a session, and then another battalion would come in and do a session?
The crew composition for each session would depend on whatever the battalion chief or the training chief decided worked best operationally. So that would be dependent on the fire department, but there were multiple crews in each session.
So maybe that was probably an inartful question. Let me put it this way. Each session contained different students. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So the training that you provided in each session was designed to be an hour to an hour and a half.
Hour and a half, 2 hours. I believe the block was 2 hours for each session, but it could be off by 30 minutes.
And I apologize, I could have misheard you. So it was, the block was reserved for 2 hours. So the training was somewhere, maybe you testified an hour and a half to 2 hours.
Yes, that would be correct.
Okay. And then a new group of people would come in and you'd repeat the same training for an hour and a half to 2 hours in that block.
Correct.
And so you did 2 morning sessions and then 2 evening sessions.
I believe that was the idea, the rough schedule. Obviously, sometimes operational needs differentiated who would come when and how many sessions.
Okay, but to be clear, your training wasn't a full day training for the attendee. It may have been sounds like a long day for you, but it wouldn't have been a full day training for the attendees.
That's correct.
Okay. You talked a little bit in your testimony about the waiver process. Do you recall that?
I have in my testimonies briefly discussed the wavering process. I believe the information would be slightly different depending on which testimony you're referencing, sir.
Well, I was actually referencing your testimony earlier today. You were asked questions about the waiver process for ketamine, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I understand that you may have given other testimony. And if I want to direct you to that other testimony, I'll tell you specifically that I'm doing that. Otherwise, when I say you've testified, I'm going to be referring to your testimony in this courtroom today. Okay.
Got it.
All right. I want to make sure we're on the same page there. So earlier today, you were asked questions about the waiver process for ketamine, correct?
Yes.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but is it your understanding that anytime there is a new medicine or a new procedure that wants to be implemented in the field that wasn't part of like the standard procedures or medications, a waiver had to be sought from the state in order to do that? Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And sometimes, even if you have a medication that was used or had a long-standing use in pre-hospital care for one purpose, but we've recently discovered it might be beneficial for a new purpose. If you want to use that medication or that procedure for the new purpose, that also has to be subject to a waiver, correct? Well, this is the witness before us, Judge, and I don't think it's outside of his expertise. He testified to the waiver process.
All right. I'll allow you to rephrase because it sounds a lot like his testimony concerning the outside of the scope administration of medications.
Okay. So suffice it to say, if something is new, whether it be a medication or a procedure, that's usually going to be subject to the waiver process, right?
Sometimes new procedures can be collectively agreed on that as a standing order. Some will be agreed upon to be through the application or the wavering application process.
Okay. But here, ketamine was a new medication to be used for excited delirium, and so then it went through the waiver process. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you talked and answered questions about the AFR and Falk Rocky Mountain protocols. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And they shared protocols, right? They share a medical director and they share protocols.
Yes.
Okay. And to be clear, those protocols are generated from the Denver metro area protocols. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And just, and I think you had testified, I think the protocols that you're currently under in your new position also stem from the Denver metro area protocols too. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Is it your understanding that those protocols, those Denver metro area protocols are designed for organizations in the Denver metro area and then given to those organizations to tweak slightly if they need to, but those are the protocols that are given? Is that your understanding?
I'll sustain that objection to be on the scope.
Okay. Well, you've testified that those protocols are generated from the Denver metro area protocols. What to your knowledge are the Denver area metro protocols? It's not beyond the scope. He testified that that's where the protocols come from. So it's squarely in the scope.
We have caught up and we are live.
What's your understanding? You testified that the AFR and Falk protocols are generated from the Denver metro area protocols. What does that mean?
So the Denver Metro Physician Advisory Council puts forth their protocols. An agency can choose to adopt those verbatim. They may choose to provide some nuance that suits the specific needs of their organization, either within that scope.
Okay. And those specific nuances, when you testified earlier that these protocols are reviewed twice a year, they're reviewed for those specific nuances. Is that fair?
So those reviews can range from expansion to, or anywhere from expansion to reduction, as well as semantical changes that clarify verbiage. So not every update will specifically address that. You could have an update that just clarifies something ambiguous, such as just an easy example is the pediatric age criteria.
Okay. All right. I think you testified early on and when answering questions from Mr. Slothauer that that it would be important to get, when you first arrive on scene, particularly in an excited delirium case, it would be important to get information about what was happening before you arrived. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, since you're seeking that information, would it be uncommon for a paramedic to then rely on that information that is provided to them?
It would not be uncommon for a paramedic to utilize that in their decision-making process.
Okay. And in fact, there are some circumstances where that may be the only information they really have. Is that fair?
That can happen, yes.
Okay. And you'd probably, is it fair to say you'd want to get that information from people whoever's available on scene, correct?
Yes.
And there are some scenes where there are lots of eyewitnesses compared to some scenes where there are none. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And so if law enforcement were the only eyewitnesses to what happened before paramedics arrived, it wouldn't be uncommon to ask the police and rely on what the police told you had happened prior to your arrival. Is that fair?
To utilize it in their decision-making process, yes.
Okay. You talked a little bit about your when in training in the protocols and the fact that the agitated patient protocol wasn't contained in your training PowerPoint. Do you recall that?
That the agitated combative patient protocol was a separate protocol from the ketamine. The training was focused on the ketamine protocol.
But is it your testimony that that protocol was handed out during your training?
So to the best of my knowledge, the protocol was available to the students during the trainings. Tried to 6 years ago. So if that is not the case,
That's different. That's not answering the question.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say.
Can we show the witness only what's been admitted as People's Exhibit 219?
Oops. I see Yamaha's getting spicy.
He's been spicy about this case. This one hits a little
Chambers,
close to
take a
home.
look at what's been exhibited as People's 219.
Little close to home for him.
Is that the agitated patient protocol
objecting.
that you believe would have been available to your students during your training?
Hey, Farrell.
Sorry, so to clarify, I believe the ketamine protocol, the excited delirium protocol, would have been the one that was available, as that was the new protocol.
I think we're getting a Baker rate.
So there's an agitated combative patient protocol that specifically mentions the blue box on the right, on the third box on the right hand side says give ketamine. That blue box. That then would reference the ketamine protocol, which would also so it gets kind of complicated because it's a medication protocol and then this is a procedural protocol.
Hannah Payne.
So it
trial,
would reference the
I think.
ketamine protocol, which would then reference the excited delirium protocol.
So just so I'm clear, it would have been the ketamine protocol that would have been available to the students
Appreciate
during
it,
your
sir.
training.
To the best of my knowledge, I don't specifically remember how that was specifically printed, because I was not the one who printed that information.
Okay. If we can take that down, Cole, thank you.
Let me take a second, y'all, and pause this. Hello, everybody. Welcome from the Hannah Payne, MLS Baker, and Jamie extravaganza. Thanks for coming over. Make sure you hit the like for me, and also take notice that McKinley is streaming this as well on her channel. Her channel is linked in the pinned description. If you can go over there and hit the like for her too. And if you've got 2 accounts or whatever, if you've got the ability, or if you'd just rather go over there and watch her. Get her some watch hours. Let's help her out. That being said, we're on day 7 of this godforsaken trial. And I think we're actually live right now, or we were 2 seconds ago before I paused this. And I think we've got about an hour and a half left. I think, roughly-ish. So let's get back into it.
Brandon.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you. Oh, also for members, take notice that there is new emojis.
So I want to talk to you a little bit about and go through some of the slides of your training that you testified to. Cole, can we put up in Exhibit 250? Can we put up slide
there's one more
number 2, please?
From there yet.
Okay. Oh, back one. There you go. I counted the cover page.
I don't blame you,
That was the
MLS.
first slide.
I don't blame you.
So I just want to ask you a couple questions about this, Mr. Chambers. So when you talk about
Thank you all for
the
being
dosing
here.
500
We
milligrams
appreciate you.
per 5. I'm sorry, the dose 5 milligrams per kilogram. IM stands for intramuscular, correct?
Correct.
And when you give medicine IM, it requires that medicine to be absorbed by the muscles and the body before it enters the bloodstream. Is that fair?
See what I did, Brandon?
Correct.
See what I did?
And so if you inject it IM as opposed to IV, you're not injecting it directly into the bloodstream. Is that fair?
Ideally, there is a potential that if the needle falls into a vessel as opposed to a muscle body, that you could inadvertently give an IV injection.
Okay. So it's possible, but the design is not to have that happen. Okay.
Can you hit a vacuum
And so
cleaner?
just to be clear, when we were looking at the
Literally.
videos in your PowerPoint
Barely.
presentation, that
You're okay.
third video with the child who was in the hospital setting, that ketamine was administered intravenously or through IV, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I think you put here on onset 1 to 5 minutes, it's a range, correct?
Correct.
And that's because ketamine responds differently in different people.
Yeah, every person will have a different absorption rate dependent on numerous factors.
So some it might be quick, some it could take up to 5 minutes.
She's not super monetized yet.
But regardless of
Not
how
yet.
long
I'm
it
not.
takes,
That's why I need those watch hours.
the
and
point is
subscribers.
you have to wait for that
subscribers.
sedation to take effect before doing the next step. Is that fair?
They didn't show the videos.
Yes, the idea is that the sedation is given to promote safety and then be able to intervene once everything is safe.
But they
No,
played in the courthouse.
And the
Well, they
effect is
did
not
show 'em
instant.
to the jury.
You have to
Right.
wait some
Part of the
time for the
training
drug to take
program.
And then
thing.
apparently those people
Um,
died right after
Like 2
getting
of
the
them,
injection.
like 2 of the 3 that they showed apparently died. So that's awesome.
We can go to slide 4. Okay. So here is the excited delirium slide, and you list some characteristics of excited delirium here, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we've got aggression, shouting, diaphoresis, hypothermia, delirium versus psychosis, superhuman strength, and paranoia, correct?
Correct.
Are also
Yeah, y'all. So the guy that's on the stand right now is the trainer for the paramedics. and he's the one responsible for the training program and outlining the protocols that all the paramedics are supposed to take. He had, I think, 3 videos describing excited delirium, and like 2 of the 3 patients perished. So I'm not exactly sure how great that is for training purposes, but you know, it happened. It happened, and now we're here. This is
But
getting
it
worse
looks
and worse.
better for the state. I mean, for
Right.
the defense.
Do you think
I
so?
think. Yeah, the fact that like
Those 2 also
even in their
perished.
own training videos that happened. So
But those people were apparently actually experiencing excited delirium.
and still they perished. So
It's just, it's wild. This whole thing is wild.
Oh, some signs of excited delirium that are not included here. Somebody who is tachypnic,
Yes,
which means breathing fast.
correct.
Okay. Tachycardic, which means a fast heart rate.
Yes.
Okay. Now, was it your training that you needed to have all of these in order for someone to be considered as, or to be suspected as potentially suffering from excited delirium, or did you just need some of these?
This is intended to provide a variety of signs and symptoms to reference to create a clinical picture that would meet excited delirium.
Okay, so you don't need all of them. That wasn't your training, correct?
Correct.
Is there a minimum number? Do you need, could you just go with 1?
The protocol did not specifically stipulate a number of symptoms.
So there was no minimum or maximum in the protocol?
Correct.
And there was no minimum or maximum in your training?
Correct.
Okay. In your experience and or part of this training, I mean, here we have a gentleman who appears naked, and in some of the videos we saw some people who appeared naked who were suspected of suffering excited delirium. But do all excited delirium patients present as being naked?
No.
You have on here delirium versus psychosis. But I think you had indicated in later slide that somebody who might be suffering from a psychiatric disorder could be more susceptible to excited delirium. Is that correct?
Yes.
So delirium and psychosis actually, rather than being distinguished, they can run hand in hand with someone who potentially could be suffering from excited delirium.
So I would say that delineating those is hard to describe without
that makes more
going
sense.
really in depth and redescribing. You can have a patient who has an underlying psychiatric disability who's delirious from a separate medical problem that isn't from their underlying psychiatric disorder.
Fair enough. So if they're self-medicating with some substance, that
Yes,
could.
that their underlying psychiatric, so my intention of that is their underlying psychiatric disorder may predispose them to utilizing illicit some substances that could lead to
We
a
are on
delirium
cross.
state that would be different than an exacerbation of their specific underlying
and
psychiatric
this is the
disorder.
trainer.
Okay.
The guy that
And
trained
so,
them on ketamine.
When you're looking for somebody who might be suffering from delirium as opposed to psychosis, you'd want to look at, you would want to observe them to see how they're behaving. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. So if someone had kind of that 1,000-yard stare, or the lights are on, but it doesn't appear anybody's home, that could be associated with delirium. Fair?
I would have to frame that with
response.
Well, I guess my question would be, the slide doesn't explain how you differentiate between delirium and psychosis. So I guess if I'm asking whether or not, let me rephrase, Judge. That got a little sloppy. Let me just rephrase. In observing somebody and trying to make a determination between delirium and psychosis, in observing somebody, would it be important to observe them as to whether or not their mental state is altered?
My bad.
Response.
Well, my question is actually whether that was trained.
You can answer that question.
Yeah, I certainly can. So this trial is the Elijah McClain murder trial. He was walking home from a convenience store. Somebody called the police on him for a suspicious person because he was waving his arms around. The cops showed up. He was wearing headphones and probably a little bit on the spectrum. He seemed a little odd. The cops went physical very quickly. He was choked out. He aspirated. They called the paramedics because he got choked out. Paramedics showed up and basically injected him with the max amount of ketamine that they could. Within a couple minutes before they got him into the ambulance or whatever, as they were getting him into the ambulance, they realized that he wasn't breathing and he had no heartbeat. So they took him to the hospital and he was DOA when he got to the hospital. The three cops were charged. Two were acquitted, one was convicted, and now this is the third trial in this case, and it's two paramedics that are on trial. They're on trial for manslaughter, negligent homicide, and a slew of assault charges. And this case has been kind of wonky. They took like 2.5 days off last week because of a Rona situation in the court, and there's just a lot going on here. Almost all of the witnesses are pretty monotonous. They're a little bit boring, but the facts in this case are absolutely insane, and I'm excited. Not excited. That's the wrong word. I'm expecting that there could be help me out here, McKinley.
I don't even know where you are. I was busy over here in chat. I'm sorry. What are we talking about?
There's going to be repercussions from this. Like this is the state charging the state, so it's going to be
so it'll set bad precedent.
Yeah,
I guess if they start getting convictions on, if they start getting convictions on paramedics now, obviously, you can say what you want about the police officers being charged and then convicted, but if you start doing this with paramedics, then they're going to be afraid to even help us ever. Like, what will we do? So yeah, that's going to be an issue.
This Elijah McClain wasn't fighting with cars, but some of the videos that they used to show excited delirium, they were fighting with cars. That wasn't Elijah McClain. But I think that's a pretty decent recap. I got there in the end with a little assist. I appreciate it. That's why she's here.
It was the training was intended to provide information for critical thought process, to understand that there can be a difference between delirium and psychosis, provides rough, maybe a slightly more expanded explanation than what I provided as the answer to the previous question. So to say that this was a detailed delirium versus psychosis training would be inaccurate.
Okay. All right. Well, let me just ask you, did you as part of this training teach or train on how to distinguish between delirium and or psychosis?
Partially, but not terribly in depth.
Okay. Did you train during these trainings? We've got these characteristics of excited delirium. Did you train on what specific characteristics they should be looking for with respect to just delirium?
So I recall there being discussions about delirium, but I can't say specifically at the time how those discussions would have looked as a broad scope across every training. And
we'll miss you, buddy.
I'm going to admit that I've given subsequent trainings on deliriums that are interfering a little bit with my recollection of how that would have looked for this specific training.
Okay. Did you train that if, you arrive on scene and somebody, either you observe or you're told somebody's not making sense, that could be consistent with delirium?
Yes.
Okay. We can take this down just for a second, Cole. We talked about, or you talked about and testified that delirium, excited delirium is a medical emergency, correct?
Correct.
Were they talking about not
and
Biden
that
being not
one
necessarily
of
Brandon?
Yeah, I think so.
I guess concerns
Awesome.
or byproduct of excited delirium could be acidosis.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. Is there also a concern about how excited delirium impacts or affects the heart?
I don't specifically recall.
Okay. Do you recall training or testifying previously that patients with pre-existing cardiac problems run the risk of So one, I would appreciate being able to finish the question. I started the question, do you recall training or testifying previously about, and then I was asking my question.
What are you asking about the training?
Do you recall training that there should be there's a concern that patients with a pre-existing cardiac problem are at an increased risk of sudden death?
That sounds familiar, yes.
Okay. Can we put up PowerPoint slide number 21, Cole?
Oh, snap, y'all. Oh, snap. Hold on. Everybody just hold on.
It's the expert.
No, it's not the expert.
Oh, okay.
I don't have a good thing for you.
It's not the expert.
I don't have a good thing for. Okay, we'll just bring it on. What's up, Baker? How you doing, buddy?
Oh, hey.
Hey, I just wanted to hang out with one of my favorite people, and you, Val.
Well, I'm glad that I could arrange that meeting. I'm glad that I could arrange that meeting for you guys. But,
how we doing?
It's been a long day. If I'm going to be
It's
completely
real
honest.
boring. This is the most boring trial ever.
Oh.
Welcome to the world of trial streaming, McKinley.
No, but this one's extra boring.
No, the Ninja Spider case was the most boring case ever.
Who was the defendant?
I saw a ninja spider thing on like your Twitter or your something, like a
on
drawing
my YouTube,
of it.
on my YouTube
Okay,
page.
okay. But
Yeah.
I didn't know there was a case about it.
Well, it was the not Gutierrez. What's his name? It's the border guard who unalived his +1 and his kid.
His son? What?
Yeah.
I thought that was like one of the greatest trials ever.
Why?
I really enjoyed it. I watched like every single second of that trial.
That was the one
It
MLS.
was so boring. I quit in the middle of it and did I jumped on the Bradley Young case. Talk about a great case where
oh, that one was hard, man. That was hard to deal with.
yeah, especially because he called his I know my cousin is an idiot, but he should be allowed to be in court to listen to this. And that was a great case to follow because he was clearly guilty. You didn't at any point sit there and felt, well, maybe he didn't do it, or well, maybe they overcharged him. No, he was clearly guilty and an idiot.
1,000%. That guy was absolutely guilty the entire time, the entire way
You
through.
know-
And that was what made it so hard, though, right? Was because that dude was so guilty and the crime was so horrific.
Yeah. Sexually assaulting a 77-year-old woman with a can in her behind.
It's disgusting.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Bradley Young case was.
Oh, was this the guy that represented
Okay.
himself?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I watched some of that.
That,
yeah, I
that
liked
was a
the-
great case.
I liked the Border Patrol one because it was a a DP case, you know?
Yeah,
And I
but
just thought that was interesting.
well, it was interesting. The problem was it got so long-winded, and both the state and the defense team could just not finish talking. They talked for so long, and the way that yeah, that's the case where he slammed the table. What was it, 21 times because he stabulated her 27 times or 21 times or whatever. It was just a issue. And I like these smaller, like the one I'm having. They wrapped up today. They're going to do a rebuttal witness for the state tomorrow, and then we're going into closing. I like those 1 week cases because in and out,
We
you
were
don't.
told we were told this was going to be like 3 days.
Oh, and I just got
Somebody
limited.
lied to us.
Did you listen to Dave? Never listen to Dave.
Dave was like, yeah, it should be easy, right? Just a couple little first responders getting on stage, a couple days.
Y'all got
no big
baby
deal.
ducklings?
Oh,
What?
apparently.
Oh my gosh, you have to send me a video. Beck's been wanting one so badly. I just said my child's name. Oh well.
Yeah, ducks.
Apparently, we have baby ducks.
My friend came into chat and said my name. 2 seconds later, Farrell said, "Oh, I got your address."
Farrell's so goddamn scary.
Yeah, she's the Max Murrah of US.
She's so scary. Oh,
Why are you having baby ducklings this time of year?
they're stupid. It's not smart for them. I don't know why they're having baby ducklings right now.
That's kind of stupid for them.
Yeah, I'm not.
So-
I wouldn't hold out hope for these three, y'all. I
But
wouldn't
you
hold
could
out
put a
hope.
little warmer in your like barn or something.
Yeah, I guess I could in theory.
You should do that. Please. I really want to see them live.
Yeah, send them to the farm with Chloe from the Karen Reed case. They'll be fine. They'll
that's where
play
they-
in the meadows.
That's probably where they're going.
Y'all, I
Yeah.
had one. I had a little baby duckling for like, maybe it was 1 night, but I thought it was like 3 nights when I was really young. And my dad put it in the garage because it, it was like making a mess in the house. It couldn't sleep with us.
Yeah, they're
And when we
disgusting.
went out there the next morning, it had climbed up on the bicycle tire and, well, it was dead.
Oh,
It was
well,
so
that's
sad.
That is sad.
Farrell, did it take you more than 2 seconds? Because again, there's 17 people in the world with my last name. It didn't take you 2 seconds. So
Oh, that's funny.
it's pretty easy to find me if you want to.
That's funny. Didn't Salbert one time like challenge Farrell to find out who he was, and she called his personal cell phone midstream?
Well, she found my Facebook, not my address, but you probably could find my address just as easy. I went into. She said, "Oh, I found your Facebook." Went into my Facebook. She had written something in there. That's what happened. That's right. It's
that's
yeah.
funny.
That's yes. She's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sal, you found. You called him during a live stream.
Yeah.
And he was like, "Who's calling me?"
It was Farrell.
Yeah.
It was Farrell.
So
That's slightly scary.
Oh, Farrell's terrifying. She's terrifying. She's almost Max Murrah terrifying, but she's still terrifying.
For me,
I had
it
a
would
guy-
be terrifying.
I had a guy reached out to me. Tom CPU we talked with.
Yeah, yeah.
And we were emailing. He said, "Oh, this is my number. You can just put it in WhatsApp." And then the next day, I heard about these scammers doing WhatsApp. But it said we talk a lot. He calls. He writes me say, "Oh, there's a stream tonight. You should watch this." And then we talk. He's a cute, not a cute guy. He's a cool guy. Well, he's cute.
He's kind of cute too. Yeah, he's cute.
Jamie likes him.
Who?
Live chat.
Who?
Tom
CPU. He's a guy who's covering. I don't know if you know the Karen Reed case about the lady who allegedly backed 60 feet at 24 miles per hour into her boyfriend's head and made some slight cracks in his skull, but didn't break any other bones with a Lexus,
Weird how that
5,000-pound
works.
Lexus, as it always happens.
Also has sharp force blunt trauma, I think is what it
Yeah.
was. Sharp blunt trauma on his arm.
Yeah, scratches after
But
blunt force trauma.
Has it gone on trial or no?
Not yet.
No, we have just covered the 2 hearings that has been in the case, and then I covered because there's a guy called Turtle Boy who was
Arrested.
They claimed he had 9 counts of witness intimidation. So I covered that hearing as well, and then I had Turtle Boy on, and I had Tom on, and I did another show on it yesterday. I was planning on doing a 1-hour stream and feed into your Christmas painting, and then because you know me, I get derailed in my little brain, so it took 90 minutes, but I got people over to you at last.
And I appreciate it, brother man.
What is that support wall behind you?
It's my wall of fame for people who gives me super chats or memberships. It's just another way to say thank you, because you pull up a chat and say, "Oh, thank you so much, Flux, for the super chat." And yes, Valhalla should be playing on your team as well. He looks like a guy who would do that. And then you just put it down. Now I'll put it on my wall so I can remember it. And then I've started to put into my opening credits the 3 biggest supporter on super chats.
Oh, nice.
Memberships, and it's just because a lot of people are just sitting here and they are way too friendly, but we love it when they support our channels.
We certainly do.
So that's my extra little thank you to the supporters.
That's nice.
So,
but I like it.
Yeah, Scott McGinnis is one of the turtle riders, and he's the guy who told me I should get in contact with Tom. And thank you for that, Scott.
Oh
yeah, that was a fun stream. That dude is so knowledgeable on this case. It's borderline scary. Borderline.
But I'm gonna jump off. I'm gonna go over to Sissy and Shissy, and say goodnight to him. Well, we were talking about Flux. Flux is gonna beat me. And it's almost midnight here, so have a fantastic stream. I know you love it, and it's the bestest case ever.
It sure is. It sure is. I appreciate you, Baker. Thank you so much, brother man.
Have a great stream. See you all later, and chat. Go have fun with these 2. Bye.
Yes. Bye.
Later, bro. Oh, Baker. He's I love him so much. He's so good. He's so good to me. He is a true friend and a great brother.
So the second bullet point on slide 21 says patients with pre-existing cardiac problems and obesity can greatly
started
increase
4
the
hours and
patient's risk of
17
sudden
minutes
death,
ago.
correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So maybe a
so
little
is
late.
there a concern with
little.
excited delirium, and did you train that there are concerns about excited delirium and about heart health problems with patients who are suffering from excited delirium?
I mean, yes, there would be the discussion that this bullet point states.
Okay. And I would imagine that the longer somebody stays in this excited state, or this state of excited delirium, the longer a person stays in that state, the more concern you have about the medical emergency. Is that fair? Section 2.
Sustained.
Was it the point of the training and the concern about what you were training is that the longer the person stays in this state, the more risk it is for the patient?
That seems like a conclusion, a logical conclusion based off of the information provided.
Was that the logical conclusion that you were trying to impart upon your students?
As a part of the whole picture, yes.
So is it the goal, not only of this training, but of the implementation of ketamine, is it the goal to rapidly sedate and calm these patients down so they don't have this or experience these medical problems?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you testified that one of the reasons why ketamine was selected was because it has certain, with respect to the respiratory drive, it has certain protections for the respiratory drive. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
So there are sedatives that depend, there are types of.
X-Comer Triple Z with 20 North Korean dollar dues says, oh no, it's a picture of little ducklings. It says, make no mistake, we were murked by Val. No, sir. No, we are just potentially letting nature take its course. That's all we're doing. How dare you? How dare
Drugs
you?
that can reduce your natural, your brainstem's own reflexes to continue to breathe. The way that the medication works is that it does not specifically address that as the primary tool of controlling the patient's behavior. So while some medications may control behavior by completely eliminating all activity through separate processes, this goes under a different process to control the behavior as the primary mechanism. So since it's a less, since that's not the primary, I'm trying to figure out a different way to rephrase it to answer the question. Since it's not the primary mechanism of action for the medication, there is then a protective component to it, as the goal isn't to shut everything off. It's to separate the activity portion from the like brainstem mammalian function.
And is that what is meant by the description of ketamine as a dissociative sedation?
Yes.
Okay. And so we saw with the video of the child, right, where he was not knocked unconscious, but he was clearly sedated.
Correct.
Okay. So as a dissociative sedation, ketamine isn't designed to render you unconscious.
I hate the way they say ketamine.
Is that fair?
Yeah, me too.
I guess depending on how we're choosing to
Ketamine?
define unconsciousness, it's similar to how we're defining sedation. So I guess it would really depend on how we're going about defining unconsciousness and sedation. If we're defining consciousness as, you know, someone who's able to engage in a conversation and have reflexes, then that person would be someone who's disassociated could be considered unconscious. So I guess this is the difficulty with defining this, is how you're going to define sedated, unconscious, obtunded, or so on. So
fair enough. And I really appreciate that clarification for us non-medical folks. So the idea of ketamine is it doesn't shut everything down. It just disassociates you from reality.
Correct.
Okay.
Why is my StreamYard doing that?
One of the videos that we watched, and I think you were asked about by Miss Bagan, was that first video where the gentleman punched the fence. Do you recall that video?
Yes.
Now, at the end of that video, there were two slides with kind of the blue background. Do you recall seeing those slides?
Yes.
Okay. And you recall presenting on those slides?
Yes.
Okay. And so in that video, in that example, the person or the subject was successfully restrained by law enforcement, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. And then it says that he suddenly calms down, stops breathing, and then is dead, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And that's really the concern with excited delirium, is that's the path that people who suffer from excited delirium go on. And the concern is they may have a sudden cardiac arrest.
Yes.
And the whole point of all this is that we're trying to prevent that from happening, right?
Yes.
Okay. On your case study number 1, that I think that was on slide number 6, did I hear you correctly? That was a case. That was a case you actually, or a patient you actually treated.
Yes.
Okay.
Definitely not.
Was that
would
at
have
a
been cool,
prior?
though.
Was that when you were during your time at Denver Health?
It was.
Okay. Can we put up slide number 6, Cole? So on slide number 6 here, you've listed some of the indicators or the characteristics that led you to believe
Nothing,
that this
MG.
person was suffering from excited delirium, correct?
Correct.
He was being nonsensical, correct?
Yes.
And that's that delirium versus psychosis kind of distinction?
Yes. The intention is to try to discuss, altered mentation and so on.
He was diaphoretic.
Yes.
Means he was sweating a lot.
Correct.
And he was hyperthermic, which means his skin was an elevated temperature.
Yes, which we would believe to then relate to core body temperature. Yes.
Okay. I notice on here that there was no description of him having superhuman strength. Correct?
Not as the specific wording, just painting the picture that four people are trying to fight one individual.
It's 500 before you can get super
So
check.
based upon these limited characteristics, you had determined that this person likely was suffering from excited delirium.
Yes, it can be difficult to translate a personal experience into a few words that is also, respectful to, HIPAA guidelines and so on. So, we do some of this information for training and so on.
Right. Which is why the person's name and some of the other stuff aren't on there.
She got there, y'all. She got
there.
I'm so glad I got it eventually.
Can we go to slide number 8, please?
That's funny.
So we're still talking about case number 1, the same case, correct? Okay. And I think you had testified at some point on direct that you were trying to assist them to get this patient out of the car. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Who's the them? Is that the police?
Yes.
Okay. So in this case, you administered ketamine.
Yeah, she needs 3,000 watch hours.
What?
And so
to get super chats and memberships, you need 500 subs and 3,000 watch hours, and that's
3,000.
That's
so
only
many.
in a handful of countries still. Most places in the world require 1,000 subs and 4,000 watch hours. So
Y'all,
like
that
the
is so
US,
many watch
Australia
hours.
now, it's not that bad. Once you get into it, it's not that bad. And if we're streaming a little bit like this, right? You're dual streaming, it'll start adding up. And then just make sure you add everything to a playlist. That way people can go in at night or whatever and just put your playlist on overnight, and they can just rack up them hours for you.
Okay, I'm gonna do that.
It's not that bad once you get into it and start making it happen. It's not that bad.
Okay.
and you say on here post 300 milligrams of ketamine was administered.
Yeah, absolutely. Go over there.
So
Give her watch
post
hours.
administration of ketamine, you noticed some hypersalivation. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And post administration, that's when you hooked up the heart monitor for the ECG. Is that right?
Yes.
Everybody's got to start
And that was
somewhere.
done in the ambulance, correct? I think I heard you testify to Ms. Bagan that was all done in the ambulance.
So the vital signs are obtained. I mean, it's hard for me to specifically say that a portion of some monitoring wasn't placed while we were moving the patient onto the pram. My understanding of trying to answer that question was trying to answer what I believe the spirit of the question to be, that the monitoring tools were placed after the patient.
Don't
had
try to
come
guess
down.
the spirit of the question. Answer the question.
Trying to answer as a yes, no.
Sure.
So I don't want to pin myself and say that everything was done specifically in the ambulance and that nothing. I'm just
Hold on
trying
one
not to
second,
pin
guys.
myself into
Fair enough.
every specific thing happened in the ambulance.
Fair enough, but some of those things, were done in the ambulance. Is that fair?
Yes. Again, this call was probably 8 years ago, so I
Sure.
can't recall specifics.
And so I'm assuming this patient was transported since you put him in the ambulance. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And some of this post administration monitoring, that monitoring was done post sedation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And part of that monitoring includes like visual monitoring, right? You're looking to see if the person is still breathing,
Yes.
looking to see if the chest is rising and falling,
Yes.
looking to see if that person has a clear airway.
Yes.
You're doing your ABCs.
Correct.
Okay. Airway, breathing, circulation. That can all be done visually, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point you're hooking up the CO2 monitor, correct?
Yes. I would. Slight point of clarification. It's hard to visualize a pulse, like palpating a pulse visually. We'd have to physically touch them to.
Well, sure. But you can see somebody has that they're breathing.
Yes.
That their airway is open.
Yes.
And that they're conscious. So therefore, you know, they have circulation. You may not know what their heart rate is, but you know that their blood is pumping.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And so in particular, and I'm sure in particular with this case, the point was to get that person quickly sedated, quickly stabilized, and quickly to the hospital.
Yes.
Okay. Can we go to slide 26, please, Cole? Which might be slide. Might be slide 9 in the second.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. I tried watching mine like over and over again. I was like, I'm gonna get my hours up. No, it only counted it once.
I don't think you can watch your own. You'd have to set up like a second account. You could do it like from your other account.
Yeah, that was the right one. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Chambers, here we have the slide about ketamine. Again, the dosing, the injection, and then we have the potential side effects that are listed here, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with me that respiratory depression is not listed here on the slide as potential side effects, correct?
On this specific slide, yes.
Okay. Let's go to slide number 28, Cole. Okay. This is the slide that talks about side effects as well, and it says, what do we do with side effects, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And again, you would agree with me that respiratory depression is not listed here as a potential side effect, correct?
Not on this slide, no.
Okay. But I do want to point out a couple things. So hypersalivation, it talks about suction is usually sufficient to maintain airway. But if the hypersalivation persists, then administer 0.5 milligrams of atropine IV. So that means intravenously, correct?
Correct.
So that drug would be administered once an IV was started.
Correct.
And that would typically happen in the ambulance.
Yes.
Okay. The same on the bottom for nausea and vomiting. If there's nausea and vomiting, it calls for 4 milligrams of Zofran IV, correct?
Yes.
And again, IV would be intravenously through an IV.
Yes.
Which would be done in the ambulance.
Yes.
Okay. And I would imagine that starting an IV takes a minute or two in a patient. Is that fair?
Yes.
Can we go to slide number 29? Next slide. Now here we do see respiratory depression appear for the first time in the training, correct?
To the best.
Slides?
To the best, yes, and on the slides.
Okay. And it talks about a large dose.
I didn't think it was too bad.
What it says here is a large
It
dose.
wasn't?
The likelihood
But I imagine
of
my
harmful side
cough's a
effects,
little
and then
louder.
it lists the emergence reaction, the laryngospasm, and potentially respiratory depression, correct?
Yes.
The slide does not define what a large dose is. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you had testified earlier that a large dose would be something that would be a dosage outside of the protocol. Is that right?
I guess a large dose would be large for the patient. So large for the patient considering the protocol.
Okay. And so, but that's not what is it's not defined on here, right? As what you just said is not on this slide, correct?
The verbiage that I'm using is not what is specifically stated on the slide, yes.
Okay. Because ketamine sometimes in a hospital setting can be given in a much larger dose for anesthetic purposes. correct?
I can't speak to what anesthetic dosing would be for, like in hospital. I'm not familiar with what those ranges look like.
Okay. But suffice it to say that this slide that you used in your training doesn't define what a large dose is, correct?
Not in specific definitive terms.
Okay. And then on the bottom, it says, I think you had testified that there were some rumors about other departments maybe in the metro area that were just giving everybody 500 milligrams of ketamine. Is that fair?
I just want to reinforce that I was not specifically aware of this. This was something that was asked for me because there were other agencies that people had heard of. And so as a part of the collaborative effort of making the presentation, it was asked for this to be in there.
Okay. So, but you would agree with me that this slide doesn't say never give 500 milligrams, correct?
Correct.
Okay. It doesn't say that giving 500 milligrams is unsafe.
That is not what it says, correct?
It doesn't say that giving 500 milligrams is potentially lethal.
Correct.
Okay. In fact, and I think you've testified that it was trained that ketamine was regarded as having a pretty wide safety profile with respiratory drive benefits. Correct?
Correct.
You gave some testimony about taking vital signs. Do you recall that? Yes, and you can take that down. Thank you, Cole.
We have discussed taking vital signs today, yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say that some circumstances make it impractical for a paramedic to obtain a full set of vital signs with the patient?
That is a potential, yes.
Okay. One of those potentials would be a patient is combative or fighting. Well, okay, so this beyond the training, he was qualified as an expert to this training, but he is a paramedic. And so that doesn't, I don't think his testimony was limited to just the training, just his expert testimony. This is an expert testimony.
It's how I qualified him, so I'm just stating the objection, the hypothetical.
The case study that you talked about in the training, that first case.
Not sure what
The
happened.
person was in the back of the car fighting with the 4 officers. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You didn't obtain vital signs in the back of that police car, did you?
There was a heart rate, to the best of my recollection, there was a heart rate obtained in the process of assisting the police officers.
But you didn't get a full set of vitals. You didn't put a blood pressure cuff on him. You didn't test his blood glucose level.
Correct.
Okay, back.
You made some observations about him.
Me too.
Yes.
We had a
You could
tetanus.
tell with him struggling that he must have had
You had a
circulation.
what?
A tetanus scare.
You could tell with him struggling that he must have been breathing.
Yes.
For a human or a little animal?
Mrs. Valhalla came in and said, "Hey, I caught myself on a screw. Am I going to be okay? Or am I going to get some weird disease?" I said, "You'll be fine. You've had a tetanus shot in the last 10 years. Don't worry about it." Oh, Mrs. Valhalla.
How are the little ducklings?
I don't know. I'm sure they're okay at the moment, but
Is it fair to say in that case, you
I don't
were
have high
able to
hopes, I'm
obtain
gonna be
a
honest.
full set of vitals once you had sedated the patient?
Yes.
cold. It's getting down to 27 at night.
But a little warmer.
You testified to and you trained on the monitoring expectations. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. So
The problem with little warmers is they
per the
create
training
fire
and the
hazards.
protocol that you've testified to,
Fire hazard.
the monitoring is required post sedation, correct?
Correct.
Put him in your little bed.
And that could include the cardiac monitor,
No.
correct?
Yes.
Capnography,
Yes.
pulse oximetry,
Yes.
and potentially even an IV. IV access.
Yes. And I'm sorry. I'm trying to make sure we covered everything. So blood glucose, end-tidal waveform capnography, ECG, pulse oximetry, and then access would be preferred.
Okay. And all of those things are contained and can be obtained in the Falk ambulance, correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that your training and the protocol for the monitoring didn't indicate a timeline or when that monitoring needed to be applied?
It just stated that it was an expectation. There was no specific timeline mentioned.
Didn't say within 30 seconds of the drug taking effect, this person
I
must
gotta
be
go
on
spike
heart
my
monitor.
drink.
That a girl.
To the best of my knowledge, I can't recall if there was any line item in the protocol that specifically mentioned the timeline, but it was not specifically addressed in my presentation.
Okay. Let's go to Paul, if we can go into the presentation slide 30, which I think is slide 13 in the second presentation. Okay, so this slide is entitled Special Considerations, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so the first bullet point on here is that these are calls, and when you say these calls, you're referring to potentially to excited delirium calls, correct?
Yes.
These calls require special attention to scene safety, correct?
Yes.
All right, and is it your understanding that on these scenes, scene safety would be delegated to the company officer for AFR?
Yes, that was the expectation.
Okay. The bottom, the fourth bullet point says restraint for these patients is also very important, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And one of the reasons for that is that if the sedation doesn't take effect, and the person comes back to that fighting or that excited delirium state, you want to make sure they're restrained.
Yes, for their safety and ours.
Okay. So to be clear, it's not just for the paramedic safety, but it's also for the safety of the patient, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You certainly wouldn't want somebody falling off the pram as you're wheeling them to the ambulance if they're not restrained.
Correct.
Okay.
Oops.
Yeah.
Can we go to slide 32, 2 slides down? And this slide is entitled Restraints. So again, we're talking about restraints with respect to the suspected excited delirium patient, correct?
Correct.
And it says the first bullet point is restraints are crucially, important for EXD patients. I'm assuming that means excited delirium patients, even when appropriately sedated, correct?
Yes.
So even post-sedation, we want to make sure we're using restraints.
Yes.
Okay. And then the bottom one says maintain 4-point restraints and at least 1 person per limb and 1 at the head, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so those 4-point restraints, those are what the soft restraints on the pram are, right?
Correct.
Okay. Sometimes they're referred to as soft restraints.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so just to be clear, your training and the protocol that was taught to these paramedics was post-sedation, we want to do essentially 3 things. One of those would be to make sure the patient is properly restrained, correct?
Yeah,
Yes.
they keep doing that.
The other thing would be
about
we
the
want to
pram.
monitor the patient, correct?
Correct.
Then the third thing would be to
Stretcher,
transport them
gurney.
to the hospital so
They've
they
been
can see a
calling it all
doctor,
kinds of
correct?
things today.
Yes.
I want a pram. Actually, I have a pram, but my child doesn't really ride in it anymore.
And just to be clear, those 3 things all happen post-sedation,
So I guess I want a baby,
correct?
not a pram.
Sounds like a you problem.
maybe I just need a baby duck.
If that's what was
I can
trained.
send you
on the
those.
question.
I got you on the baby ducks.
Also, yes, with the caveat that obviously some things can happen fluidly throughout a call. So like monitoring someone can be done pre, intra, and post sedation.
Sure, like you could visually monitor somebody's
high
ABCs
flash.
before giving
Right.
ketamine, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Also, telling the internet that you want a baby and a baby daddy may not be in your best interest.
Mr. Chambers, I don't have any additional questions.
Oh,
for you.
I don't want the baby daddy.
Appreciate it.
That's how I did it the first time.
Redirect
That's
examination.
funny.
No baby daddies here.
Mr. Chambers, can you just explain what you meant there in that second to last question by monitoring and assessment being done pre, intra, and post sedation?
Yes, all the baby ducky videos.
Monitoring a patient is something that we do from initial patient contact through transfer of care. So it's something that occurs continuously and is, visual, tactile, involving all of the senses.
Now, does the training make some sort of distinction that there's only certain monitoring that you should only do after somebody is already sedated?
There will be aspects of it that will be either difficult or unfeasible to obtain prior to sedation. So I guess it doesn't specifically outright state that it has like a definitive modifier. Sorry.
Yeah. When you say that there's certain things that may be difficult until somebody's sedated, do you mean that there's something specific about the sedation that's important, or are you saying that there's certain things you can't do unless it's safe to get close to the patient? And Your Honor, this is following up on questions that Mrs. Began and Mr. Goddard asked about the timing of the monitoring, including their penultimate question in the last exam.
All right, well, I'll allow you to ask about the timing of the monitoring as set forth in the training.
So does the training emphasize that you should only do certain things after sedation, or does the training emphasize that you should do it whenever it's safe and practicable?
I think that, I don't know if the training specifically states a definitive delineation between those two. I feel like it's hard to really say. I mean, obviously, when the protocol says that when this medication is administered, that these monitoring things need to occur.
Judge, I'm going to object. He said he didn't know if the training spoke to the second testing.
If you would stop
Right,
objecting,
yeah,
we could move along.
Answer is restricted to what was trained.
Sure, so go ahead and answer as to what the training made the distinction about what the state requires for the monitoring after the administration of ketamine.
So the protocol says that after administration, these things need to be monitored. So, I mean, that would, it's hard to say that doesn't say that it should be done post. I don't think I can answer that question tactfully. I mean, that's the protocol says when administered, you need to give this. So saying that something can and can't, it's such an expansive part of monitoring that saying that it has to be done at one portion, I don't feel like is an easy question to give a straight answer to, just because it's so dynamic. And maybe I'm misunderstanding how to appropriately answer the question with respect to how the protocol does say that when the medication is given, that these things need to be monitored. So you could make the assumption, someone could make.
I just need to know what you trained on.
Yeah, so it's trained to that when the medication is given, that these things need to be monitored.
Okay, fair enough. Now, Ms. Began started out asking you a bunch of questions about the need to assess and then rapidly intervene. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And she asked you a bunch of questions about the rapid intervention, but I want to ask you about the other half of that. Why do you train them to assess before they make any sort of rapid intervention?
We want to make sure that we've mentioned in the training, it mentions that there are potential mimics. We want to make sure that the idea of the training was to provide an examination and utilizing that to make a clinical decision.
You can ask by both defense counsel some questions about that first case example you gave of the person in the back of the police car. And you were asked specifically if you took the blood pressure and blood sugar after the ambulance. Do you remember that?
Yes, I remember that question, those questionings.
Prior to the ketamine, did you go hands-on with that patient to assess them?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what you did?
Judge, I'm going to ask that it be restricted to training.
Well, it was asked on cross-examination, so I'm going to allow it.
Oh, we're in cross?
So,
this isn't the
press this
state?
again, long time ago.
We're in
my general memory of what I
recross.
recall of the situation
Redirect?
is that the discussion revolved around that the police officers were engaged in physical altercation with the patient. So when we arrived, we assisted the patient out of a precarious situation, which involved pulling them out of the patrol car because it was unsafe for them as in the position that they were in, which means that I touched the patient as a part of moving him out. Touching the patient allows me to get a feel for their skin, whether they're diaphoretic or, hyperthermic. It also allowed me an opportunity to check for a pulse, assess their breathing rate, depth, and quality. So there's a brief, you can gather a lot of information from just briefly touching someone that can be used as a part of your total comprehensive assessment.
You mentioned in response to one of Mr. Goddard's questions that for the ABCs,
X-Comer with 50 North Korean dollar dues says, how much would it cost to save the ducks? Heating, blankets, little cage under the bed. The night is coming. Darkness, so cold.
Oh, look at the little ducks in the.
Yeah. He keeps changing.
And it's three of them.
Yeah. He's yep. Wait. You want me to go out there and set something up for these three little ducklings that aren't going to make it through the winter?
If you warn them, they might.
No, they won't. This is a useless prospect. There's no way these three little ducklings are going to make it all the way till the spring. There's no way. There's no way. It's too long, too cold. There's no way they're going to make it through till the spring. This is nature. This is farming. It's unfortunate. I'm sorry. It is what it is.
for A and B, some of that can be done visually, but for C, the circulation, you've got to be able to touch them to know what the circulation is. Can you explain that?
Y'all, for the first couple winters, I brought them in the house. And it was not good. It was not good at all. It's just gross. It's unhealthy. Birds carry diseases. It's not a long-term good idea to try to save these three little ducklings.
So I don't want to keep trying to make sure I'm not trapping myself into hard answers. You can assess some signs of circulation. I wanted to specifically mention that since pulse was brought up, that you have to touch someone to obtain a pulse. Obviously, you can see if someone's skin is pale or flushed to determine that there is circulation, as we previously discussed. But ideally, circulation is ultimately assessed by rate, quality, and regularity of
Isn't that hilarious?
You about whether paramedics would rely on what the
funny.
police told them. And each time you said that
funny.
you factored it in instead of using the word rely. Was that a deliberate choice of
Be right
words?
back.
Okay.
all the information we receive factors into a comprehensive clinical picture.
Y'all, if I had controls, I would just like
want
fast
to
forward us through this.
Use
honestly.
that as that all of the information is critical to our decision making.
Okay. Was part of your choice of words based upon the importance of verifying or double checking the accuracy of what you?
He did. Sustained.
With regards to information that
Right.
paramedics learn from police, do they need to follow up and verify whether it's accurate or not? And the defense counsel's questions on cross, both of them, were not confined to the training on this issue. They asked him generally, so this is fair follow-up.
I just can't believe we're still on this, dude.
All right, rephrase your question.
You just explain to the jury what the role of information that you learn from bystanders or police is in your decision, or in a paramedic's decision.
Yes, they do.
The role
Yeah.
of bystander.
Yeah.
Overruled.
Did you hear a lot?
The role of bystander information is to provide the healthcare provider with the most amount of information
was
to make the
that?
most informed clinical decision based off
It was
of
Valkyrie.
their own observations compared,
Oh.
and compared with or utilizing the information provided to them by the people who were there before them.
You said the goal is to get the best information you can. How do you go about that?
Sustained.
I did hear her laugh. I thought it was the chick in the courtroom.
Now, I'd like to talk about some of the questions that you were asked about assessing the patient's rate. And you were given this example of small, medium, large person, 3, 4, 500. And I believe your answer was that that would be a starting point to guide them from. Is that correct?
Yes.
What do you mean that that 3, 4, 500 for a small, medium, large person is a starting point to guide somebody from?
So the
Unless it's what did he train on? Those questions were all.
Stop it, lady. I don't want to be here
Response.
all day.
Judge, they didn't ask them that narrowly, so I think he can give the full explanation, but I would like to ask both of those questions.
He was asked on cross-examination concerning the.
Yeah, this is redirect. I had it right.
Small, medium, and large, so I'll allow a little.
But
Yeah.
the same guy that constantly
as a
can't
starting
remember
point to
to
this
ask
conversation,
during
What
training.
did you train in this training procedure on?
He's had
in
like
terms of it being a
18
starting point
objections,
to guide
all
them?
because he won't say in your
The
training.
training covered that when you're unable to obtain the information from a credible bystander, that using sizes that you're familiar with, that you could then say, if a smaller person, right, and this is, I want to give this with the idea that this is presented to people who are similarly sized to myself. Obviously, there are exceptions, but that's trying to create a common area of reference that myself would be considered by this protocol a large person, and that someone that was considered small would be a starting point of roughly 300
Yeah, but didn't he
milligrams.
have
So if
on
you were
a
having
jacket and
difficult
like
time
pants and stuff?
figuring out
Yeah.
exactly what dosing you wanted to go with.
He had a
that
light
you had
jacket on.
if the person seems small, that you could start at 300 and get an idea of roughly what that size meant to them. A large person like myself
Over close,
would
no.
be 500 because I'm over 220
Yeah,
pounds. which
WebEx
is,
trials are
on
the
record.
worst.
So that
WebEx
would be the
sucks.
maximum, right? So
Really?
medium would fall somewhere in between. That if you don't think that they're quite small, but they're not quite as large, that you can fall somewhere
could
in the
do this
middle
so much better.
and still be, getting
Well,
the
actually,
intention of what the
if
protocol
you
is,
had-
just to get as close
if
as possible
you-
to a 5 milligram per kilogram.
Next
dose.
time when we
Whether
get
or not
WebEx access,
what I trained specifically
You
is
can
those
zoom
exact
in
words.
to
I can't
certain
speak to,
cameras.
but that is what the intention of that information was.
Now, you mentioned in response to one of the defense's questions that
I'm not
you didn't
sure
have
how
a
that would
specific
work.
subsection of this training on
It does. I
teaching the
did it on the
paramedics how
stout
to
trial.
evaluate or assess
Did you?
somebody's weight.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Awesome.
Do they just not have any training on that from elsewhere?
Did you restream it?
Objection calls for speculation.
Yeah, but I don't
State.
think I left them up.
Okay.
Do you know whether
And
weight
I didn't
assessment is
figure that
something
out
that's
until like
taught in
halfway through
fundamental
the trial.
paramedic skills?
Sustained.
In your personal experience, was it taught?
Easy.
Xcomer for 50 North Korean dollar dues says, I sent you easy winter duck raising guide. YouTube video on Discord. Easy being the key word here. Listen. They have every opportunity to make it through the winter. They have dedicated moms. They have good nests. They have warm-ish barn, right? The wind's not coming through the barn. So there is a possibility that they'll make it. It's just I'm not expecting them to make it. That's all. They're I'll take a look at it, Xcomer. I'll take a look at it. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you.
In your paramedic school?
It was not.
Where did you learn it?
We're
I went to-
watching
I
this
did
trial
different
on
programs.
WebEx.
Sorry, where
In
did
the
you
upper
learn
left-hand
how to assess
corner.
the patient's weight?
It's the way they
Experience.
it's like a
Is
Zoom
this something
Stream
meeting.
it from
paramedics typically
court.
do day in and
Yeah.
day out?
Yeah. When they use their own equipment.
Sustained on both counts.
So just in your personal
Apparently, they're
experience, is
just
that
like
something
my
that
babe.
paramedics have to do day in and day out?
Yeah, and it was the same question. It's sustained again.
All ducklings are featherless.
Was
No,
your training designed
fatherless.
to go back and teach these
Fatherless.
paramedics
Oh, yeah, they're
foundational skills,
well,
or was it
I mean,
specific to excited delirium?
Dad's out there, but he's
Specific to
more
excited
likely to
delirium.
drown them than anything.
Now, Mr.
Right?
Goddard asked
I've
you
totally seen them do that.
about
Ducks are
what the
vicious,
definition of a
y'all.
large dose was in the training.
So
Male
mean.
ducks,
And you
male
wrote down
ducks
as a
will,
response, a large dose
and
is
a
a dose that is
baby
too
duck
large
real quick.
for the patient under the protocol. Is that correct?
Objection misstates the evidence.
Response.
That's why I'm asking if I'm correctly stating his testimony or not.
All right, well, that's leading then. Re-ask.
Oh my gosh.
What is the definition of a large dose under the training then?
The training does not explicitly define what a large dose is. The intention was to illustrate that the higher the dose, and I'm going to have a hard time. I mean, I've talked about this topic for years.
Oh, good,
So
Eris.
I'm going to step back and say that overall,
Well, he was asked questions on cross-examination about it, so.
So what is a large dose?
How much longer do we have?
couple
According to the
minutes,
training.
According to the training.
less than 5.
my recollection at the time was that if the dose was larger
Are we just not
relative to
caught
the
up
intended
yet?
dose for the patient's
No,
intended
it
body
ends.
weight, that there's an increased
We've
risk.
got the end screen.
Is 500 milligrams of
Did y'all
ketamine the
hear
largest dose you
that?
can get from
That
one of
one.
the bottles?
Yes,
Is it the largest dose that you can give without calling a physician for permission?
yes.
Finally, Mr. Goddard asked you about the airway protective effects of ketamine. And are those present when it's given in appropriate doses?
There's a potential for side effects with any administration.
If a dose gets larger, can that overwhelm the normal airway protective effects of ketamine?
Objection calls for expert opinion beyond this witness.
In the training,
Sustained.
do you discuss that higher doses can overwhelm the airway protective effects?
The slide, to the best of my recollection, states that I would have to re-reference the slide to restate what I said specifically. in the
It's
slide.
live.
But that it's safe with appropriate dosing is what that bullet point, or it is, that it has respiratory protective effects in appropriate dosing.
And does the training also communicate that with inappropriate dosing, that can cause respiratory depressive effects?
The training
good.
says that in large doses that it can cause respiratory depressive effects.
That's all the questions I have for you, Mr. Chambers. Thank you.
Ooh, finally done with that.
May the witness be excused.
Yay!
All right, Eric, may step down. Thank you. All right, we're going to break for the evening, folks. I'd like to have you back. We'll get restarted tomorrow at 8:30ish. Please do not form or express any opinions. Do no independent research, traditional or electronic. Avoid any press coverage. And we'll see you back at approximately 8:30 tomorrow morning.
Whoa.
Whoa. Whoa.
I don't know what that means, but it looks, it's red.
It's a red boy. It is a red boy. We'll get
See,
there. I'm
now
going to let
you
this
have to
video
keep
stop.
them.
I'm going to let this video go through to the end. We're almost there. I'm just making sure there's nothing. I don't think there's anything left, but I'm just letting it go through, and then I'm going to bring it up, X-Comer, because that's a red boy. Actually, that might be my first red boy.
Baby duckies.
I don't know if I've ever had a red boy before.
All right, our jurors have stepped out.
I'm not sure.
Is that what they said, 8:30?
8:30.
Oh, they did say 8:30. That's crazy.
Mountain time, though. So that's 10:30 my time, 9:30 your time. And we're not doing it early like that. We go late so that we can. All right, they're done. Thank God for that. Ugh. All right, y'all.
Don't forget to hit the like in my channel.
Look at
and
this.
also in Val's.
Look at this. X-Comer with 1,000 North Korean dollar dues says, keeping the ducks warm through winter fund.
Now you got to
You guys, X-Comer.
try it. Do it.
The survival rate of ducklings is very low as it is.
But you
Having
can
them
try.
born in December is a damn near impossibility of them surviving. It is a that's why there's only 3, right? Usually when the ducklings are born, there's like 50. There's 3 right now because it's not the time of year for ducklings to be born.
Okay, but you're still going to try to keep them alive.
Of course I'm going to try.
I'm not getting them a warmer.
Warmer. Well, we'll see what happens. I haven't even gone out there. I haven't even seen them yet. They all might be dead already.
Go see
I have
them.
no
They're
idea.
not. They're not dead.
No idea. X-Comer, you are amazing, and I truly appreciate you for the record.
And he's going to try, is what he meant to say.
We're going to look at it. We're going to see what we got.
If he doesn't, I will stalk him.
And I might not. This trial's fucking horrible.
It's the worst.
Oh. No. This is where they used to be. Like when we first got into ducks and I was bringing them in through the winter and trying to raise them and keep them all alive, every single one of them, they came in this room, and that's not an option. That's not an option.
Wait a second.
Countless
Wait a second. So you brought these duckies to your home?
What do you mean? Like back in the day, yeah. When I first got ducks.
So these are babies of some duckies that you brought to your location?
Yeah, they're all domestic ducks. They're not wild ducks. They're farm ducks.
Then of course you have to keep them alive.
That's not how farming works. Exactly. Like you do your best, but there's losses. Okay. And when 3 ducklings are born right before the coldest part of the year, it doesn't bode well for ducklings. Somebody did it at the wrong time of the year. Stop it,
Yeah.
Mustang.
Right?
X-Comer for
Probably.
100 North Korean dollar dues says you could name them Huey, Dewey, and Louie. I will give you the simple fact that those are great duckling names for 3 ducklings. That's an amazing.
Oh, that is so
set of
good.
duckling names. But I'm not bringing them in the house anymore. We tried it for the first year or 2 or 3 maybe even, and it was like
They're
it's
so
disgusting.
gross.
We're not doing it anymore. It's so much effort and it's so unhealthy. The amount of just air disease that gets in your house from ducklings. We'll go out there. I'm gonna go out there and I'm gonna take a look and see see if I can help them in any way, shape, or form. Maybe provide a little more sustenance to the nests. Mama's not going to be happy about me taking them anyway, and I just they're better off with Mom right now than anywhere because it's winter, and she will try to keep them warm the best she can, and she will attend them way better than I'll be able to. However, it's winter, so it's not like a positive outcome for most ducklings in the winter.
Pecking ducklings.
They're
Make
not
way for
eating-
ducklings.
I have Muscovy ducks. And they, they do okay. I've never had a duck freeze to death here, but usually they have feathers this time.
I'm gonna look up these little warmer light things.
It's just a heat lamp. That's all you need.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
need a
That's what
heat
it
lamp, and you need a contained area, but that takes mom away, and that creates more issues.
No,
in the
why
long
can't
run.
you? Why can't you put the mom in there with the heat lamp?
Mom's not staying under a heat lamp. It's too
But
hot
can't
for
she
mom.
just? Have you never watched Charlotte's Web?
You have one of two options in this situation. You either take them from mom, or you let mom do the best she can. See? And the best option here is to let mom do the best she can. She will
You
attend
could
them.
just lie to us.
Okay, don't worry about it, guys. These ducks are going to be fine.
That's what I wanted to hear.
It's farming. It's what it is. It's not a guarantee.
Dude, that's why I would never be able to farm.
Circle, the circle of life. I don't think that's the right melody, but the Lion King song.
Damn, these heat lamps are kind of expensive.
I have heat lamps. Heat lamps aren't the problem. The problem is long-term care of these ducks. It will fail eventually. I can keep them warm tonight. It's not going to save their life.
I just don't want them to freeze to death. It'll be so slow and terrible.
No, they likely won't freeze to death. That's not likely how they'll go. They'll likely go from walking around the yard tomorrow and getting wet is probably how they'll go. And then hypothermia, and then they'll just stop walking, and then mama won't be able to get them to keep up anymore. So they won't freeze into little sickles.
Okay, don't provide us updates.
Well, all right then. I don't know why we're still talking about these stupid ducklings.
Okay, well. Anyway, it was fun, y'all. Thank y'all for going and watching on my channel. Yeah, she was tripping out in the back. She thought that was hilarious.
She's become
She knows.
accustomed. She knows. She's been a farmer for a couple of years now. She gets it. Tomorrow we're gonna pick up the trial again tomorrow. Sometime around.
Oh, I was
the same
joking
time.
about the elephants, by the way. FD Food Fairy. That was such a lie. I don't even eat any animals. I was 100% lying. I would have never actually kill an elephant or any other animal, to be honest.
McKinley's a vegetarian, y'all. She doesn't even eat meat.
Yeah, definitely not killing elephants.
That's why she's only 4'6". That being said, make sure McKinley's channel is pinned at the top of my chat. Make sure you go over there and like her video today. My channel is pinned at the top of her chat. So if you're over there watching her, come over here and give me some love. Tomorrow, we're going to pick up the trial again. McKinley, you are always welcome. And you are always welcome to stream. Now that I've figured out what button I had to push to make that a possibility. I think there was something else we were talking about earlier for tomorrow, but I don't recall exactly what it was.
We were going to do something more fun?
Well, this trial, I'm following this one through. I'm following it till the end. We're going to do it, y'all. We're going to do it.
Oh, I started reading the, what is it? The indictment? That thing is crazy long.
For this trial? I'm sure.
Yeah,
they indicted.
it is
Yeah. I downloaded it. No, MLS has it in Discord.
in the Discord.
Yeah, it's the indictment against all 3 cops and both paramedics.
Yeah,
And
both paramedics have so many counts against them, though.
There's
It was
93
crazy.
charges. It was insane. It was absolutely insane. It's in Discord. Go check it out. This case is crazy. It's boring with testimony, and the camera angles don't help anything because we can't see facial expressions, and it's just listening to these people drone on and on and on and on. But the facts of the case are awesome. the case itself is interesting, and the ramifications from said case could be potentially ludicrous. But that's where we're at. And on that note, chat, I think I'm calling it, right? I did. You see the little, where the hell is it? There it is. See the painting there? Me and Diva did a painting last night on stream. If you haven't checked that video out, go check it out. We had fun. It was good fun. Ooh, something's in the way. There you go.
My child's not supposed to be on stream, though. You see that?
I didn't see the child, no. So, but I
There's
wasn't
like a
looking.
photo of her.
Oh, well, you shouldn't have a photo in the background of your studio.
I didn't mean to.
Oh, okay. Well, we should fix that.
Yeah, I'm going to.
But, the Diva paint stream video, we got a couple bugs to work out, but I think if me and Diva keep doing that, it's going to be a good stream. I liked it. It was a fun stream. I'm mostly facing this direction for the stream. So it wasn't perfect, but we'll get there. McKinley, got anything coming up?
No, this takes all my time.
Fair enough. This week I'm doing this, and Saturday we have the Lego stream with Joe of Good Logic. He's coming on. He's building Legos.
Nice.
It's going to be amazing. Y'all make sure you stay tuned. What's up, Jacob Castro? A little late to the party, buddy. That's okay though. Appreciate
It's
you.
okay.
Hit the like for us.
Oh, I might go if it depends. I think she started at like 5 o'clock our
Who's
time.
she?
So like 52 minutes ago. Excited Utterance. I might go in there tonight for that Bachelor stream.
There you go.
But I don't know, because she started super early and my child is like, doesn't allow for streaming. So I have to wait till she's asleep. We'll see. But go check it out.
There you go.
She should be on now.
There you go. Excited Utterance. You know her. You love her. Go check her out. McKinley may make an appearance later on.
I might.
On that note, y'all, I think we're calling it. I think that's it. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Ooh.
What is happening?
In case I don't see ya. Good afternoon, good evening, and good night.